Police, Cops, WrestleMania Backlash. Tonight is WWE Wrestlemania Backlash 2022, the second year in a row to feature a pay-per-view named after the pay-per-view that came before and to feature a hell of a lot of rematches. But that doesn't necessarily mean these rematches are going to be dull. That doesn't necessarily mean these rematches are going to be boring. That doesn't necessarily mean these rematches are going to be even disappointing. So welcome to the show. My name is Tom Colohue, for those who don't know, and today you're going to be able to watch the entirety of my reactions, analysis, highlight reel, and etc. of WWE Wrestlemania Backlash 2022. If that's of interest to you, you get one every single month for whatever pay-per-view is currently being held by WWE and SmackDown shows as well. So be sure to like the video and click subscribe. We're going to be on for a while tonight. For a while. It is 15 minutes to midnight right here in the UK. And we're going to be on for, I'm going to say 4 and a bit hours. Let's say maybe 4 3/4, because I am planning something of a post-show tonight. Not necessarily your standard spend an hour talking with someone about what we've just seen sort of post-show, but a post-show nonetheless. It wasn't going to be the one that I was hoping for on PW Torch, but it is what it is, and it's a damn good start. So, I firstly want to make a point of saying hello to everyone who has already joined us. Steve at SCW Wrestling Channel has already left us a message in the YouTube saying there ain't no party like a Tom Colohue party. Enjoy WrestleMania Backlash, buddy. I will. Steve, thank you very kindly for saying hi. Brandon in the Twitch side says, hey Tom, ready for tonight's fun? I am definitely ready. I can't necessarily say I'm all that hyped, but I think WWE works its best angles in low expectations. Bailey says, hello Tom. Hello Bailey, how are you? Brandon says, I enjoyed the video yourself and my baldy bro Ed did with the WWE versus AEW card. Don't tell him, but I think your card was better personally. I'm not going to tell him, and he's definitely not going to watch this. Not like he watches every single thing I do or anything. Shh. Anyway, Bailey says, congratulations on passing 1,100 subscribers on YouTube. That number is actually rounded up ever so slightly, just ever so slightly. What I will say is that we're closer than we've ever been, and we made a very good start, because right now on Friday, so 2 days ago, we were on 1,091. We are currently on 1,097. 1,097. So we are 3 away from that 1,100, but it does show rounded up, and I don't mind that. 3 away from 1,100, and then what happens when we hit 1,100? We start going for 12. That's how this works, and I have no issue with it. Thank you very much for the congratulations, Bailey. I feel that we're doing really well right now, and I'm very happy about it. Brandon says, are you ever going to go back to doing Raw watch parties again, Tom? Possibly. It's not impossible, but that will end up being a full-time thing or a when I have time off thing, as it is right now. Because to be blunt, staying up till 4 a.m. is not easy. It's not easy. On Fridays, I can do SmackDown watch parties because, to put it bluntly, there's no real extra effort required. You know? No real extra effort required. You just sort of get on with it. And then I've got a nice lie-in on Saturday morning. Who doesn't love a nice lie-in on a Saturday morning, you know? Who doesn't love that? But the Raw watch parties will be there for the big shows, the big names and the like. The SummerSlam, like the Raw after SummerSlam, the Raw after Survivor Series, etc, etc, etc. I would like to go back to them eventually, but I think it's going to end up being a bit more of a full-time thing. Patrick Ballantyne says, hi. Hello, Patrick. How are you, sir? And Jay Quick says, I need this distraction. First Mother's Day without my mum. Any distraction I can provide, then, Jay Quick. I've got your back, mate. Sorry to know you're going through a rough time, but I cross my fingers and hope for the best for you. And Brandon says, congrats, Tom. Thank you, Brandon. Things are going really well. Obviously, as you know, Twitch was doing extremely well. We got to a point where we were getting 25 to 40 viewers every single show. I have sort of split that between YouTube and Twitch now, but YouTube has grown at a ridiculous rate as a result of that. Austin says, any news about Roman, Tom? Yeah, Roman Reigns has managed to get his name trending and WrestleMania Backlash trending, and all he had to do was cut a promo which fits his character. Anyone who thinks that Roman is leaving, you're probably going to have to rethink your position there. Roman was teasing He knew exactly what he was doing, and he got exactly what he wanted from it. This isn't a case of, as I've seen on so many different news videos already, oh, Roman's leaving, Roman's gone, Roman's walking out the door to go to Hollywood. It's not the case. It's not the case. I might put together like a proper formal video on Roman's contract position tomorrow, but it will be stuff that we've already got, information we already know. Brendan says, I'm really glad it's all working out for you, mate. There are a few issues with YouTube at the moment. We're still growing well, but monetization, while it started out really well, it's had to take a bit of a back seat. I have to set up my company as a limited company with shareholders now, but I can be the sole shareholder, so there's a bit of faff required. I can't just do it as self-employed as I do with Twitch. I have to set up the company formally, but it'll all work out, and I'll get it sorted as soon as I'm able to. Good stuff is happening, basically. Jacob says, yeah, Roman was leaving. He was leaving New Jersey. Basically, yeah, that's basically spot on. That's exactly what ended up happening. Right, I am going to continue with my setup. It takes a little longer than it used to, I'll say that, to set up the amount of different pages and things that I'm trying to set. But every little helps, and every little boosts, and every little helps us to grow at a decent rate. One of the things I've been looking at recently, you may notice I've added a few different things to the stream. For example, the words live stream. As silly as it sounds, adding the words live stream to the stream guaranteed me quite a boost in viewership on Friday. Again, it sounds like a very silly thing, but we are where we are, and it's all worked out. So I'm experimenting with that. I'm experimenting with a few more keywords like highlights. That seems to be doing pretty well. But what it does mean, and this is one of the main reasons I'm looking at a post show as well, what it does mean, as much as anything, is it basically guarantees that extra viewership will come my way afterwards. So when someone else's show finishes, those viewers have got to go somewhere. And if you've been watching the entirety of, let's say, the Cultaholic show, they're going to funnel people to the closest title to that. The closest title to that right now is mine. And that's why I'm using words like live stream and the like. And of course on Twitter right now, we are live now with our live stream of WWE Wrestlemania Backlash. Watch for live reactions, analysis, results and updates. And be sure to subscribe for more. Sometimes you've just got to advertise as much as you can. So my announcement tweet is out. I will grab the link for anyone who would like to share the love, as it were. The link is there for the Twitch, and for the YouTube it is right here. Thank you to everyone who has already clicked like. If you are watching on YouTube, please do remember to hit the like button. Every little does help as we continue the growth of the channel. And we are, of course, heading into the WrestleMania Backlash pre-show in about 5 minutes. Patrick says, fully expecting Charlotte to lose today against Ronda. Me too. I'm very much expecting that. To break down my predictions, I believe that Omos will get the dirty win over Bobby Lashley. I believe that Edge will get the dirty win over AJ Styles. That Madcap Moss will pick up a clean win over Baron Corbin. Cody Rhodes picking up a clean win again over Seth Rollins. The good guys will win in the 6-man tag. I believe our most likely scenario is Randy Orton pinning Jimmy Uso, for example. And of course, in our what I believe is going to be our main event, I believe Charlotte Flair will tap out and scream I quit to Ronda Rousey's ankle lock. I think it'll be the ankle lock that she taps out to. Wolfgamer says, hello, 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 Wolfgamer. How the devil are you? Of course, if you're watching on Twitch, you can always click that follow button to get notifications every time I go live. You can subscribe to further support the channel. At the moment, Twitch is monetized, but YouTube isn't. So I'm not making any money beyond what comes in from Twitch. And of course, you can donate. Every time 3 separate people either subscribe, gift a sub, or donate 100 bits, we activate a hype train, which is fantastic at these sort of events because it gets people on the channel via the front page. You don't often get a lot of front page action, but when you do, you really do. Brandon says, do you reckon there could be any surprises tonight at all? Nothing big. I don't expect anything particularly big. There's a possibility of like a view of Alexa Bliss or Bayley backstage or in some way commentating on the match. That would be cool. That would be fun. I don't necessarily see it though. I think the biggest surprise tonight will be Roman Reigns on the losing end. That's what I think will be the biggest surprise. Sean says, hi Tom. Hello Sean. I do hope you're well, sir. And Wolfgamer says, I'm good. Pretty tired since I had to be at work at 6:30 in the morning. That sucks. That really does. I will be at work from 8:30 tomorrow, which means I'm up at 8 o'clock, and I'll be going to bed at about 4:30. So I may or may not be taking quite large bits of energy drink and mixing that with a little bit of a tropical fruit cider. It's tropical. It's fancy. Hello, Sai. Sai says, thanks for doing this, Tom. You're always welcome, Sai. I've been meaning to message you, actually, there, Sai. To ask if we can potentially get a couple of graphics made in the spoiler warning style, just basically change the text on them, for the announcement of Team Colohue. And further announcements of the shows going forward, maybe some gaming ones as well. So if that's something you're interested in, let me know. I do realise that quite often I'll be sat here saying, well, I meant to do this and I meant to talk to this person. I have a lot of ideas and not a lot of time, basically. Jermaine is here saying, hi Tom. Hello Jermaine, great to see you. B-School Nick here as well saying Alexa is definitely there tonight. Is she? Is she? I do think it would be great to see her. I tell you that. And Sean says, did you see Roman's announcement at a live event in Trenton? He hinted he might be leaving. I did see that. He's not leaving. He got everyone talking about him. He got everyone talking about WrestleMania Backlash. The fact that he can do that is what keeps WWE here and AEW here. Because Roman can just get everybody talking just like that. Just like that. Yes, Sean has asked for your source there, Nick. You've said Alexa is definitely there tonight. What's your source on that? Patrick is saying, Rhea Ripley, Finn Balor or Alexa Bliss to join Judgment Day. Now is probably not the time to do so. I just don't feel that now's the night, but the night will come for some of those. If you're a regular for our Nick and Tom's Intercontinental Adventure, if you're a regular for that, you'll be fully aware that we spoke at length about Alexa Bliss potentially joining Edge's faction in this week's instalment. Wolfgamer says, what sucks more than being at work 6:30 in the morning is standing for 8 hours. Not that I'm not used to it, but nonetheless. See, I work from home in my job, so I work here. I spend 2 separate jobs sat in this chair at this PC. Although I do have a separate laptop for work that I plug into this monitor. So honestly, I go for more runs than I used to, I'll tell you that. Jermaine says, did I miss any news? Nothing substantial, though I will reiterate a few things. I've already spoken about the plan for Lacey Evans. I spoke about that the first week she was announced, and that's very much come to pass. Alexa Bliss is expected to be back after WrestleMania Backlash, which I've mentioned this time last month. And then going forwards, Sasha Banks and Naomi, the plan is very much to have them retain the championships, but there are definitely strong pitches for Naomi to turn heel on Sasha Banks. I think that's news that will interest you particularly. Sean says, what does everyone think will open and close the show? Good question. Okay, I'm thinking they're going to open with Cody versus Seth, because, you know, Cody versus Seth. And I think they will close with the I Quit match. That just makes the most sense to me, that the one women's match, the one championship match, the one stipulation match will be the one that main events. Nick says she wasn't at her husband's concert last night, so I'm assuming she had to be working. Okay, so you're assuming she's there tonight. Slightly different situation. If you're currently watching on YouTube, please do remember to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, and hit the like button as well. That little thumbs up can make a massive difference, and depending on how many likes we get, I may have a ridiculous surprise for you later on in our typical Twitch style. So there may be a surprise for you after the pre-show, depending on how many likes we get. I'm not thinking anything particularly extravagant, but certainly a realistic target is in mind. Jay Quick is saying Fightful is reporting as of 4 hours ago, Seth and Cody was opening and the 6-man was main eventing. That disappoints me. That disappoints me. I really do feel that now's the night. Now's definitely the night to have Charlotte and Ronda main event. Wolfgamer says, I honestly had no idea that WrestleMania Backlash was tonight. Yeah, it kind of snuck up on us. Didn't it? Out of nowhere, you might say. Sally says, message me anytime, Tom. I know you're busy, but I have more time now. Cheers, man. I'll message you at some point soon and we'll talk about what we need to get going. Sally says, Roman's announcement last night smacks of a Heyman ploy, whether it's to spread the word of his pay-per-view or lay the foundation for his contract negotiations. It does. It absolutely does. And that just makes the most sense to me. Now, I'm looking at the kickoff show, which is just now starting, and the only match the description is mentioning is Charlotte Flair and Ronda Rousey. I am very disappointed if that doesn't end up being the main event. I'm going to do a tweet. We'll see how the tweet does, but I'm going to do a tweet. If Charlotte Flair versus Ronda Rousey doesn't main event tonight, with 0 other championships on the line and an I quit stipulation, then I suspect they might never main event a Mania with anyone but Roman again. Oh, they're acknowledging the mothers on Mother's Day. Awkward. Okay, and it's going to be a habit now. I'm just grabbing the link to the video and I just want to add that in basically every tweet. I'm going to be tweeting quite a bit, as much as I can, certainly, and still engage in this here channel. But I definitely want to make sure I'm adding the link as much as possible. Simon says, Piper Niven, Nikki Cross, next up for Boss Glow Tom. Seems so, yeah. The fact that they've been paired up and there are no one else very much suggested that's the plan. Patrick Ballantyne says, can't have Roman not main event a pay-per-view, it's Roman Reigns. I know, but like, you say things which are very logical. But now's the time, if ever there was one. If ever there was one, now's the time. Sean says, remember Fightful can be wrong? Remember they said Charlotte versus Becky was going to main event Survivor Series and it was Roman versus Big E. Yeah, and to be fair, for the past few weeks, the WWE have been trying to fish out the snitch, as it were. Try to work out who goes to Fightful with these particular reports. And they seem to be narrowing it down. Noob says, good evening, Tom, and good evening to yourself. Great to see you, mate. Great to see you. Jay Quick says, true, they can be. Wolfgamer says, I'm just thankful I got more than 1 hour of sleep last night like I did Thursday. You've had a rough week, mate. A rough week. Let me just swap back to the network. Jermaine says, according to Fightful, 6-man tag and Seth Rollins vs Cody Rhodes scheduled to get the most time in the ring. Yeah, that tracks. The 6-man tag was always going to get a lot of time in the ring. That just makes a lot of sense. Because it's a 6-man tag. There's a lot of people involved who need to get their stuff in. Seth versus Cody also makes sense because Cody still has to re-establish himself. Just makes sense to me. So that's a logical one. That said, Charlotte versus Ronda should be getting time. Jay Quick says, do you think they are done doing matches on pre-shows? No, I don't. However, I do think there is a specific tactical change undergone in the WWE at the moment, basically stepping away from their previous setup of pre-shows. They are showing us the hype package for Cody Rhodes versus Seth Rollins first on the pre-show. This basically guarantees it's going on first on the night. The big giveaway for what happens in the main event will be the last hype package. If the last hype package of the pre-show is a 6-man tag, 6-man tag main eventing. Sean says, I don't want Alexa in Judgment Day. Would be a waste of her return. We don't know what her character is going to be when she comes back. I don't necessarily know what they're going to do for when she gets back other than compete with Bianca. And I think as part of Judgment Day, should at least have a bit of direction. It's not something I personally want, but it's certainly something I discussed. And Kuro says, the Tom Colohue Show. The Tom Colohue Show indeed. Welcome, Kuro. Sai says, this pay-per-view tonight is all set to be overlooked and underrated. I don't mind being pleasantly surprised, but I do have a problem with them conditioning us to have low expectations. I do think you've hit the nail on the head there. The WWE recently has been trying to play down all expectations. They've been delivering. They've been delivering well. But still. You know? Still. Patrick says, Sean Ross Sapp complains about how WWE has a lack of hype build to Raw or SmackDown shows. He leaks the whole show. Yep. There are a few people in the wrestling media stratosphere who don't realise how massively hypocritical they are. Why don't people get excited for wrestling anymore? By the way, here's everything that's going to happen on Raw. Don't watch it. You know? Little things like that. I say little things. It's a pretty big deal. Jermaine says the fact that Ronda versus Charlotte is not main eventing, one would think maybe they did that is because Charlotte might retain again. Now, I think it's more likely they did that because they just want to make sure Roman's getting all the attention. Megan says, evening all. Evening, Megan. Welcome to the show. Hope you're looking forward to it. I'm very much looking forward to having you here giving us the craze stats as it goes. The random stats can be a lot of fun. Joe Quick says, Fightful's also reporting Madcap versus Corbin and Omos versus Lashley is scheduled to get the least amount of time. That is not a surprise in any way, shape or form. Those are the matches that we're always going to get very little time. Sean says, we found out a new member of Judgment Day tonight. I do believe AJ will win. Sean, why would you say that? Have there been reports that's going to happen? Because if so, the new member will probably be Finn Balor. I don't think it's going to be Tommaso Ciampa because Tommaso Ciampa's busy with Ali. And I don't really want to see... I don't want to see Finn Balor with Edge, at least not yet. I would like to see the tag team matches first. And then we get the change of Finn Balor changing sides next month at Hell in a Cell. Drag this one out. I'm okay with it. A slow build for a faction works. Sean says, Veer with Edge. Veer. I don't hate it. Veer in a suit is a beautiful thing. And the same can be said of Judgment Day so far. It's one of the reasons I think Rhea Ripley is going to be perfect for Judgment Day. The suit. The hype package for Cody versus Seth, not the most exciting. The kickoff show is featuring JBL, Pete Rosenberg? Let me know if I'm wrong on that one, because I don't think I'm entirely correct. Kevin Patrick, Kayla Braxton, and of course, Booker T, who continues to piss off all of the wrestlers in WWE with his comments about Athena. Simon says, I get feelings of ECW's December to Dismember 2006 pay-per-views with this show. Well, that basically guarantees it's going to exceed your expectations, I'll tell you that. Megan says, here's a stat for you. Oh, starting early, Megan. This year's show will not be as entertaining as last year due to the obvious lack of zombies. So you're saying that. But, you never know. MVP might have hired more zombies. I'm just saying. Patrick says, Alexa Bliss should be elevating stars, not competing in championship matches. She's done that since 2018. She's not really been involved in the top championship since 2018. I think it's time for her to step back into the championship picture. Megan says, I hate pre-shows being over half an hour if there's no matches. See, you say that. I feel this is an important question that you've just sort of prompted in my head here, Megan. If you're not a fan of shows like a pre-show where there's no action, there's only talking, why would you watch a watch party? You know? Like, I'm not someone who would actually watch parties, but I'm someone who likes to jump in and chat away in watch parties. So I would always be focused mostly on, what's going on the screen. But a lot of people do watch these watch parties, do enjoy these watch parties. And I'm curious, if you're not really into shows where people are just chatting away, what do we have for you here? Genuinely interested, could be very beneficial for me to know in future as I look to build my content around it. Jermaine says, according to Fightful, Omos versus Bobby Lashley and Happy Corbin versus Madcap Moss are scheduled to get the least time, which tells me both matches could be squash matches. I mean, any match could be a squash match. I find it very unlikely that's going to be the case for those matches. Baron Corbin doesn't get squashed apart from like Finn Balor, and the important thing is that it's about Finn Balor there. Meanwhile, Bobby Lashley is not going to get squashed. Certainly not yet. If you're currently watching on YouTube, please do remember to hit the like button. That little thumbs up can make a massive difference. We have 10 likes already, and that is a fantastic start. And hopefully with a few more to come, I may have a bit of a surprise if that jumps out for you. Also, subscribe if you haven't already. We do watch parties for SmackDown regularly and every pay-per-view or premium live event that the WWE put on. We are currently sitting on 1,097 subscribers. It's rounded up to the 1.1 that's shown in my subscriber list, so 3 more to get there. My target for tonight is 3 subscribers, just 3. Patrick says... Simon says, Patrick, Alexa Bliss deserves to be in Women's World Championship matches in all due respect. I do like that, Simon, you're fantastic for this. When you guys sort of chat amongst yourselves a little bit, one of the best things that encourages YouTube to advertise my shows is a high chat rate. So the more people chatting even amongst themselves, the more the show is advertised and the more people find it. So the faster I grow as a content creator. Please do continue to chat amongst yourselves as and when you can, because that just adds more growth for my channel. It's just wonderful, wonderful stuff. The important things: likes, current viewers, chat rate. In that order is what encourages growth on this here channel. Megan says, we need to have zombies. We need to be able to play Who's the Zombie. I don't think they have enough people to be the zombies anymore, but could be fun. Megan says, I enjoy watch parties because of the diversity of the chat and proper discussions we have. Now, Megan, you are the biggest derailer in this chat, and I say that with genuine affection, because a bit of derailment can go a long way. The fact that we were heavily derailed on Friday into talking about TV, and I had a great time. It's important that we don't just chat about what's happening on screen, and in future, when I have an editor in place, as Team Colohue grows, basically immediately after this show, I'll be downloading the video, sending it on to an editor, and they'll be ripping it apart, taking out the top bits, and then the highlight reel will be on YouTube the next day. So having stuff like that where we veer off, no relation, is really helpful. So I appreciate that. If anyone else has some thoughts on why you enjoy watch parties, I'd really appreciate hearing it. Sean is saying, Simon, I agree. It's been almost 4 years since our last singles reign. Indeed it has. Kuro says, pre-shows need games like halftime at basketball games. There are games at halftime at basketball games? I don't watch enough basketball, clearly. Clearly I have no idea what's going on. A new documentary series, a WWE advertising WWE Evil further. Just more love for Peacock. Simon says, I don't get all the hate for Alexa Bliss. This is coming from a massive Sasha Banks fan. Alexa great on the mic. Good athlete, personality, charisma. A great look. Yep, that's all very true. And I do feel Alexa's greatest strength is on the microphone. Not everyone needs to be in the championship picture all of the time, certainly. I wouldn't necessarily say that Alexa Bliss gets much hate, though. I think hate is a strong word. Wolfgamer says, at least these watch parties are more entertaining than pre-shows. As pre-shows go, a watch party, I feel, adds a lot to it. B-School Nick says, Paul Heyman tweeted, Bloodline Cis main event. Bloodline is main event. Well, there you go then. I'd imagine he's trying to get ahead of Fightful. Paul Heyman, not a Fightful fan. Fun fact for you. Megan says, main roster pre-shows have lost something in the presentation over the past couple of years for me. I agree. They don't feel like a big deal anymore. The last time I really felt I loved a pre-show was when Samoa Joe was wearing a poncho, because that was just fun, just fun. Patrick said she won 7 championships in a short amount of time. She was pushed so hard. That is true. 4 years is a long time to be out of the picture, and she doesn't necessarily have to be winning championships to be in the picture. I definitely think when she does return, she'll be losing a program to Bianca Belair. Austin says, are you going to do an after show tonight? Yes, I am. I will be staying on a little bit longer to talk about the show afterwards. I explained this a little early, but I'll explain it in a bit more detail now. I've been changing the way I do things ever so slightly with the titles of my YouTube and Twitch videos. So on YouTube, one of the easiest ways to get new viewers and new subscribers is to have a similar title and similar keywords to similar text. So for example, we've got Cultaholic, Wrestle Talk, Wrestling Days, and the like. All of them are hosting shows tonight using the title WWE Wrestlemania Backlash 2022 live stream. You'll notice so am I. So as those streams end, those viewers will be funneled to the nearest possible option. One of the best possible options is right here. So a post-show can make a big difference. They're having some technical issues now. MVP does not have a headset or an earpiece in, and he can't really hear the people he's working with. Bobby Lashley trying to help him out there. Jared, welcome, says, now Tom, there is no correlation whatsoever between watch parties and pre-shows. Everything on TV is so contrived, and who are on it just be reading some soliloquies. Oh, good use of soliloquies, Jared, appreciate that. Unlike here, everything is genuine. I appreciate that as well. I sometimes go into my little rants and raves, and of course, the good old-fashioned bad Vince that we do, where I just cut a promo on Vince. But as much as anything, I try to stay as genuine as possible and just be as entertaining as possible. Bailey says, I enjoy the watch parties because it's an intelligent conversation and different opinions are respected. Respecting the opinions of everybody here is vital for me, genuinely vital. And I think you all know that I've been trying my best to do that. As regards intelligent conversation, I appreciate that as well because that's what I'm aiming for. That is very much what I'm aiming for. One of the reasons it's great to have Megan in here dropping stats. It's great to have people in here asking for sources and the like and giving sources to every piece of information they bring. That is important so that we have the most well-informed chat in wrestling. That is what I want, and I appreciate you saying that, Bailey, because I feel that that's what I'm getting as people tell me so. Jay Quick says, did Seth let Booker borrow his suit? Oh, come on. Seth has worn much worse than that. Much worse. So he says, I enjoy watch parties because you have a better take than Michael Cole. To be fair, Michael Cole is paid to think the way he thinks. Wiggly says, yo, yo, yo. Welcome, Wiggly. How you doing, mate? Welcome to the show. Hopefully we'll be seeing you for the entirety of this one. But it is late, and I understand if that doesn't end up being the case. Oh, there's JBL attacking the wokeness. I would be stunned if he doesn't start attacking abortion shortly. Jermaine says, after the 6-man tag match, the Bloodline's going to need something to keep them going strong. Having Naomi and Sasha team with them, or having Naomi just team and turn on Sasha could be great. And that's kind of what I think is going to happen. I do foresee Naomi turning heel, joining the Bloodline, feuding briefly with Sasha, and then feuding with Ronda around SummerSlam time. That would just be great fun for me. Ghost is here. Welcome, Ghost. Says, according to Fightful Select, Cody and Seth is starting. Bloodline is ending. Charlotte vs. Ronda is a 4th match, followed by Corbin Moss in the main event. That kind of sucks. That kind of sucks. Yeah, Wiggly. The title is Cities to lose. Much like the Champions League was never Cities to win. No, Kuro, you misunderstand me there. I say Paul Heyman trying to get ahead of Fightful. Fightful may have reported the match order an hour ago, but Paul Heyman is viewed by a lot more people than those who watch Fightful. So in many ways he's trying to get ahead of people seeing it, not getting ahead of it being out there. Quite often you'll see engagement hunter accounts, and what they do is they look at what WWE announces on their Twitter. They will take the image that WWE announced with and then write their own tweet announcing it, like they knew before WWE announced it. And that works because people see the tweets that they see first and foremost. And if you follow a lot of wrestling journalists, you're probably going to see them before you see the WWE. That's the only reason they do it, and that's something that works really well on Twitter. Just re-reporting the same stuff and hoping you're the first one that gets seen. Sean says, Cora vs. Natalya made for NXT. Cora wins. I think that's likely at this point. Or at the very least, Shayna Baszler gets involved and we see more Shayna Baszler, as it were. Natalya is going to be in NXT for a little while now. She's working with Cora to build Cora up, ready to win the NXT Women's Championship. Kuro says, Roman Reigns said numerous times, I'm first or last, and Cody is clearly first. Yes, but that's in character, and I do feel that needs mentioning. I do think it's not a bad idea to have Charlotte and Ronda Rousey main event, because why the hell not? Lance, you alright, mate? Says, I hope tonight will be the absolute end of this Corbin-Moss storyline. It couldn't get heat if they were both on fire. I sadly do not think it will be the end, though I do think it will be a definitive win for Madcap Moss. He will move on, but Baron Corbin won't let him. Jay Quick says, are you doing post-shows after all premium live events or just some of them? Tonight's going to be a bit of a litmus test. I definitely want to start doing post-shows, but they've got to be worth it. They very much got to be worth it. If I do a post-show and I don't see a gain in viewership or the like, I probably should have gone to bed. 4:30 at night is a long time, and I do need cool down time as well. Chances are I'll get about 3 hours of sleep tonight. It's not great. I do have to think of that. But if you guys like the post shows, and if it helps us grow, I'm certainly interested. So, one of the easiest ways to guarantee that I will be doing more post shows is for this video to be successful. Hit like, subscribe if you haven't, chat away and keep that chat rate high. Megan says, a stat and a question. Last year's shortest match was a zombie match, 6 minutes 57. The longest match was Roman versus Cesaro, 27 minutes 35. What do you think will be this year's longest and shortest matches? Longest I definitely think will be the Bloodline because there are 6 men involved. And because there are 6 men involved, everyone's got to have time to get their stuff in. Including both Usos, who have very different offense nowadays. Just like very different offense, and that needs to be respected. So I'd definitely go with Bloodline for the longest. For the shortest, I'll go Lashley Omos. Just because I think that will come down to MVP distracting Bobby Lashley, one big hit from Omos, and that's that. I don't think anything particularly special will happen there. What does everybody else think will be the shortest match of the card? Wiggly says City were complacent against Madrid. Yeah. In that last 6 minutes. Yep. Jermaine says right now WWE seem to be all in on turning Lacey Evans into a #1 babyface, which means Ronda might be turning heel faster than we think, or Sasha and Naomi could be turning heel soon. I do think Naomi turns heel, beats Sasha Banks at, I don't want to say Money in the Bank, because I think Sasha Banks is going to be in the Money in the Bank ladder match. So it might just be on a SmackDown show. But beats Sasha. Sasha loses to Naomi as Naomi continues to build. And this is followed up by Naomi versus Ronda Rousey. Then moving forwards, Lacey has Naomi after having defeated Charlotte. Lots to happen. Patrick says, I would like Charlotte to be out of the title picture for at least a few years, elevating stars like Aaliyah. Charlotte needs this so the fans can stop crapping on Charlotte. That I agree with. And the moment is coming. Now, to be blunt, did I not say at the beginning of the year that the 4 horsewomen would have their impact reduced and would spend less time in and around the championship picture? Charlotte Flair is the only one currently holding one of the top championships, to be clear, and I expect that will not last much longer. There is more focus being put on Ronda Rousey right now, Bianca Belair, Naomi, Shayna Baszler, Sonya Deville. New stars are being focused on right now in the WWE. The 4 horsewomen can take a step back and relax for now. Wiggly says, Madrid winning a 14th Champions League would be absurd, but stopping the quadruple would be fun. Well, I don't think the quadruple's actually going to happen. I always expected we'd get a double. That's still kind of what I expect, though a treble is still very much on. Austin said, did you hear about the RPG game for WWE? Yes, and I'm quite excited depending on how it ends up. If it ends up being something like the Final Fantasy ones on mobile, where there's just like 50,000 WWE characters, and you just collect them all and make them battle against each other and level them up, it could be annoying as hell, but that sounds very WWE, doesn't it? Very true, Wiggly. Very true. That is absolutely possible. Just like Man City could still end up with nothing, technically. There's always possibilities, but you can feel confident in some directions. Kuro says WWE could call up Solo Sikoa, who's referred to on commentary as a brother of the Usos, and have Sikoa be mad at his brothers that no one brought him along to the main event scene. I would not like Solo Sikoa brought up so quickly, or on the same brand as a bloodline, at least at first, so that he isn't entirely defined by them. We saw recently the rise of Jey Uso because he finally was able to step away from the Usos tag team, and that was tremendous. Let's not make Solo Sikoa the same way, where he's just completely overshadowed by the faction rather than him as an individual, because he's quite talented. Patrick says Madcap Moss is a horrible face. Can't get a reaction, at least he got heel heat for his horrible jokes. Madcap Moss is getting genuinely positive reactions from fans right now. That is a fact. I'm confused by it. I didn't expect it, but it is happening. I can't deny it. So, I don't know. I go the other way. Wiggly, I'd be very surprised to see Pogba move to Man City. Though I do feel that United are in a position now where everyone's just going to want to leave. I don't see him keeping a lot of players. Lance thinks that Lashley, Omos or Corbin Moss will be the shortest match, which is what was reported elsewhere. Jake says, if Lashley beats Omos, do they book Lashley versus MVP at Hell in a Cell? I would like that. I think a lot of the feuds that we have at the moment are going to run for a while. And I think that's one of the reasons we have so many rematches this time round. Megan says, I would say Corbin Moss will be the shortest, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was Lashley or Moss. It's difficult at times to differentiate between Moss or Moss. It's just really hard to provide good coverage when you have Moss and Moss both wrestling and you have to talk about them like that. Billy says, at some point Naomi beats Sasha and could allow Sasha some time off for some movie work. Yeah, absolutely. It just makes sense, really, for Naomi to turn heel on Sasha Banks, and honestly, it would just be fun. Sean says, saw a picture EO posted today of herself thanking everyone for birthday wishes. Looked fine, no leg brace or anything. The leg brace could have been a precaution. An injury was never confirmed. Willie says, I never did tell about my trip to WWE Live the other week. It was pretty good, actually. Glad to hear it, mate. Glad to hear it. I hope you had a great time. Kura says, when was the last time a WWE pay-per-view was in the UK? Actual pay-per-view? I think decades. Last Raw was 2019. I was there. Good times. Let's do another tweet and keep the advertising going. In fact, you know what's perfect? Let's talk about a Naomi heel turn. See what responses I get to the idea of a Naomi heel turn. Oh, but we do have some commentary first. Okay, Spider Boss has given me a report saying some finishes are not actually figured out. I found that very unlikely. Very unlikely. Jay Quick, I am going to retweet your quote tweet of the live stream. Thank you very kindly for that. Having people telling me it's not a main event match, Charlotte versus Ronda. Are you kidding me? What a world do we live in? Lance says, Insurrection was the last one, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't that 2002? Correct me if I'm wrong. Kura says, the last Raw in my city was 2013. Been a while, mate. Been a while. First name drop of Finn Balor on the pre-show. This time by Kevin Patrick. I always have to look at him to remember his name. And Lance says it was 2003. Thank you, Lance, for the clarification there. Right. I'm going to do a fantasy book. If I may fantasy book for a moment. Naomi turns on Sasha. Joins the bloodline. Takes Sasha out. And goes straight for Ronda Rousey. I'd love it, personally. It opens a lot of options up. WWE Wrestlemania Backlash. And the link, because as mentioned, I'm just going to be adding the link every time I post something. Patrick says, if WWE truly listened to the fans, should have booked Charlotte versus Sasha Banks at WrestleMania because fans wanted to see it, because they scrapped it for Charlotte versus Ronda. They did scrap it. The plan was to have Charlotte Flair versus Sasha Banks at WrestleMania. That plan was cancelled when the opportunity arose to have Ronda Rousey instead. Vince McMahon made the call that Ronda Rousey was the way to go. Kuro says they have one coming up in September. Aren't sure if it's going to be cancelled last minute. It's not. It's not going to be cancelled last minute. The pay-per-view is still going to happen. Okay, we can definitely confirm that the main event will be the Bloodline and not Charlotte Flair versus Ronda Rousey in the I Quit match. Wonderful. Lance says, I'm excited to watch this Broken Skull session with Cody. I watched some of it in the build-up to this. The last 15 minutes or so I had the headphone in and I was talking to you guys, so I didn't really catch it. But Cody seems like he's very honest about the whole thing. And Brandon's saying, have you watched it yet? Not fully yet. King's Andy, welcome, mate. Says, where does that leave Sasha? She gets taken out by Naomi. Then what? Well, she would return around SummerSlam time, for me, for Charlotte. Feud with Charlotte for a month, maybe two. Go into the draft. And then I would have, depending on movement, I'd want some new opponents for her. So Sasha versus Alexa. Sasha versus Sonya. And of course, the opportunity for Sasha versus Ronda before eventually getting to a renewed Sasha versus Bayley, Sasha versus Becky. You'd need Sasha to change brands or have people change brands over closer to her. I think Sasha beating up Becky Lynch for a bit before Becky ends up being the challenger for Ronda at WrestleMania could be a lot of fun. Patrick says Roman always has to main events. Roman Reigns can't have him not main event. Yep, I'm just not happy about that. I'd like some variation. Kuro says, no, Tom, not the UK pay-per-view. The Raw in my city for the first time in 9 years. The venue has been very, very strict with WWE. Might be cancelled for the second time. Gotcha. Okay, understand what you're saying. Lance says Sasha and Bianca need that WrestleMania run back. I do think they'll get it. I do think they will get it. So Bianca moving to SmackDown in exchange for Ronda. That could be fun. I definitely think we're going to see Ronda and Becky Lynch as the main event of at least one night of next year's WrestleMania. Definitely think that's going to end up happening. King Xander says Sasha vs Bianca 2, a pay-per-view gotta happen. Technically, Sasha vs Bianca 2 has already happened. It happened on SmackDown shortly after SummerSlam, because it was planned for SummerSlam. Now, I first reported that we were going to see Sasha vs Bianca 2 at SummerSlam in the February before their first match happened at WrestleMania. That was one of those exclusive reports that people keep telling me I didn't do. Also, the day before WrestleMania, I exclusively was the only one to report that Becky Lynch would be returning at the next night's SummerSlam. Once again, not picked up anywhere. Sean says, do you agree that veterans shouldn't beat the younger stars, as fans nowadays would say the veterans are burying the younger talent? I disagree. Veterans should still be beating younger talent, but they shouldn't be only beating younger talent. Randy Orton should still be capable of beating Apollo Crews. Absolutely still could. But eventually, he needs to still be putting people over. And if you remember, in the middle of a feud between Randy Orton and AJ Styles, that was eventually abandoned for AJ Styles versus The Undertaker, Drew McIntyre got involved because in the build to winning the Royal Rumble, Drew McIntyre beat AJ Styles and Randy Orton. So there is benefit to that. Think about how much it meant to beat John Cena when Kevin Owens stepped onto the scene and beat him in the first night. It meant something huge because John Cena was Superman. Sometimes it's not a bad thing to be unbeatable. It depends who eventually does beat you. If, for example, Roman Reigns eventually loses to Bron Breakker, that's damn good for Bron Breakker. Justin says, why do I keep hearing fans say Alexa is joining Judgment Day? Really wouldn't make any sense. Wishful thinking, I feel. I feel there's just a bit of wishful thinking there. I'm not against it. I'm not against it at all. I'm interested. I think she'd be a good mouthpiece, but they already have a mouthpiece in Edge. I do feel she can afford to be a solo talent, or part of a faction. For example, the leader of the team featuring this version of Nikki Cross. I feel this version of Nikki Cross needs a bit of a rescue. And Doudrop. I think she'd do very well leading that faction as well. King Xander says, do we still count Apollo Crews as a younger talent? You may not. I personally do. I personally think he's still got a lot to offer. But the moment has not actually happened yet. The moment has not actually happened. What I did miss was this report that Spider-Boss sent me. A few finishes have still not been determined, though it is not known which matchups are in question. That's dumb. That's not really a report, is it? I love some of these reports and how they literally just, there's nothing there. Absolutely nothing there. Right. Let's see how many people are angry about the idea of Naomi turning on Sasha. Ooh, so far not much. Wolf Gamer, I am retweeting your quote tweet of my announcement tweet. That, by the way, for anyone currently watching, is one of the easiest ways to support this channel. Just a quote tweet, which I will retweet, of my announcement of the Go Live, announcement that this show is live. Let me just grab that link and post it once more. Both on Twitch, pardon me, and on YouTube as well. So as I say, one of the easiest ways to support the channel is to quote tweet that announcement of the show going live. I will then retweet it periodically over the course of the night. Thank you, everyone. Kuro says it was originally planned for the Raw before the Royal Rumble. Got rescheduled because of the venue instating new medical protocols. Even now they are renegotiating the ambulance contract for the arena with the city. And due to the area's combat sports laws, WWE can't hire private ambulances. Sounds like an absolute mess. And it sounds like the WWE might just walk away from that one, to be honest, Kuro. Be disappointing for you, but wouldn't be disappointing for the WWE. Brandon says KO was on fire when he first came up to the main roster against Cena. He was indeed. People don't even remember that he lost 2 subsequent matches against John Cena to lose the actual feud. They just remember that he came in and beat Cena on his first night. It matters. Beating John Cena is a big deal. King Xander says, simple question, why does SmackDown suck right now? Number of things. Firstly, comparison to how it used to be. After the draft, they lost Edge, they lost Seth Rollins, they lost Becky Lynch, they lost Bianca Belair, they lost a lot of the linchpins of the division, but they did still have Roman Reigns. Now, they have not been able to put great things together because they don't really have top-level stars beyond the Bloodline, Sasha Banks, Charlotte Flair at this point. That's why they need the draft to sort of balance themselves out, but it's also, there is some benefit to them in being the smaller one, as it were, because it becomes the land of opportunity again. It means people like Madcap Moss have an opportunity to stand out. It means Rick Boogs has an opportunity to stand out. If we had Rick Boogs back, and Nakamura and Boogs were the tag team champions right now, I think the show would be a little bit better. I think a couple of names from the other side to balance it out would do a great job as well. Add Kevin Owens to this current SmackDown roster. Just add Kevin Owens, feuding with Ricochet. Suddenly we're in a very good position. But it's difficult to say who's going to be the draw segments because there's not that many big names. That's why RK Bro's been a lot more involved recently. Because they have to be. They have to be. Patrick says, as long as Alexa Bliss isn't Lily Lexi anymore, as a new character returns as the goddess, I'll be happy. She's not returning as a goddess, but she is not going to be the Lily Lexi anymore. The Lily Lexi is dead and gone. The character that she will portray when she returns will be a merge of her previous characters and an evolution towards something new. It'll be a little bit like the Undertaker that appeared after American Badass, where he still had elements of American Badass, but he was also the classic dead man. Lance says, I'm not the biggest fan of the idea, just because I feel like tag teams need to stop breaking up in general. That is a fair comment, and I think it's worth mentioning that it would be the breakup of another tag team. But I think they need some more heels. They really do. Unless the plan is for Lacey Evans to actually be a heel at the end of all this, which seems so ridiculous, but we are where we are. Ghost says this may be a very interesting summer in WWE. One thing that I'm not seeing that much about is that Raw will be at MSG during SummerSlam week, which I hope would mean some big things happening. Hopefully, hopefully, I don't know, when it comes to SummerSlam, it's going to be a really busy time for them, especially with everything that's going to happen afterwards. They've got their work cut out for them, but MSG does carry a lot with it, so hopefully they can make something happen. Justin says you would think the Land of Opportunity would be the 3-hour show. True, but if they do too much Land of Opportunity in the 3-hour show, what they'll actually end up doing is making people turn off. SmackDown does, after all, have a higher viewership than Raw. Kuro says, do we have an estimated date for the draft? Yes, we do. Mid-September. Mid-September. So it would be basically after the Saudi show and the UK show. Saudi show, to my knowledge, is planned for August, September time as well. It would be after those shows because they don't want to do the draft while travelling. And it's, of course, so important for them that they have the draft before Survivor Series. So that is the plan at the moment. Jermaine says the problem with Naomi beating Sasha and taking Sasha out is when Sasha comes back, she's going to feud with her and beat her. Plus, Ronda versus Naomi is not anything people want to see for SummerSlam. Who else is there for Ronda for SummerSlam? If they don't break up the tag team, it won't be Sasha. So that leaves Shayna? Shotzi? They kind of need it. Simon's suggesting Sasha versus Charlotte. I don't see it. If the tag team's still together, they'll be chasing the tag team championships. Sasha wants to do that. Sasha would rather chase the tag team championships and be involved there than be involved in actual championship feuds for the SmackDown Women's Championship. That's a fact. There's an exclusive report for you. Justin says, any surprises possible tonight? Alexa, Bayley, Brock. Possibilities, yes. Brock, very unlikely. I don't see Brock. Alexa or Bayley in some sort of backstage segment. That I can see happening. Or the return of Bayley to attack Charlotte Flair. But then, how does that work with Ronda? It's an interesting one. Justin would rather see Ronda versus Baszler. I wouldn't mind that as an idea, to be fair. I do think Baszler is going to get a decent push out of the returning Ronda Rousey. Patrick says, why is Zelina Vega and Carmella still teaming up after Zelina turned on Carmella? Yeah, basically they just cancelled that. They just cancelled it and walked away because they needed them for a bit. It's not good, is it? It's not good. Madcap Moss is cutting a promo on the pre-show, saying it's not time for jokes. I expect he's still going to end up. With a few jokes. He's engaging well with the crowd. He's talking a bit too quickly, though. Now, people on the pre-show are not usually told what questions they're going to get, so you tend to get quite genuine responses. It's a little peek behind the curtain that you tend not to get elsewhere. So let's see how Madcap Moss goes. It's a good question from Kayla. Do you miss your friend? We had great times on the road. You spend a lot of money on me. That's an interesting statement. Kuro says, I wonder if that show in my city, if it gets worked out, would be the draft then, because it was planned for September 26th. Certainly a possibility. Certainly possible. What I was told was September, October time, maybe a little bit early to be closer to SummerSlam, but SummerSlam, as we know, is very early this year. Simon says, Sasha versus Charlotte on a grudge match at SummerSlam, no titles on the line. That is what I think is most likely, yes. That's what I think is most likely. Brandon says, Pat McAfee on SmackDown during the Charlotte and Ronda brawl, is that Jamie Noble? Yeah, and it was. It very much was. I'm enjoying Madcap Moss working with the crowd here. He's doing very well. Lance says, Moss has a great look, but they need to get him the holy hell away from this gimmick. I mean, the crowd are getting behind him. He's got people chanting his name. I don't really like the gimmick, but you can't really deny it's working. Justin says Rollins versus Rhodes or Edge versus Styles will kick off, I'm assuming. The reports seem to suggest that Rollins versus Rhodes will be the one to kick off. Not surprising to me. Sean says, I know everyone wanted Liv with Bray when he was a Fiend, but would have the character Alexa had fit Liv? No, in no way, shape or form. There were so many people saying that Liv Morgan should be Sister Abigail. I've never known a worse fit in my life when it comes to characterization. Liv Morgan is not dark. She's not. She's absolutely not. It doesn't work for me. Alexa Bliss was perfect for the role that she ended up in. Madcap Moss is putting over Baron Corbin, which will impress Vince. Vince always finds it very important that when you're feuding with someone, you put them over as well, even if they're the heel. Patrick says this Butch storyline is kind of silly. Sheamus and Ridge Holland would be a good team to challenge for the SmackDown Tag Team Championships. Still could be. Definitely still could be. The New Day seem destined for a beating in this feud, but still have every opportunity to become champions and transition them over. Go says Ronda Rousey versus Santina Maria. SummerSlam, book it now. Or don't. Mostly don't. Bailey says, I've never been to MSG for a wrestling show, but for other sports, it's a must-see. The amount of activity around the arena is crazy. Would be like the UK equivalent of an arena on top of Waterloo Station at rush hour. I've been to Waterloo Station. It's quite nice. Justin says, I would have gave Bray's sidekick character to someone new and not an already established character and star like Alexa. Who would you go for then? Who would you go for? There was a couple of people who were interested in NXT, for example. Rhea Ripley was a potential. But who would you have gone for, Justin? Simon says, as regards AEW, is Hangman being a tweener on the Punk feud because he was teasing going heel in this feud the past week? He essentially is trying to play along with Punk and be a little bit unsure. It does lead into the possibility of course, Hangman Page is an alcoholic, CM Punk is straight edge. He fell off the wagon, and so Hangman Page falling off the wagon and the like. So there's possibilities there, and I like that as a concept. Patrick says Liv is a lovable babyface. Absolutely she is. I don't think Sister Abigail would work for her. Aaron Reed says hello. Hello Aaron, welcome to the show. We are watching WWE Wrestlemania Backlash 2022. By all means, you're welcome to ask whatever questions you would like. We are an Ask Me Anything stream. Kura says, I want to see a heel wrestler, male or female, pull out a sound clip during an I Quit match while the ref isn't looking. Play the clip of their opponent saying, I quit to win. Isn't that basically all of the matches, though? That has happened basically all the time in I Quit matches. I like something new. Lance says, where is Butch? Probably still beating up the New Day as we speak. And Patrick says, wasn't a fan of Liv as a heel in the Riot Squad. She never really was a heel in the Riot Squad. She was in the Riot Squad and they attacked people, but she wasn't really playing heel. Aaron says, did you hear Roman cut a retirement promo? I did hear him say that, and it's hilarious because everyone has been talking about it since. Everyone has been talking about it non-stop. His name has been trending on Twitter. His name has been trending on Google Trends. And so has WrestleMania Backlash. It's amazing how easily Roman Reigns gets everyone talking about WWE. Kuro says, where's Butch? More like, who's Butch? Butch is Butch. Or so I keep hearing. Go says, on my list of dream matches, along with 90s, Edge and Christian versus New Day and Matt Hardy, V1 versus Seth freaking Rollins. Interesting the use of Matt Hardy there. Interesting. Aaron says, it's not Butch, it's Pete Dunne. It was Pete Dunne. Then Pete Dunne was deleted. And now he Butch, apparently. I eventually got used to Doudrop, but I still don't like it. I'm not going to get used to Gunter. It's just not going to happen. Justin says I would have brought someone from the PC in that even hasn't been in NXT yet. All had big exposure before coming up. You're mentioning the class of 2002 there. 20 years ago is a long time. I feel like NXT overexposed people. NXT kind of has overexposed people, at least shown their weaknesses because it's a developmental brand. Hard to say. Megan says, I love Paul Heyman putting over the bloodlines. Mothers. That is the classic derail from Paul Heyman. Whatever question is asked, he just starts talking about something else. And it's very effective. Very effective. We are into the last 10 minutes of the WrestleMania Backlash pre-show. They have confirmed that the six-man tag match which is not winner take all, despite having 6 championship belts tied up in it, will be the main event. Simon says, the reason I love Sasha Alexa so much as my faves of all time, and because they're so selfless, will drop into the tag team division, put people over, and make stars. Yeah, but you hate when she loses. Like, you were really angry when she lost to Shayna Baszler, but what she's doing there is making stars. So, Simon says, is Bret Hart going to AEW? Depends what you mean by going to. He may make an appearance, but he's not going to wrestle, and he's not under contract to anyone, to my knowledge, at this point in time. Patrick says, Drew Gulak getting beaten up by Charlotte and Gunter, getting paid doing it, better than sitting and catering. No, I agree with that. And even though a lot of people are not happy with SmackDown at the moment, I like what they're doing with Drew Gulak. I like that he's involved. I like that he's doing things. I like that they're giving him something to focus on. It works. Megan says, that confirms it. Kevin Patrick has literally just said the 6-man is main event. And indeed it is. Just very disappointing. I was really hoping we were going to get a women's main event for once. I think it's going to be a long time before we get another one, I'll tell you that. Conrad from Everything Pro Wrestling says, hello Tom. Hello Conrad, great to see you mate. I hope you're well. Are you planning any WrestleMania Backlash coverage that I can direct people to? Also, great to see you. Let me know who you think is going to win what matches. Jermaine says, plus time you forgot about Raquel Rodriguez? Needs to be built up as a babyface or a heel, no one knows. She's a babyface at the moment, she's a babyface. Ghost says, just imagine a freshly solo Matt Hardy at his most arrogant and honestly underrated against a seasoned Seth Rollins arguably at his most arrogant. Battle of the Egos would be amazing. I 100% believe that they would end up as a tag team in the rated RKO style. Which I also don't hate, just to be clear. Steve says, hello Tom. Wanted to drop in and say that I hope you're well. Hope you have an awesome stream for Backlash. Thank you very much, Steve. Are you staying up to watch, or are you going to be hosting your own stream? What's your plan for coverage going forwards on this one? Also, thank you for following over on Twitch. I do appreciate that. Justin Seth, Royal Rumble in Texas again. Yeah, it's pretty much every time in Texas now. Pretty much every time. They have their favourites. Megan says, Ronda versus Charlotte not being the main event, despite being the only title match on the card, is making me worry that we won't be happy with the result. I think it's one of those matches where there's going to be collections of people who aren't happy either way. Disappointing, but we are where we are. They are showing, with 7 minutes left of the pre-show, the high package for the Bloodline versus Drew McIntyre and RK Bro. Now, Drew McIntyre's name does not really meld naturally with RK Bro. I wish they did have some sort of combined name, but I do see them winning this one. What are people's predictions for the show tonight? What do people expect to be the most impressive and surprising results? What's a prediction you have that you don't think anyone else has? Simon says, as a big Tony Storm fan, really glad to see TK giving her more TV time on Dynamite / Rampage this week. Your predictions for the women's Owen Hart tournament, now the brackets are out. Haven't really seen them to focus. I'm giving it a bit of time before I really jump into it. I think Tony Storm is someone with a lot of potential to go quite far. I really do. She's one they can capitalise on right now, and she's certainly capitalising on herself right now, really betting on herself, and it's working for her. She's got a wave of momentum that AEW should focus on. Patrick says, they always go to the same places. Give Australia, Royal Rumble or WrestleMania. The MCG will sell out. They will not do a WrestleMania outside of the United States. There is a reason for that. The WWE believe that WrestleMania helps the economy of the United States. It actually kind of does, so I'm not saying otherwise. Ghost says apparently Ronda versus Charlotte is right after AJ Edge. That makes me worry for them. I feel that the I Quit match will go a little more hardcore, so it should be beneficial in that regard. Conrad says, not currently, still sick from... Fair enough. May do a small podcast tomorrow if I'm feeling better. Let me know, man. I hope you're good. And, if anyone is looking for more wrestling content creators to add to their collection, I highly recommend Everything Pro Wrestling and SCW The Wrestling Channel, who are currently in the chat. Give them a click and click that subscribe. Steve says, our Clay Bro would be a fun... Oh. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Ah, Steve. Justin says, your opinion here. Simply yes or no. Do you believe Bayley or Alexa will be back on TV by Hell in a Cell? Yes. I say that with confidence and I believe it. Megan says, for the Owen Hart, I think Tony is winning the women's side. As for the men, I'm going to say whoever the Joker is will probably be the winner. Interesting. Interesting. I like that. As Steve says, no coverage this evening. Same enough for the events gets harder with age. You do the Brits proud. I may be drinking an energy drink and hoping to get a nap during work tomorrow and to split my shift, but we'll see how it actually pays off. But I try my best. I try my best. Mohammed says 15th like. That is fantastic. Thank you for the heads up there, Mohammed. I really do appreciate that. Our 15th like. Within an hour and 15 of going, we've had 96 views so far. That's fantastic. Wonderful. If you haven't already, please do remember to hit that like button. That little thumbs up can make a massive difference. And subscribe as well. We are currently on 1,097 subscribers. 3 away from that 1,100. Sorry, I do stand corrected. We're currently at 1,098 subscribers. 2 away from that 1,100. So if you haven't done so yet, please do remember to hit like and subscribe if you haven't already. Also, fun fact, we just had a peak of viewership, nearly hit 20 concurrent viewers. It will rise over the course of the show, I'm sure, and dip and rise and dip as it were. But that happened because of a spike in likes, which really goes to show. When I say it's important, these like spikes, I really do mean it. It's a massive help for me. Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you, everyone who has hit like so far. Simon says, Britt Baker is facing the mystery Joker card in the Owen Hart tournament. You think the Joker card is Athena? Personally, I do, yes. I've been wrong before when it comes to AEW. It's not a product I really have my thumb on, as it were. I don't have my finger in that particular pie, but I try my best. Steve says, thank you for the support as always, Tom. You're very welcome, Steve. You're someone who has always supported me, and you will always have my support. Firstly, for that, and secondly, because you create great content. You really do. There are things I definitely want to do to help. Certain targets that I know you have, that I feel you are fully deserving of reaching, and which I think you are fully deserving of any support that people can give to reach. So you definitely have my support going forward. So Justin says Rhea versus Liv or Asuka versus Becky should have been on the card tonight. I agree. I think Rhea versus Liv, even if it was just on the pre-show, would have been fantastic and really added to everything that was going on. That's what I wanted at the very least. That's what I wanted. Sean says, Tom, did you see that Mia Yim signed with Impact? Surprised she didn't go to AEW to be with Keith. She may have chosen not to. The Impact Women's Division tends to be booked a lot stronger than the AEW Women's Division, so she may have made the choice there, and it may be that AEW didn't put an offer out. There are many possibilities, or it may be that she didn't want to work at the same place as her partner all day, every day. I kind of get that. Larry, welcome. Says, hello. I fell asleep during Under Siege last night. That was brilliant, so no, I'm lasting through this. Under Siege is a great film. It's like Die Hard, but on a boat. And with more knives. Just more knives. The knives are important. Mohammed says, I wish they could give a chance for Veer Mahan for the US title at Premium Live Events Judgment Day. Love from India. I thank you very kindly for that one, Mo. I think Veer's got a bright future. I think Veer has got a very bright future, and I think he knows how to promote himself. That's important. That's very, very important. So he's doing very well, and I think he's tapping into sort of the New Japan thing, because he's an attractive man and he's using that to his advantage, but also it means he's got plenty of content, so he's very creative. I do think Veer has a bright future, but we do need to see him in the ring a little more. Simon says, I think the men's mystery Joker card is Johnny Gargano. Predictions is Johnny to win the men's tournament. I definitely think Johnny Gargano is a good shout to be the Joker, as it were. I definitely think that's a strong possibility. I don't necessarily see him winning. Patrick says, sad the Iconic / Inspiration retired from wrestling. I don't recall that they actually retired. I don't believe that they actually retired, per se. They've stepped back to pursue other projects, but they have not retired to my knowledge. Sean says maybe the Joker will be Samuel Shaw. It will not be. Samuel Shaw, to my knowledge, still has a 30-day non-compete, which is currently active and may prevent him from being particularly involved. Go says, for the Owen Hart tournament, I think whoever wins between Tony and Jamie will win on the ladies' side. Whoever wins between Samoa Joe and the Joker will win on the men's side. Samoa Joe is a good shout as well. That would be absolutely fantastic. Sean thinks the Joker's going to be Jay White. I would never complain at more Jay White. Would never complain. Mohammed never wants to see Gunter versus Veer Mahan. I think that'd be great. That'd be one of those big hoss matches you used to get. Like a Braun Strowman Big Show match. Just a war. Simon says Mia Yim has a really big history of TNA Impact in the Dollhouse with Marty Bell, former Knockouts World Champion, great feuds matches with Rosemary, Gail Kim. Indeed, and Impact was the first one to reach out to her, to my knowledge, as well. And Simon is saying Samoa Joe could win the tournament, a strong favourite for sure. Absolutely. Samoa Joe could be established as a top-level competitor straight away, and I feel he should be. The main show of WrestleMania Backlash is going live as we speak. So please do remember, one of the easiest ways that you can support the channel is to quote tweet my tweet announcing the show. If you do that, I will of course retweet as well to spread the love. Spread the love as much as possible. And I will occasionally be sending out more tweets to keep people coming in, as it were. But in the meantime, we have ourselves a God mode. We have ourselves the Bloodline, and it's very clear that all of the focus tonight is on Roman. It's not really a surprise to me. Roman is, after all, Roman Reigns. He is the biggest name in wrestling right now. Mohammed says, any surprise returns at WrestleMania Backlash today? Nothing planned to my knowledge. I think the most likely is an appearance backstage by Alexa Bliss or Bayley. I think they're more likely. Bayley returning to step up to Charlotte Flair. That could be very interesting if Charlotte wins, but I don't think she will. So logically and for storyline reasons, I don't see many surprises happening. And Steve says, I will predict Cesaro as the Joker for the Owen Hart Cup, as he uses a sharpshooter. Imagine him versus Adam Cole in the final. That would be a great match. And also Cesaro did sort of make a return today on Twitter. Larry says, with Mia Yim and Deonna, Impact have two of the world's best women's wrestlers. When they have matches, should be ones to watch. Impact has a lot more than just two of the world's best, I tell you. Impact knows how it's doing. Patrick says, non-wrestling related, but mine. Okay, Patrick. I'm very sorry to hear that, mate. Very sorry to hear it. We'll keep her in our thoughts. Simon says, I think I'll stick with your watch along, see how the show goes for a bit. Really hard to get pumped up and really excited for a pay-per-view without Sasha on it. I respect that. I do. I think she's entitled to a night off every now and then. She's been carrying SmackDown's women's division for a while now, considering Charlotte and Ronda have not exactly hit the heights. But I do respect what you're saying there, and I think we've got something good happening right now. Jermaine says Charlotte cheats again by having Ronda on tape saying I quit and playing a tape recording while she was in a submission hold. So basically the same thing that happens to every I Quit match then. We have to start getting more inventive here. We have to. You know how I would win Do you know how I would win an I Quit match if I was a wrestler? I'd just break limbs. I'd make the ref call it off. I'd just keep hitting them with chairs. As soon as I've got them down, I wouldn't stop. There'd be blood, there'd be broken bones. I would not stop. And eventually, the ref would call it. That's also how I'd win a ladder match, by the way. You're trying to climb a ladder? Alright, I'm going to take out your legs. I'm going to beat the hell out of you. I'm going to get rid of the ladder. I don't want to climb the ladder. I'm not going to try and climb the ladder. I'm just going to keep beating you to death. And the ref will eventually climb the ladder himself, and just give me the championship. That's how I'd do it. Ghost says that intro seems very Marvelish, kind of like Doctor Strange or something of that sort. Well, now's the time. Now's the time to go to the Seth Rollins multiverse, because you know he's got one. You know he's got one. Justin says, Hell in a Cell with no blood is so weak. It is a little disappointing. It doesn't feel like real carnage anymore, I'll tell you that. We are indeed opening with Cody Rhodes versus Seth Rollins. I expect this match to go basically exactly the same as our last one, including too long. But basically exactly the same as our last one. Bailey says Sasha was the featured guest at a Boston Red Sox baseball game today. She took her mother and brother to the game. Cool. Boston does love some Sasha Banks. And Patrick says Cena won so many I Quit matches on, and one of them ended with a play tape that was Miz in 2011. Yep, but it still happens way too much for me. Megan says variants of Seth Rollins would be fun to see, but Cody's gear makes him look like Homelander, especially with the blonde hair. The Homelander feel is very much there. Like, it is fiercely there. So why not lean into it? Mohammed says Ronda is a great athlete. Difficult for her to say I quit. Charlotte has great momentum though. This has got to be Ronda's. Got to be Ronda's. Simon says Sasha threw the first pitch at Fenway Park. Put over the championships again, making them relevant. Yeah, whatever belt she has, she makes it relevant. That's how it works. Steve says, shall wish yourself, Tom, and everyone watching a great evening ahead. Enjoy Backlash and keep up the great work. Thank you, Steve, and you, sir, whenever you get around to watching it. Patrick says, Rock and Mankind had it as well in their I Quit match. Yep, that's probably the most well-known use of it. After all, there were a lot more people watching them. And Justin says, do you have Friday the 13th game? I don't, no. I don't. And now that I have a PC and get a graphics card plugged into it, I can probably look into it. Could have a lot of fun. The build to this match has not been great. Like, Cody versus Seth has been happening. We know it's been happening. We know it's involved a lot of other people. But it's just not been that exciting. I keep waiting for it to take off. I keep waiting for it to, get the rhythm and be unmissable. It's not, though. It's just not. It's a real shame. I get very disappointed by it. Very disappointed. I still also can't quite work out why these guys are feuding. Like, why don't they like each other? I don't get it. Simon says, if you had to choose the next gen's 4 horsewomen, Tom, from Raw, SmackDown, NXT, who would you choose? I would go Cora, Rhea, Bianca, Liv. I would not go with another 4 horsewomen. I wouldn't go with a faction like that. There's a lot of very talented people. Bianca, Rhea, Liv, definitely amongst them. I'd look at Io Shirai, though, personally. And I would have said here Dakota Kai. She's gone now. But I would have said Dakota Kai. Justin says Cody versus Reigns at SummerSlam is what I'm assuming. It's what I'm assuming as well. Seems to be the most logical option. Cody Rhodes competing with Ronda at SummerSlam. All roads lead to Reigns. Patrick says, even if they did it that way in 2011, it failed for The Miz, so I see it failing for Charlotte. Then Ronda puts Flair in the armbar, Charlotte taps and quits. Pretty much. Pretty much. Mohammed says, my first time on your channel. It's great you answer all the comments. Wish you had a mini screen live for WrestleMania Backlash. I don't know the rules of YouTube. I absolutely cannot show footage from the actual pay-per-view. I understand that disappoints a lot of people, but unfortunately that's just not an option that's available for me. Just not an option that's available. But I do appreciate what you're saying, that I do try and answer every comment. Usually when I'm watching a pay-per-view, the commentary in here dies down a little bit during the match because people are focused on the match. And I like that. So I'll still give analysis of the wrestling and so on and so forth. It's great being busy enough that there's so many people chatting, I don't really have to worry about making content. The content is created by you, the viewer. Now, Mohammed, if you like the channel and you haven't done so yet, by all means hit subscribe, and you're welcome back anytime. We do live news shows, we do watch-alongs for SmackDown, and we do pay-per-view watch-alongs. Jermaine says you have to watch Under Siege 2. It's on a train. I have watched Under Siege 2. I have not watched 3 or 4, but I have watched 2. The villain there was interesting. Megan says, Seth's coat, I need it. I believe you also said that this time last month for WrestleMania. Go says, I have a general question for anyone who wants to answer it. What do you think is the best Backlash match of all time? There's been some good ones. There's been the coronation of Becky Lynch. There's been AJ Styles versus Dean Ambrose. But I'm going all the way back to Steve Austin and The Rock. In 1999, I believe it was, for the WWE Championship. It was really good. Just really good. Cody gets a bit of pyro, but doesn't get to rise from an elevator anymore. Brilliant, Mohammed. Thank you kindly. Patrick says, Seth wearing the same gear he had at WrestleMania. He is indeed. Cody looks like he's doing much the same. Oh no, this wrong colour. Whoa. Now I don't know how close that whoa was to the actual music. That may tell you how far ahead or behind I am to you. Simon says, have you watched Cody on the Stone Cold Broken Skull Sessions podcast yet? Not yet. I watched some of it in the build up here, but I was napping before the show started. For what I think is obvious reasons. Megan suggests that the best Backlash match of all time was the one featuring zombies between the Miz and Damian Priest, or was it Morrison and Damian Priest? I think it was the Miz and Damian Priest. Either way, there were zombies. I'm starting to suspect you might like zombies, Megan. You might just be a fan. Justin is loving Cody's music. And why the hell not? I fall for it a bit myself. Like there are moments that are very sing-alongable. Crowd are hot for Cody. Cody's hot for the crowd. Simon says The Rock versus Triple H at Backlash 2000. Stone Cold returns, helps The Rock win the WWF title. My favourite ever pro wrestling match moment, non-Sasha. I like that you have to clarify it's non-Sasha. Simon says any 24/7 title match going to show up? No, there'll be no 24/7 championship match. Like I said, Miz and Priest, thank you for the clarification. I like silly things and zombie wrestling is silly at the finest level. The sports entertainment then, I get it. I totally get it. As a wrestling fan, I do have to clarify that I'm not a wrestling fan. The actual in-ring wrestling is my least favourite part of wrestling. Patrick also loves Cody's theme. Justin says Orton versus Cactus Jack at 2004 is my favourite. But Triple H versus HBK versus that one guy was good as well. Oh yeah, they did that again, didn't they? They did that a second time after the WrestleMania one. With name redacted. Crowd is still hot for it. But we're starting off with standard chain wrestling. You need a little bit of character work to keep the crowd going, I'll tell you that. Jermaine says, this is why I wanted Aaliyah to team with Sasha to win the tag titles. If you're going to add Naomi to the bloodline, just add it to the bloodline and don't break up another tag team. Fair. It's not like we have many of them. Simon says, do you see Sasha beating Charlotte at SummerSlam? Yeah. Charlotte's going to be taking quite a few losses in the coming months, I'll tell you that. We may have to keep count. Nobody really in the ascendancy in the match as of yet. Bit of work in the ropes from Seth, being a bad sport. I kind of want to see the Tetsuya Naito moment there. Oh, sorry, the Kazuchika Okada moment there. I don't know what happened with Cody there. I think the story's all about the drop to your back and do the uppercut thing. But at that point, Cody just fell over and rolled. I don't understand. Ghost says, I'm going to go for Cena versus Orton versus HBK versus Edge for the WWE Championship in 2007. Not as great as Zombies, but still iconic. A Ghost would respect Zombies, to be fair. There are a lot of matches that you forget over the years. A really good one will stand the test of time, but that was one of those that doesn't necessarily stand out. By that I mean, of course, I wasn't really watching at that time. I think I've caught up with it since, but there's a lot of matches that I didn't really know what was going on storyline-wise, so I did skip through a few of them. This match is definitely going to last a while. Seth Rollins building up some heel heat there. Simon says, I will respect Charlotte for taking some losses, putting some people over, making stars. I will always respect Charlotte as a great athlete, in-ring wrestler, a good promo. That'd work. Charlotte's been a great promo recently, and she's been an in-ring talent amongst the absolute best for years now. Since she arrived, basically, she's been absolutely unstoppable. Justin says, bold prediction. Kinda. Rhodes will be on the 2K23 cover. That would be cashing in a big way. I'm a little disappointed in the Rey Mysterio appearance on the cover. The fact that he was featured at WrestleMania to try and push the game. It hasn't really been a big deal since. Had him working with Logan Paul, then sort of forgot he existed. If Rhodes becomes champion early, and I do suspect he'll become at least one of the top champions within the first year, I can definitely see a 2K cover for him in the near future. They know his money, so they're banking on him now. Mohammed says, have you watched that scene in Royal Rumble when Randy Orton going to smack the RKO but didn't? I don't recall what you're referring to there, Mohammed, but as I say, I did take a break, so I'm not sure. Simon says, do you see Zelina and Mel getting a tag team title rematch down the line? Possibly, but I think they're more likely to just properly break up. Their storyline has not really been focused on a lot recently. They're just sort of being forgotten about. It's bad. It's bad. There is a Cody chant ringing round the arena. And I am currently sitting on 18 likes. 2 more to hit 20. So if you haven't already, please do remember to hit that thumbs up. I'm also just 2 subscribers away from 1,100. My target today is for free. We've had 1 more. Thank you for that, Mohammed. If we can get 2 more, I'll consider today a job well done. So far, the match hasn't really picked up in pace, but Cody doesn't really like to work at a high pace. Cody likes a bit of patience. He also likes to wrestle in phases in the Bret Hart style, which, by the way, is why we've just seen the falling uppercut. That's a mark that the first phase of the match is done. The first phase of the match was all about warming up the crowd. Crowd's warmed up now. Wow. Megan says, stat for this match. If Seth wins, it will be his first televised win in nearly 3 months. Wow, Megan. That's a start. That is a start and a half. It shows how good Seth is that he hasn't lost any heat from this. He's still there delivering. He still feels like a big deal. Jermaine says, Sami Zayn's way of winning a ladder match with the handcuffs was the best way to win a ladder match. And that was a triple threat ladder match when he did that for the IC title. I do recall, and it was good. Sometimes you got to be inventive, and a ladder match gives you an opportunity to be a lot more inventive than many people are. A lot of people now, because there's been so many ladder matches beforehand, just do the same thing. Just do the same thing. It's like, pick up a ladder, throw a ladder. Oh, we're going to be inventive. We're going to put it on and just go like that. We've seen that dozens of times. Oh, okay. I'm going to jump off a really big ladder. We've seen that every time we see Jeff Hardy. You have an opportunity to be more inventive now. Handcuffs. There's an opportunity. You can make things happen. Try it. Simon says, my favourite Charlotte match ever is versus Rhea Ripley at Mania 36 when she won the NXT Women's title for the 2nd time. Incredible 5-star match. Wouldn't necessarily say 5-star myself, but I did very much enjoy it. Megan says, as regards Seth, the last person he beat on screen was Randy Orton back in mid-February. Even accounting for house shows, hasn't had a win in about a month. I don't think that's going to change tonight. My prediction for this match is a win for Cody Rhodes in a match that basically plays out exactly the same as WrestleMania. What do you guys think? Who do you think is going to win this match? Seth Rollins or Cody? In fact, on the YouTube side at least, I'm going to make a poll. Who will win this match? Cody Rhodes, Seth Rollins. That's all I'm going to do. And that poll is going to be live on YouTube. And we'll end when the match ends. Simon says, mad respect to Seth for putting Kevin Owens, Cesaro, Cody for the last 3 Manias. He's getting a Sasha's Mania losing streak as of late. I mean, the thing is, when you're this big, it doesn't really matter. The only difference between Seth and Sasha at the moment is that Seth's fans don't really complain all that much. They just accept that he's doing good stuff. Mohammed says, as a fan, want to see mixed up title event, waiting for that. Assume Edge and Rhea Ripley, AJ and Liv. A mixed tag title match. Okay, gotcha. That could be fun. That could be a lot of fun. I do think they're building an anti-Edge faction, which could be a lot of fun. Megan says his last win was a Raw dark match against Austin Theory on April 4th. Definitely won't be televising that. Mohammed thinks that Cody Rhodes will be picking up the win as well. Justin says Charlotte versus Becky Evolution was my favourite Charlotte match. The last woman standing. Yep. That's my favourite as well. Also, I think my favourite Becky Lynch match. Just a really good match. Megan says, I think Cody's winning. Build momentum for him for winning Money in the Bank. But I wouldn't be mad if Seth won to put the rubber match Hell in a Cell. I do think this is still going to Hell in a Cell. And that would make sense because, you know, it's supposed to be really intense. But still, Patrick says, wish WWE would move Dana Brooke away from the 24/7 championship. Very talented, deserves a real chance to showcase her talent. There's no one for her to really face at the moment is the issue. She's quite low down on the card. I mean, they've at least got her on TV every week. They're trying something. Simon says, interesting stat. Asuka is 4-0 at WrestleMania. Big E is 5-0 at WrestleMania. Didn't Big E beat Apollo Crews for the Intercontinental Championship at WrestleMania? Or was that the other way around? Was that the debut of Commander Aziz? I'm not sure anymore. Justin says Becky versus Sasha Hell in a Cell is my favourite Becky match. Also a good shout. Sasha really added a lot to that, and that's inventiveness. The kendo sticks and the actual chair bit, that was great. Mohammed says, like how Becky broke up with Sasha, maybe it's same for Mella and Zelina. Carmella and Zelina will work this out eventually. I think WWE just basically changed their mind and chickened out a little bit. We are in the third phase of the match so far. I'm expecting another 10 minutes or so. We've got to the point of, oh, we're really tired, and this is the point at which Cody will start his comeback, as it were. As I say, Cody doesn't like to wrestle with someone in the ascendancy. He likes quite even playing field. It works for him. Seth as a heel doesn't like being an underdog anyway, so it kind of works out. Chelsea, how you doing, mate? Hi, Tom. Hope you're well. I am well, thank you, Chelsea. I got officially my 3rd promotion, which is good. And also, you know, things are going very good on YouTube. I'm just 2 subscribers away from 1100, which is always a good place to be. Great to see you, mate. Hope you're good. I hope we won't be enemies come the FA Cup final, even though we kind of will be. Simon says, interesting point from Menu 38 is a point they made about Baron Corbin being undefeated before the Drew match. Corbin lost his match against Mox for the IC title at WrestleMania 33. He did, but that was on the pre-show. Also, as regards undefeated, I don't think it was about being undefeated at WrestleMania. I think it's just that he hadn't had a defeat for a while. Chelsea says, was that a botched top rope suplex? Possibly. Didn't look bad for me. Didn't look like a bad one. Apollo did beat Big E. Cool. Okay. I do sometimes forget those things. Thank you, Chelsea. Like, you've been with me a long time on these shows. You know that I went through some dark times as regards my job and the like. Ended up getting a really, really annoying and frustrating match. That's the match. Really annoying and frustrating job in a call centre. Since then, I've had 3 promotions since starting in July. So in 8 months, I've been promoted 3 times. And I'm on more money now as part of my salary than I've ever been on before. It's not a bad life. Not a bad life. War it is, Chelsea. War it is. Jermaine says, for the love of God, WWE, please do not do 50-50 booking. Like Cody Rhodes win this match clean. I expect Cody is winning this match clean. And yeah, Cody's definitely not going to lose to a pedigree even if Seth hits it, just to be clear on that. Chelsea says, new glasses. I do indeed have new glasses. Very happy with it. Very happy with them. They're a bit bigger than the previous ones, like larger. And I think they suit me a bit more. Also, I'm blinder than I used to be. Mohammed says, wish RK Bro and Drew wins over Bloodline. Rumours say Roman's not going to leave, he's just taking a break for Hollywood. I don't even think he's taking a break. Roman was teasing the fans. He's not going anywhere. And as regards the Bloodline winning, I do think the good guys are going to win this one. RK Bro and Drew McIntyre winning. I think it'll be Randy Orton pinning Jimmy Uso. Hey Joey, how you doing, man? Great to see you. We are heading into the 4th phase of the match, and this is the match for the finish. Patrick says watching pay-per-views through streams sucks. It is crashing and buffering. I do still pay for the WWE Network, and it's one of the best investments I've ever made. It's a shame they don't have Raw and SmackDown. Cody Rhodes goes for a pedigree. That would just be rude. Would just be rude. Jermaine says it was The Miz and Damian Priest because Morrison got eaten by zombies. He did! He did! And then the next week he came back and was like, yeah, so what? Much like AJ Styles when he got buried alive by The Undertaker. He came back a month after and was like, so what? Or when Rey Mysterio and Aleister Black were murdered by Baron Corbin. Then they came back the next night and were like, yeah, so what? Bailey says, is a video feed presented by WWE in real time? Needs to be some delay for them to set up the instant replays of the biggest spots, correct? Yes, there is a very brief delay. I believe we're talking about 30 to 40 seconds. It's also so that they can mute any swearing and the like if they need to. More often than not, they choose not to. Jill says, I'm very happy to hear. It sounds like everything works out. It did. It really did work out, at least so far, Chelsea, and I'm really very happy. Now, admittedly, the monetization of YouTube has given me a few issues, but once I set up the company formally, Team Colohue will go live, and I'll be able to start paying some people to do certain jobs and the like, building a little empire, and having some profit. I'm excited. 2 or 3 years from now, I might be sat here talking about going full time. We're certainly not far from partner on Twitch, I tell you that. Lovely frog splash onto Cody Rhodes from Seth Rollins. And another kick out. Joey says it's disappointing that the US and Intercontinental Championships aren't being defended on Backlash. I agree. I completely agree. Especially given that they weren't defended at WrestleMania either. Those titles are not being treated like a big deal at all recently. Sean says, I love the pedigree for Seth. Fits him so well. It does. Especially this incarnation where he is a good old-fashioned chicken shit heel. Though he's less chicken shit than he used to be, I'll tell you that. Simon is asking for my favourite Sasha Banks match. It is the Hell in a Cell match, Sasha Banks and Becky Lynch. No question whatsoever. No question whatsoever. Megan says 2020-21 was the time when wrestlers no soul deaf. Yeah, because like, so what? Ray, Alistair, AJ, Miz, John Morrison should have likely been unalive, but nope, totally fine. I would say Braun as well. He got drowned in a swamp. Do you remember when Braun got drowned in a swamp? That super kick didn't quite go perfect. That was a bit of a Goldberg super kick. We are building towards the finish, but as I say, Cody does like his matches to be quite even. This is perfectly a perfect example of that. Seth struggling to get to the top rope quickly, but got there. He was never going to land that because it would have been his second Falcon Arrow, and that's just not something that he does. Cody's hooked the near leg. You don't hook the near leg. You hook the far leg. How many times have I said that? When you hook the near leg, it means they're getting on the ropes. That simple. Never hook the near leg. Mohammed says, Randy Orton has given great time for WWE, which his career end winning the WWE Championship after leaving. The title goes for an in the bank contract, like a Becky Lynch gave for Asuka, something like that. Randy Orton will be heavily celebrated on his way out the door. That day is a long way from now. Megan says, I've purged the swamp fight from my memory. Let me sort that out for you. We're going to the outside with the match. If this comes down to a double counter, I'm not going to be happy. Jermaine says, hey Tom, who has the highest frog splash? Is it Montez Ford, Seth Rollins, or Rey Mysterio? At the moment, it's Montez Ford. It used to be Rey Mysterio, but it's definitely Montez Ford now. They are still on the outside. The count-out is still happening. The number's getting high now. Well, he's not in the ring, but they've stopped the count. Simon says, who do you see beating Bianca for the Raw Women's Championship? I want Liv to win her first singles championship. I'm not sure. Ooh. Didn't land the moonsault. Takes the pedigree. Now I believe I did clarify earlier on, Cody Rhodes will not go down to the pedigree. The only reason he's doing the pedigree, Seth, is because of the whole Triple H and Cody Rhodes issue. To be blunt, if Triple H was fit to wrestle at the moment, he would be wrestling Cody Rhodes. As regards Bianca, when she loses the Raw Women's Championship, I'm not sure who she would lose it to. I'd like her to lose it to Sasha. I just think there's a nice dichotomy there. But it would be a while before that happens. Rhea, of course, is also a possibility. Chelsea says, what happened in the swamp fight? Braun Strowman got drowned. He got drowned in the swamp. And then he came back again, like a week later. Do you remember when Braun was feuding with The Miz and John Morrison for the Universal Championship? Nobody else does either. Tamaran Alexander, welcome to the show, mate. Says Io Shirai to the main roster. Only one left from the black and gold NXT. I think she is, yeah. Ciampa's gone now. Roderick Strong, I feel, is the only other one. But Io Shirai should have been called up already. Should definitely have been called up already. And it's disappointing to me that she hasn't, because she could have great matches with a lot of people right now. Io versus Becky is perfect right now. I think they should be doing that. Joey says, I wish they were doing the unification match. I'm not really for unification, but you can't tease us like that. We're getting like tag team blue balled right now, and it's just not fun for anyone. Cody Rhodes. Seth Rollins just no-sold. Just no-sold Cody's finisher. Cody's looking for something new. He's looking for something new. A lot of counterattacks in this one. That is an inconclusive victory. An inconclusive victory and a half. Seth is definitely getting his rematch. Definitely getting his rematch at Hell in a Cell. Our poll had 75% vote for Cody Rhodes by the time the match ended. Though I did see someone trying to sneak in an extra vote for Cody after the match had already finished. Oh, trouble you. Trouble. That is just not, it's not conclusive enough for me. Is it good enough for the actual cell? I don't know. An inconclusive... That's not how you spell inconclusive. Victory for Cody Rhodes. Expect to see Cody versus Seth again. Likely inside Hell in a Cell. After a half-hour match, I'm just a little disappointed in the way they finished that. Just a little disappointed. Patrick says Bianca Belair needs to be a heel. Not yet. I'd wait for the moment and just pick the right time for it. And Patrick says I want Rhea to dethrone Bianca Belair. Well then, she's going to need to be a face a little while longer. Mohammed says no one can replace Riddle. No one can replace Big E. Happy that they entertain us, even R-Truth. I'm not sure anyone's needing replaced at the moment. Simon says your favourite RVD match in ECW, TNA, WWE. Mine is his match versus John Cena at One Night Stand. Same. Absolutely the same. There was just so much going on there and people were really passionate about it. Patrick says I'm glad they're not doing the unification match. It wasn't needed. I like having separate brands, like strong, separate, individual brands. It means something. It means that both sides have something to fight for, and I think it's a damning indictment. A damning indictment of a damning indictment of the tag team division if they're not able to have enough tag teams to give you a reason to fight for both. And they've made mistakes along the way. They've made a lot of tag teams not mean anything, but they've got tag teams. They've got good tag teams. It's disrespectful when you get rid of a championship belt just because you're expecting no one's going to need it, no one's going to use it. When you've got teams like Alpha Academy, Street Profits, Viking Raiders, Los Lotharios, you've got teams. You just got to start using them. Megan says, Hell in a Cell, here we come. Chelsea says, why wasn't it conclusive? Thought it was a clean pin. Is that illegal? Yeah, as Megan says, Cody did have Seth's tights. Also, a roll-up is never conclusive. There's always an element of luck in it. Now, admittedly, it's still a win, but there's always an element of luck. And you can be confident that on Raw tomorrow, Seth is going to be demanding a rematch because of the tights. All because of those tights. Patrick says, I don't like when WWE turns someone heel, then they don't capitalise on it, like when Naomi turned heel on Nikki Bella and should have won the Divas Championship. Yep. Xia Li. Xia Li turned heel and has vanished entirely. She has vanished entirely. Then again, she wasn't exactly particularly active beforehand. We're not seeing anything of her, and it's a real shame. But that's a perfect example of just someone who turned heel and everyone just sort of forgot they existed. It's a shame. For anyone just tuning in, please be aware that we are currently watching WWE Wrestlemania Backlash 2022 start to finish. You'll get live analysis, exclusive news and reactions right here. We also have a twice weekly news show called Spoiler Warning on Mondays and Fridays, as well as live watch parties for Friday Night SmackDown every single week. So if you are just tuning in, please remember to hit that like button. That little thumbs up can make a massive difference to the growth of the channel, even if you don't stay. That helps us in a massive way. And subscribe if you haven't already. We're also an Ask Me Anything stream. So if you have any questions, jump in, say hi, ask away. I will answer every comment. Every single comment that you put, I will answer. Chelsea says, when will Cody get in the title race? My expectation is that we're going to see Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns possibly as early as SummerSlam. I think SummerSlam is the perfect time for it to happen. Also, if you remember when Roman Reigns was making his promo recently, that a lot of people thought, oh, he's leaving. What he directly quoted was spoiler warning. Roman Reigns directly quoted spoiler warning in stating that he was going to lose the WWE Championship to Cody Rhodes at SummerSlam. He was going to lose the Universal Championship to Drew McIntyre at the UK pay-per-view. He was directly quoting spoiler warning, where I said that's what I expected to happen. That's kind of still what I expect to happen. And Roman Reigns saying that really does help for me as well. Justin says, are the Bellas ever going to challenge for the women's tag belts, or are they retired? They are not formally retired, though the WWE considers them retired. They are definitely interested in a tag title feud featuring the Bellas. There was scope for that at WrestleMania. Now, I was the first and only one to report ahead of time that Sasha Banks was returning to the tag team division and would be involved in winning the tag team championships at WrestleMania. At the time, I also stated that the WWE were waiting for the green light from the Bellas. That green light did not come. The green light may come in the near future. Next up is Omos versus Bobby Lashley. Omos, of course, has MVP in his corner now. Kobe Key says, did Ronda win? The match has not happened yet, Kobe, but stick around and I'll let you know. Joey says, in my opinion, both divisions are weak on Raw and SmackDown. Would it have been better if they had one tag division like AEW? AEW doesn't split the brands at all. And I do feel that a lot of tag teams in AEW don't get a lot of airtime because of that. Bailey says, Shotzi turned heel and disappeared as well. Yeah, pretty much. It's a shame. I don't think they're doing very well with a lot of people. There's like a lot of people they're just not doing very well. Patrick says Omos versus Lashley is the piss break match. Well, we're not expecting it to last very long, I tell you that. I will eventually take a piss break myself, but now is not the time. MVP with Omos has a lot of potential, I feel. A lot of potential. Sean says Omos gets the win, you think? I do. My expectation is that Omos will be picking up the win here. I definitely see that happening. Joey says this match shouldn't even be on the show. They need to build new stars, and they clearly see something in Omos. I don't mind this match being on the show, especially if they have room for more matches. They could very easily have put different matches on. They just chose not to. They've just chosen not to, so there's room for more matches. They've chosen not to have any extra, so they might as well have something on there. Patrick says, I do like Omos' theme. Fair enough, I can't really hear it at the moment. Justin says, the Omos experience has failed in my opinion. The Omos experience, like the Viking experience, that failed. Jason says, hey, it's J-Dub. I do remember Jason. Great to see you, mate. That was a hell of an opening match. It was a lot of fun. I quite enjoyed it. Dibby a success says, can you show us the screen? I'm not enjoying the match like this. Unfortunately not. If that happened, the video would immediately be taken down by YouTube, as that is copyrighted WWE content. I cannot show the match. If you're hoping for me to change screens and show the entire pay-per-view, that will not be happening. But if you're interested in checking out more as we go forwards, in exclusive wrestling news, by all means hit subscribe and hit like on the video, because what we are going to be doing is sharing a lot of exclusive news in the spoiler warning shows. My name's Tom Colohue, for those who don't know. I was the first person to report and only person to report when Becky Lynch was going to return. First person to report that Cody Rhodes would be facing Seth Rollins at WrestleMania, and the first person to report the return of, for example, Shane McMahon at the Royal Rumble. So subscribe if you haven't, like if you haven't, and stick around. Simon says, do you see Sasha versus Ronda happening? Yes. Ronda Rousey is a very big fan of Sasha Banks. She will want a rematch from what happened at the Royal Rumble 2019, which I still believe is the best pay-per-view of all WWE history. Chelsea says, Omos for WWE Unified Heavyweight title? Do not tempt me. Do not tempt me. I mean, if you want to build a new star, Omos beating Roman, that'd work. The match is active. Bobby Lashley wearing red and black. Omos just wearing black. So you know who the bad guy is. Lashley as a face, for me, has been a long time coming. I'm glad it's finally happening. I'm glad the WWE sort of got out of their own way with that one. And I'm excited to see where they go with it. Ghost says, I know he's supposed to be intimidating, but almost looks like a really nice guy for some reason. He's got a soft face. Like, he's got a nice face and a nice smile. And that doesn't really work when you're supposed to be a massive, intimidating figure. Like, if you're a regular for Nick and Tom's Intercontinental Adventure on the PW Touch VIP network, we spoke this week about Rusev quite a lot. And the Rusev's big push didn't work out because he just has such a nice face. He's a nice guy. Joey says, I agree, Shotzi and Aaliyah should be utilised more. They are both very talented. I agree, Joey. I absolutely agree. And I think they're doing good stuff at the moment. With Aaliyah, she's being featured at least. But she is being beat up a lot. Which it really depends on how you view things. But she's getting beat up a lot. Justin says, Dark Horse for men's and women's Money in the Bank. My picks are Owens and Bayley. But Dark Horses are Omos and Liv. Omos is an interesting one. I think Bobby Lashley is going to be Mr. Money in the Bank this year. I'm going Bobby and Shayna. Just because I think Bobby versus Roman's going to be fantastic. And is long overdue. I can definitely see that happening. Dog says Cody versus Seth match was amazing. Great to hear everyone's enjoying it so much. WWE actually put on something which I quite enjoyed as well. I'm happy with the pay-per-view so far. But it really depends on matches like this and Madcap Moss versus Baron Corbin, how well it's remembered. Chelsea says, why is Omos doing interviews as a face if they're trying to make him a heel? I think they're trying to give him something to get his teeth into, and he's picking where they go with it. Sometimes it's not going great. Jason says, I'd be okay with a return of Hurt Business with Lashley, Benjamin and Alexander minus MVP. Lashley can speak for himself now better than he used to be able to. Lashley definitely can. And I'm hyped by the possibility of that. I think Lashley could be a leader. But at the moment, he's selling hard for Omos, who's just putting him down again and again and again. I suspect this match is going to go pretty standard. Omos looks unbeatable. Lashley rallies, has a comeback. MVP distracts him. Lashley loses. That's what I expect. Omos just did the Undertaker thing. Snake Eyes into a running big boot. Is he working with the Undertaker at the moment? Simon says, great and really nice to hear Ronda loves Sasha. Makes me like her a little more now. Because as a huge UFC MMA fan, I was a very big Ronda Rousey guy back in the day. Ronda Rousey is the one who decided to face Sasha Banks at the Royal Rumble way back when. Which, by the way, if you're looking for me to establish more of my credentials here, I reported that Ronda Rousey would face Sasha Banks at the Royal Rumble the June beforehand. The June beforehand. I always like stuff like that. Joey says, I think we'll see Bron Breakker and Carmelo Hayes on the main roster by this summer. Bron Breakker was supposed to be up already. They cancelled his call-up, largely because Triple H said, we need the guy. Simon says his Money in the Bank picks are Sasha, Liv, Rhea, Owens, Zayn and Gable. He thinks 6 different people are going to win Money in the Bank this year. Patrick says, Lashley as a babyface never works for me. I think he needs some time to settle, as it were. Time to show himself off. Time to establish and re-establish as needs must. That's what I think is going to happen. That's what I think needs to happen. But I think he can be a very good babyface if the WWE commit properly. Chelsea says, why did WWE release that guy everyone was so hype about? Forgot his name. Haaland. Parker Boudreaux. I don't know. They apparently just didn't see anything in the guy. They would know. They've seen more of him than we have, but still. Still. Chelsea also says, the Omos Taker. The Under Omos? Ooh. The Under Omos is a horrible concept. Megan says, Cody Seth was just over 20 minutes, by the way. So we have the time to beat. Okay, fair enough. I mean, everything's supposed to be shorter than that. Everything apart from the bloodline, so we'll see how long the I Quit match goes. Tracy Simmons, welcome to the show, says, spoiler for today, Brock Lesnar is backstage. What's your source, Tracy? What's your source on that? Patrick says, love how fans believe wrestlers politic backstage to get what they want. Some wrestlers do, but ultimately in WWE, that's not what happens. You can do politics. You could in WCW, certainly. Hulk Hogan did. But there is a reason. Like, there is a reason that people don't politic as well in WWE. That reason is Vince McMahon. Lashley taking down Omos at the knee. Clever. Very clever. Lashley is rallying now. There's been one distraction from MVP, but he survived it quite nicely. Quite nicely. Looking for the Hurlock on Omos. I don't see this landing. MVP's getting in position here near the hard cam. Is Omos about to be the first person to break the Hurt Lock? He's going. He's broken the hurt lock. Hurt lock has been reapplied. But he's on the ropes. He's on the ropes. Bobby has to let go. Omos lives to see another day. Scott McCall says Omos is winning. I agree, Scott. I completely agree. I think Omos is picking up the win here. I don't think it'll be clean, but I think it'll be a win. Certainly if they're going to build Omos, you can't have him lose 2 in a row. So I completely agree, Scott. Simon says, Sasha, Owen, my favourite picks. Gable, Liv, Rhea, Zayn, Dark Horse picks. Okay, I see what you're going for. Megan says, every match on the main card last year except Miz and Priest was over 10 minutes. I don't see that happening this year. I definitely think they'll all be over 10 minutes. I definitely think that every match will at least be over 10. Justin says, I think Zayn would be an extremely entertaining Money in the Bank winner. I completely agree. I do think he's someone who will never actually get it. Like, I think Rusev would have been a great Money in the Bank winner. But I don't think... There are certain people in the WWE that are almost too reliable, and WWE just doesn't really think about letting them shine. It's a shame, but it is what it is. Bobby Lashley's going for a standing vertical on Omos. Let's see how this goes. Joey says that their plans to push Raquel and have her go after the SmackDown Women's Championship. They haven't planned that far yet. They haven't planned it that far yet. She'll get an entry push, but it's not going to be a great one. It's not going to be straight to the championship for Raquel. Doug says, I think MVP will help Omos. I think it's going to have to, because Lashley's not only in the ascendancy, but the crowd are really behind him. Momentum's on his side. Went for the spear and got a bit kneed. Gets thrown into the ring post. That's how the big guys beat themselves. Justin says, I wonder if the hurt lock is his finisher because he was the first person to break the master lock. I think that's a good tribute. I think that may be, to be fair. MVP took the opportunity to cheat a little bit. And Omos has defeated Bobby Lashley. Bobby Lashley picks up the win over Omos, who they're now announcing as a Nigerian giant. That's new. MVP hands the win. He hands the win to Omos, and the build continues. Thank you very much, Steve, for retweeting my announcement tweet of the show. I will, of course, retweet that. Joey says, where is Rey Mysterio? Has been gone for a while now. He was pushed only briefly because he was the front cover of the game, and he just sort of got pushed back since then. Doug said, in the word of Eddie, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Patrick says, I'm sorry, but I'm not a fan of Raquel Gonzalez. Enhancement talent she faced looked better than Raquel. Bit harsh, but I kind of get it. And Megan says, at least Omos is actually Nigerian. It's an upgrade in that regard. Let's tweet again. Bobby Lashley takes a loss to Omos. As expected, Omos needed it more, but Lashley's face turn will benefit just as much from this one. WWE Wrestlemania Backlash, and once again, the link to the show. I see that on Twitter right now, Bailey is trending. Bailey is trending. Joey says, I also don't like how she keeps smiling every 5 seconds. Well, she is a face now. Faces smile. They have to. They have to. We did get a nice burst of viewership there. For anyone who has not done so, please consider hitting the like button. We got up to 23 likes now, and quite a spike in viewership there. We went as high as 53 viewers. 53 viewers. Briefly peaked at 53 viewers there. Thank you everyone who jumped in, everyone who hit like, and of course, everybody who subscribes. Every subscription is a huge benefit to me. Helps ensure that YouTube are advertising the show. Every like guarantees us more viewership going forwards and settles us at a higher level. And it means that in future, after the show, the show will be advertised further and wider. So thank you everyone who's given the love. Patrick says, I just don't like how they kept Raquel but released Dakota Kai and Persia Pirotta. That is something that raises questions for me. And I think it's worth asking these questions because there are certain questions that need to be asked. Why was Dakota Kai fired when she has so much upside? Like, she was more than ready, and they just let her go. Justin says, Meltzer said Reigns' next title defense will be at Money in the Bank. That's absolutely ridiculous if true. Well, I imagine then they're going to do the unification match at Hell in a Cell. This is, of course, Meltzer's opinion, based on the fact that Money in the Bank is the next big stadium show, and the idea that Roman is simply too big to wrestle anywhere else. Ghost says, the Nigerian Giant is such a generic nickname for him. I personally like the Underground Savage or something. They need to reboot Raw Underground. Where's Shane when you need him? I agree. I liked Raw Underground. Like, I know a lot of people really didn't enjoy it. I liked it. Megan says, Backlash is currently trending number 6 in the UK. Ghost jumps in to help out there as well. Backlash is currently trending number 2 in the US. Thank you kindly, both of you, for the updates there. I love the stats. I love the information like that in this show, in this channel. It's one of the reasons I feel that the channel has grown so effectively. People like yourselves bringing in the information. Simon says, your thoughts on Real Madrid's luck in the Champions League this year? I don't think it's luck. I think it's the fact that they keep fighting and keep going. They're fit, they're capable, they don't give up. If they were wrestlers, everyone would love them. Joey says, I think they should have brought Dakota up to SmackDown with Raquel, kept them together as a tag team. I'd have liked that. I think they could have done a lot with that. I think that would have worked. Next up is AJ Styles versus Edge. Damien Priest barred from ringside. We're an hour in and 2 matches. Could be fun. Justin says Usos versus RK Bro inside Hell in a Cell will be fantastic. Ooh. I didn't even consider that. But that could be fun. Bailey says Nigerian Giant is much better than the days when the WWE tried to sell the one-man gang as Akeem the African Dream. I'm glad those days are behind us. Jason says, I missed the kickoff show. Was there a match? There was not. No match whatsoever. No sign of Rhea Ripley, no sign of Liv Morgan, nothing from Sasha Banks. Absolutely nothing. They are very much just focusing on the 6 matches that they have tonight. Wolfgamer says, I wonder if Kai's release had to possibly do with her not wanting to give up Twitch. That is something that I've discussed in the past, and something that I think has potential to be correct. I would definitely say that may have had something to do with it. Patrick says, I just want to say that because I don't like someone doesn't mean I want them fired. So a few people wish Lash Legend to be released because she isn't very good in ring. Now, I haven't seen much of Lash Legend, but yeah, some people have decided they want people to lose their jobs. I don't like that. And Megan says, the other UK trends are the Miami Grand Prix, the Doctor Who casting announcement, which was fantastic, the passing of Dennis Waterman, coverage of Arsenal versus Leeds, and Martin Brundle's mishap at the Grand Prix. I need to look into what that is. I wonder what that mishap is. Joey says, I wonder if someone else will interfere and help Edge since Damien Priest is banned from ringside. I personally am expecting a ref bump and Damien Priest to turn up anyway. And then Finn Balor to turn up to help AJ. And then the referee to see Edge getting hit by Finn Balor and DQ AJ. That's what I personally expect. I think they're going to take their time building the Edge faction. I think this is going to be a long, slow burn. And I like that. This is good for Edge. This is good for AJ. It's the first time in a long time that AJ has felt like a big deal. And it's a big deal for Damien Priest as well, who's getting a real big benefit from this. If Finn Balor's involved on AJ Styles' side, that's great. If you get Liv Morgan on AJ's side and Rhea on Edge's side, that's great. There's good stuff coming with this. Simon says, what in your opinion went wrong with Liverpool against Spurs? I just think they switched off. I think that's all it was. I think they're tired. I think they're exhausted. And I think the defending against the goal wasn't great. Seth and Jon had us on a plate on several occasions, and we couldn't get past the three at the back. It's that simple, really. The forwards, they weren't great. Everyone was trying to get into the middle, and Tottenham had extra people in the middle. So everyone was just charging into traffic. Just wasn't a good attacking display. What they needed to do was for someone to go on the outside. And they didn't. I'd have rather had Roberto Firmino come on, though. That would have been nice. Patrick says, yeah, people call WWE evil and heartless when they do release these people. Well, I wouldn't go that far. Business is business. But it's still not a good thing. It's still not a good thing. But yeah, a lot of people don't realise how hypocritical they can be. Joey says Tommaso Ciampa should join Edge's faction. If that happens, it won't be for a while. He seems at the moment most likely to join Austin Theory and The Miz, which would be a confusing faction of just random names. I'm excited to watch Edge's entrance again. I think I'm going to full screen. I haven't full screened until now because I'm dealing with a lot of tabs. But I like Edge's entrance. I like the new music. I like the new character. I like the Gangrel element. Oh, he's also not coming in on a lift. He's not got a throne. Well, he's got no followers, so that makes sense. I actually don't miss his former theme. And I think that's one of the biggest problems with WWE at the moment. I miss Shayna Baszler's previous theme. I do. I think it was great. I miss Ricochet's previous theme. It was great. Edge's former theme was great. But they gave us something new, different, that stands out. That's actually kind of awesome. They need to start spending money on music again. Where would CM Punk be without Killswitch? That's all I'm saying. Dog is looking forward to this match. This has got the show stealer written all over it. Now, admittedly, I feel like they held back at WrestleMania, and that disappointed me. But here's your show stealer. There is a reason AJ Styles is usually the match right in the middle of the card. Because they know he's going to be the best match on the card. They know. Megan says, I love Edge's Tron. Would legit have that for myself if I was a wrestler. The wings. Yeah. Doug says, Edge has had so many awesome themes if you think about it. Yeah, absolutely. He's been well known for the music. This version of Edge has been absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I was not expecting this effective a character. I think his character when he first returned wasn't great. But this is perfect. Absolutely perfect. And it's the first time since he returned, that he's actually giving something back to the new guys. Jason says, I've been away from wrestling for a couple of months. This new entrance for Edge is fantastic. It really is, isn't it? It really genuinely is. Like, there are times when WWE changes something and you think to yourself, oh God, that's terrible. Why is this even happening? To be fair, there are a lot of times when that happens with the WWE. But this one's pretty good. This one's pretty good. So at the moment, on my feed, Bayley is trending. I thought I'd have a quick look, and it's not for any particular reason. Just because she's Bayley. Patrick says, I'm tired of dark characters. They just don't do it for me. Aleister Black, Alexa Bliss, Bray Wyatt, even now Joe Gacy. Just tired of them. So many just want to be The Undertaker. I think the Edge character is magnificent, personally. I think there are some dark characters which don't quite work, and this Edge character is very much exactly what Aleister Black was going to be. But I don't dislike it personally. Bayley says, WWE has a capacity on the main roster and a commitment to building a future from NXT. Either it's got to periodically drop low-card talent on the main roster, or its investment in NXT talent becomes worthless. Yeah, I have said a few times, when it comes to NXT 2.0, you either get called up or you get kicked out. That's it. That's literally it. Wolfgamer says, if WWE actually paid for music again, I'd love to see a dark gimmick used When Darkness Falls by Killswitch. Ooh, that's just I mentioned Killswitch, isn't it? Joey says, Joe Gacy feels like a rip-off of Bray Wyatt. I don't think they're that similar, but I definitely think there are similarities and they do stand out. Megan says at least AJ didn't hit his head coming out this time. Agreed. Like, it's one of those. It could be worse, but it definitely could be better. AJ, bit of bad luck over his time. Bit of bad luck. He's doing his best. He's doing his best. Thank you kindly, Megan, as well. I've just seen, well, I haven't just seen. I've seen your tweet about all the different things you're watching at the moment. That's a lot. Ghost says nobody's mentioned this, but Beth Phoenix would be a great addition to Judgment Day. Her Twitter has its cryptic moments ever since she turned heel. Imagine some of the matches that could come out of it for her. I mean, yeah. That's good stuff. She would fit as well. Like, the character that she's playing at the moment would generally work. Simon says, thanks for getting me through this pay-per-view. Really enjoying the watch along, just chilling out, chatting pro wrestling. Sasha not being on the pay-per-view really hits home at the WWE. I'm really not enjoying it now. I mean, the pay-per-view's still not bad though, right? I'm enjoying it. I think it's fun. AJ's baseball slide referred to as a rocket drop kick. I think we're trying to compare him to Rocket Raccoon here. In which case, don't. You know, maybe just don't do that. You could consider not doing that. That'd be great. I need to work something out. Because right after I posted the tweet about the Cody finish, a hell of a lot of people came in here. And I don't know why. Something happened. I don't know. Getting lots of engagement though, which is nice. Edge versus AJ Styles was a somewhat disappointing match at WrestleMania. I do think there's a lot more they could add and a lot more they could give. And this is the time to do it. While they seem destined for Hell in a Cell already, I do think that they have options available to them. Edge has gone to untie a turnbuckle in the Toru Yano style. I wonder if he loves it in the same way. Megan says, combined age of AJ and Edge. Would anyone like to guess? Well, firstly, if you combine AJ and Edge, what you get is age. So, it's topical. It's topical. I'm going to go with 87. I'm going to go with 87. I'm confident both men are in their 40s. 87. AJ, I think, is very early 40s. Like, very early. So I'm not particularly worried in that regard. I love the way AJ sells sometimes. Every now and then his entire cell is just going, It's a bit sexy. What can I say? It's a bit sexy. WrestleMania Backlash, of course, heavily advertised on the back of Edge. He's the big name they're focused on right now. Will this match be better than their WrestleMania one? Let's see how that goes. Let's see how that goes. Bailey's also guessed 87. Simon says, your thoughts on the Y2J Appreciation Society is a faction/group. His current feud with Eddie Kingston. Really serious, very intense, great feud between the two. I like everything that Eddie Kingston is doing. And I think Y2J in general, like Chris Jericho, he's been huge. He's been absolutely huge when it comes to AEW. He's been sort of the anchor holding it all together. Like the proper anchor holding it all together. And while I think AEW are now at a level where they don't necessarily need Chris Jericho, I don't think they will ever reach a level where they don't want Chris Jericho. Joey says Finn Balor and AJ Styles should be a tag team. I'm confident that day is coming, and it may come today. Patrick says, if you believe yours is the only way, And you're the fool whose lives to die. Well, you deserve your side. You're going to pay on the other side. Okay, is that lyrics from the theme? Because if so, that's quite fitting. Ghost suggests 92, and Megan agrees. It's 92. AJ is 44, 45 next month, and Edge is 48. Well, not far off, but I feel like I was. Patrick says, can't say I care for Edge that much. He needs to start giving back to younger talent more. I agree, and it's why I'm happy to see this faction happening. Damian Priest is someone that he's giving back to. If Rhea Ripley does step in to join, that certainly works in favour of that as well. Jermaine says, I think Bobby Lashley versus Omos will happen again inside Hell in a Cell. I don't think that one will happen in Hell in a Cell, because if that's the case, the entire pay-per-view is going to be inside the cell. I think Seth Cody, yeah. Edge AJ, yeah. Then we need something on SmackDown. Charlotte Ronda. Those are the 3 matches I think will happen inside Hell in a Cell. Thanks for the clarification, Patrick. I was confused. Joey says, I hope Vince doesn't give up on Ali already after bringing him back. He won't. He didn't give up on him to begin with. That's why he's not been released. Vince McMahon does not want to let Ali go, and he will keep hold of him however he can. Literally, however he can. Vince does not want to let Ali go, and he's not of a mind to do so. Not at all. If you are currently watching on YouTube, please do remember to hit that thumbs up. That like button can make a massive difference. We're currently at 26 likes. We're also at 920 views, which I think is pretty good. 920 views so far, and just getting started. Thank you everyone who has joined us, even if just for a couple of seconds. Thank you kindly. Megan says, time for Omos versus Lashley, 8 minutes and 50. You were right, under 10 minutes. Patrick says, wonder how Ali and Vince patched things up. Lots of conversations, and I do mean lots of conversations, but eventually they got there. Simon says, any idea or timescale for Kenny Omega's return? Really miss him. No, not at this time. He's not very open about it, but he's one of those. He's been told to follow Dave Meltzer. Dave Meltzer will have the news first because he'll tell him. He'll tell him. Girl says, fun fact, R-Truth is older than Edge and AJ Styles. Yep, that's not a particular surprise. He was already a little bit older when we first saw K Quick getting rowdy with a road dog. AJ hitting some of his Hiroki Goto offense already. The unique stuff that you don't see from anyone else. And Edge certainly ready for it and gives as good as he gets. Fair enough, Mohammed. Welcome back. I need to sneeze. Bear with me. One second. Thank you very kindly. That one came out of nowhere. Jermaine says, according to Wrestling Observer, Dakota Kai did not want to take WWE's offer 2 months ago, so that's why WWE released her. Yeah, what happened essentially when it came to Dakota Kai, she was given several tryouts. Vince McMahon did want her on the main roster, but there was disagreements on it. A number of people were offered new contracts, and WWE said, okay, well, if you don't want them, we'll get rid. And they got rid. They could not convince Dakota Kai that it was worth sticking around. And this is one of the main reasons that she started back on Twitch again. She basically felt like, okay, if you're not going to back me, I'm not going to back you. And they told her off several times, and she just completely ignored them. And you know what? Credit to her for it. It's a ridiculous rule. Doug says, Sting is older than anyone in AEW. Depends whether you count Diamond Dallas Page, surely. Page? DDP. Yes. John Misenberg, welcome, sir. Says, hey, Tom. Hope all is well. All is very well, thank you. I hope you yourself are well, and I hope your shows are very good. Hope you're enjoying the shows. I still see plenty of live content from yourself popping up on my feed. As you know, I'm a big fan of the live content because here I am doing it. So I hope your shows are going really well. Thank you, dog, for the bless you. My sneezes are becoming something of legend at this point, and it's a bit scary. Mohammed says, where are Lucha Brothers? At home at the moment. They're at home. Probably watching. They're also in a different company. Edge using the crossface. Not to be confused with the crippler crossface. Different things. Different things. AJ into his own submission. They can't focus too much on the submission element considering the match that's coming next. They got to be careful with that. If they overdo it, they got problems. The calf crusher is one of those that actually does look like a really good submission as well. It looks like it hurts, which a lot of submissions do not. For those who don't know, I've been in the sharpshooter. It don't hurt. Doesn't matter how much you go down. Dog says making a shirt of you sneezing. That's been suggested before. Says it all really, doesn't it? Just don't do it in front of Vince. Yeah. Justin says, what's your opinion on the Ezekiel gimmick? I don't really think he has a gimmick, does he? Like, he debuted... Kevin Owens thinks he's Elias, which is not the case. And it's just awkward. Like, he's been defined by someone he isn't, and I just feel they need to give him some individuality and personality. Patrick says, love how you call Lacey Evans Hulk Hogan. All they need to do is give Lacey the real American as her theme. The day is coming. I promise you the day is coming. More turnbuckle stuff. Turnbuckle comes off. Like, completely. Edge spears the turnbuckle. Now that of course did factor into the finish at WrestleMania. But Edge manages to survive it in a way that AJ did not. Simon says, really pleased, big congrats to Tay Conti to Neil Dashwood for recently winning their first Pro Wrestling Championship / titles in AAA. Indeed, congratulations to them. I do like that quite a lot of wrestlers outside of WWE swap and change promotions quite a lot. It's a big help to keeping them interesting and keeping me invested. Patrick says, I don't mind Ezekiel, good wrestler, who wants to hear Zeke speak. Who wants to hear Zeke speak indeed? Bailey says, nightmare scenario, does Ric Flair ever wrestle again with a major promotion? No, 1,000 times no, probably TNA. But no. I like that. Dog says, have a woman singing the real American to fit Evans. I think you should like that. It's the Marine stuff, the fact that she's got the massive American flag now. Lacey Evans is getting the Hulk Hogan treatment. There's no way around it. We seem to be heading closer to the finish now. Though I'd expect this match to get a little bit longer. AJ trying to turn into Styles Clash. Manages it, but he's very close to the ropes. And he didn't turn properly there. Edge had to kick out. Wasn't close enough to those ropes. Mohammed says, I wish there would be again a Hell in a Cell Punjabi prison. A lot of people don't, unfortunately. The WWE created something interesting, but they've never been able to use it well. You can't see. You just can't see. They need to work out how to do that. Megan says, how about this for two could join Edge? Piper and Nikki. Could work. I would like it. Nikki could go dark supervillain. I'd like that. I think... I mentioned earlier the idea of Alexa Bliss joining them and leading a little faction of supervillains. I'd take that. Simon says, why are some people turning on Hangman as AEW World Champion? Because people are fickle. People are fickle. Damian Priest is at ringside. And Finn Balor's here as well. Finn Balor on the attack of Damian Priest. Damian Priest is in the ring now. It's all getting a bit crap for AJ Styles. The distraction is going to cost them. AJ Styles for some reason is on the top rope. He didn't do a lot from the top rope. He tends to just jump on the ropes. That is 100% Rhea Ripley. That is 100% Rhea Ripley. Recognize the trousers. Patrick says, love Tenille Dashwood. Shame WWE didn't use her. The potential. Tenille should have been NXT Women's Champion, Divas Champion, Raw Women's Champion. Should have been a star in WWE. She came in at the right time to get in ahead of the 4 horsewomen, but as soon as the horsewomen were there, it was over. Montel says, hey Tom, what did you mean with your tweet earlier on regarding the main event? I don't think there's particular confusion about it. Firstly, hi Montel. I wish Roman wasn't always the main event, basically. Nobody turned, Patrick. Someone did join, though. So, right, what do we tweet? Rhea Ripley joining Edge is best for business. Just like that, she becomes a top tier player. I like how they keep saying, who is he? It's not he. We know it's not he. She's wearing her usual attire. She's wearing her usual trousers. It's Rhea Ripley. We all know it's Rhea Ripley. And the fans are behind it. That was a decent pop. Now, if you're a regular viewer of this channel, you're already fully aware of this happening. When we first heard about AJ's faction, Rhea Ripley was the first name I mentioned, because this was always coming. When you add Damian Priest as well, this is a powerful section. And of course, Rhea Ripley has literally borrowed Damian Priest trousers before. WWE posted a tweet just saying, what did we just witness? The birth of greatness. This is perfect for Rhea Ripley. Regular viewers of my spoiler warning show already knew that this was coming. Ghost says, this is a pretty good match. Points are still taken off because of the lack of the fiery throne in Edge's entrance. Should take that everywhere he goes. Grocery store, fire. Bathroom, fire. Maybe not fire in the bathroom. You know, eat your curries and all that, but maybe don't do that. But I do like what you're saying. I like where you're going. And I want to see more of it. Sean says, surprised AJ lost? I'm not. I'm actually 3 for 3 so far, aren't I? I am 3 for 3 on my predictions so far. Megan says, I was happy to see Finn show up. Finn was used very well there. He was used to equalise and basically expose AJ against Rhea Ripley, which works. Sean says, SRS just tweeted the Jamie Noble produced a Seth and Cody match. Great. Simon says, Bullet Club anniversary, celebrating this week that they got together. Liv teaming with the club with Finn, AJ. I'm all for that as a big Liv fan. I'm expecting a mixed 6-person tag. A mixed 6-person tag at Hell in a Cell. Dog says, I love it that Rhea is about Judgment Day. Meg says, I'm going to say this now. If you thought people simping over Rhea was bad before, it's going to be insane now. It's never going to end. Never going to end. And I think Rhea's good with her simping. Joey says, oh, she joined? She did. Dog says, Judgment Day versus a club at SummerSlam? Sooner. Sooner. Because there'll be more people joining. Patrick says, knew someone would join Judgment Day today. Yep, absolutely. There was always a likelihood of it. They're certainly building the faction well. Dog says, Kane brings fire everywhere he goes. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Right now they are showing a hype package for our current Raw Women's Champion, Bianca Belair. I am surprised. But why the hell not? Why the hell not? Joey says, I think Liv will join Finn and AJ. I agree. Makes perfect sense from where I'm sitting, and is a logical choice. And Jermaine says she looks great in Edge's new group. Look at the hair, the eyeliner, everything. Best move for her career. I agree with everything you've said. Lockman, welcome, says Rhea versus Bianca at Hell in a Cell. I don't see her going for Bianca just yet. She has unfinished business with Liv Morgan. I think we get there eventually, but I definitely think right now it's all about Edge. It's all about that join. It's all about building that. That's what works for me personally, and that's what I think they're going to be focusing on. More promotion for WWE Evil, which is confusing. I worry that maybe the show's not doing as well as they were hoping for. Jermaine says the finish of the Cody Rhodes versus Seth Rollins match leads to a rematch at Hell in a Cell inside the cell. I agree. And I've tweeted that one a little bit earlier. We have broken 1,000 views on this here, what is now a 2 hour and 45 minute live stream. We have broken 1,000 views, which I'm very, very happy about. Thank you everyone for the continued support. We are on 27 likes, which is insane. And we continue to grow at a decent pace as well. My target today was to reach 1,100 subscribers. I started at 1,097. I'm currently at 1,101, which means we have gained 4. Was aiming for 3, have so far gained 4. We have plenty more show to come. Plenty more show to come. So thank you, as always, guys, for your continued support, for all the likes, all the chatting. You are doing me the world of good. Thank you kindly, and let's keep going. Patrick says Rhea Ripley's the only Australian WWE's really pushing. Didn't push Emma, the Iconics, Indy Hartwell, Murphy, and many others. They pushed the Iconics in some ways. I mean, they won the tag team championships. It's kind of all they can really do, given that they're always going to be a tag team. But I do think Rhea Ripley's the one that they're fully behind. Like, fully behind. Lockman says, who do you think will face Bianca at Hell in a Cell? I think the most likely scenario, to be honest, is someone like Alexa Bliss. I'd go Alexa Bliss personally. Jermaine says, I was at AJ and Edge, both ages together equal 90-something. It was 92. In the end, it was 92. Girl says, Edge and AJ's match was almost 10 minutes shorter than their match at WrestleMania, but which match would you say is better? I don't know. I don't think either of them really lived up to the hype. Honestly, I'd probably go WrestleMania, and I think that was a bit disappointing. Megan says, this makes sense. We've had the Raw half of the card, now we get the SmackDown side. I did not see it like that, but now that you've said it, that does make perfect sense, doesn't it? I like that. Jason says, is Happy Corbin going to be the second to last match? Yes. Essentially, they're just trying to keep people from switching off. So I imagine this match will go for a while, but I'm confident the main event, the Bloodline match, is going to be 40 minutes. Just like a solid 40 minutes. If you're currently watching on Twitch, please do remember that you can hit the follow button and you'll get a notification every time we go live. The plan on Twitch is still very much the same. We are trying to get to 500 followers. At the moment, we are at... Let's have a look. How are we doing on Twitch at the moment? At the moment, we are at 469. So we are one away from 470. Also, hashtag nice. Nice. So let's see how it goes from there. As you know, today I'm going to do a bit of a post show, so please do stick around after the show as we continue to break down the show. I'll maybe be on for another half hour or so. Hopefully, as the Twitch side goes, get a couple of raids. As the YouTube side goes, get a couple of recommendations and see how it goes. Anthony Hernandez says, I hope Drew gets a WWE Championship match at Hell in a Cell. I would like that, and I agree that's the time to do it. Particularly if he wins the... if he wins in the six-man tag, Drew's basically set out his stall. Now, I think because he's on SmackDown, if he only gets one, it'll be for the Universal Championship. But, hey, that still leaves room for Cody to win the WWE Championship. Patrick says, Ronda versus Charlotte is happening before Corbin versus Moss. How stupid. Ebbs and flows. Essentially, the WWE think you're going to end this particular match so hyped up that you need a breather. that you need a match that's not that exciting, like Corbin and Moss. I kind of get it. I even kind of respect it. Did I just... lost audio briefly there. Megan says, I didn't realise it fully until I took another look at the card. All the Raw matches were first. This is why I love having you around. Just interesting little tidbits and stats like that. Interesting, and I appreciate it. They have formalised they have to actually say the words, I quit. Oh, okay. Ronda Rousey coming out first. Fans are not behind her. I've almost missed Ronda Rousey's eye makeup because I like laughing about Ronda Rousey's eye makeup. They've moved some Ronda Rousey signs to the front. I've almost missed Ronda Rousey's eye makeup. Because it always stands out. That's the best way to phrase it, I think. They are sponsored by their own credit card. That doesn't seem like a good thing. Also, Megan, I'm definitely retweeting your thing. It's just interesting. Liv Morgan just says, wow, what a bitch about Rhea Ripley. just on Twitter there for a moment while I was posting it. And I just see Liv Morgan's just, literally all she said is, wow, what a bitch. Look, say what you want about Charlotte Flair. Her theme is a bop. Ghost says, if you could rank the Raw side of tonight out of 5 stars, what would it be? Personally, I think it was 3 stars at most. Cody versus Seth carried the first half for sure. Bloody hell, Charlotte, that. She knows how to make an entrance. The Raw side, yeah, I do think the first match carried it. I think 3's quite generous. I would say that, you know, Cody versus Seth was a 4. Lashley versus Omos was a 2. The match between AJ and Edge was a 3. But I would go slightly higher and give it a 3.25 because I feel the Rhea Ripley surprise is a very positive one that the fans can really get behind. So I'll give it slightly more. Mohammed is applauding. Megan says this is the only women's match, the only stipulation match, and the only title match on the card. Yep, and it's going on in the middle. It's right in the middle. Megan says Backlash is now up to number 2 trending in the UK. Simon says, who's on now? Took a quick break. The women. It is Charlotte Flair versus Ronda Rousey. Patrick says Charlotte's theme is a banger. And it absolutely is. And it's the things that make it different from Ric Flair's theme that I enjoy the most. Sean is disagreeing with what Patrick said about Murphy being pushed particularly. Murphy had his moments. His work on 205 Live was incredible, but when he was moved to SmackDown, he was completely forgotten. Completely. Sweet Gaming says, I'm at WrestleMania Backlash. Good, good. I hope you're having a great time. Are you excited for this match? Ghost Updates is saying it's still trending number 2 in the US. Ghost, could you tell us what's trending number 1 in the US at the moment? I'm very interested. Just particularly in what's trending number 1 over Backlash. Because because WWE pay-per-views tend to rank high on the night. Now what I'm hoping for here is at least 25 minutes. I want to see chairs, I want to see tables, I want to see ring bells, I want to see choking, I want to see a war. So you want to start a war? Yes, I do. And I think they can do it. If you look at what happened at Survivor Series way back when, 2018, they can go to war. We just need to actually do it now. if they go in Hell in a Cell next month, and I think they are, they don't need to worry about holding back here. They don't need to worry about protecting their wrestling moves for the next big match. Oh, good start. Proper punch. Good start. They can just go for it. Patrick says Emma wasn't pushed at all. Only title match she had was when she faced Paige in NXT, and that is correct. She genuinely did not get pushed in any way, shape or form, particularly after the injuries. Bailey says about actual pay-per-view buys, how does WWE judge the success or failure of these events in terms of ratings? Essentially, Peacock tells them this many people watched live, and they then publicise these numbers to sponsors, and the sponsors say, I will pay this much to be featured in your pay-per-view. Peacock also sells sponsorship, and a cut of that goes directly to WWE. Joey says Buddy Murphy is very talented, WWE wasted him. They did, but unfortunately being a great wrestler is not enough. Not anymore. If you were a great wrestler in the Attitude Era, you were the top. You were the top tier. If you were Kurt Angle, you just went straight to the top. Being a great wrestler nowadays, not enough. It's absolutely not enough. Because everyone's a great wrestler nowadays. You need more, and the WWE need to give you more. Oh! That German suplex was something. Wow, okay. Okay, she had the hand on the back of her head. She's tucked in. Actually, no, that's perfect. The rotation actually worked brilliantly for her. Oh, nice reversal. I'm getting into this. Sean says, love Charlotte's gear. Emma was also in that 5-way at No Mercy for the Raw Women's Championship. Fair. Thank you for the reminder, Sean. Because I definitely would have forgotten. Ghost says, currently trending one is Kendrick Lamar, who just released a new song and accompanying music video. Okay, cool. Simon says, my first WWE pay-per-view I've missed since the one where Jinder won the title in 2018. About Sasha, I just don't enjoy the WWE product. And that's fair. Like what you like. Thank you, Megan. It's still the Miami GP. Fair enough. I need to look up the results for that. Does anyone know? Actually, no, don't do that. Don't do that, because people may not want to, may not want the spoilers, so me asking is probably not going to work out. Sean says, I think the storyline with Aaliyah Mysterio was a nail in the coffin for Murphy, unfortunately. Yeah, they gave him crap to work with and then wondered why they got crap back. His work with Seth was fantastic. It really was. He could have been something. So you wanna be a wrestler in the golden ring. Ronda getting chopped and then just talking shit back. Always like that. Patrick says, Roman made Vince a star and Murphy and Vince didn't believe in him, so it's Vince's fault. Everything's Vince's fault. No, genuinely, everything's Vince's fault. Vince has final creative control in WWE. Everything that succeeds is his fault. Everything that fails is his fault. That's how it works. Joey says, I would have loved to see an Imperium and Bloodline feud if Fabian Eichner was still with them. The moment could come. I don't think the moment's going to come for a while, but the moment could come. And Megan says, Edge versus AJ clocked in at 16:25. Not bad. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you can't have a great match in 15 minutes, you can't have a great match. They didn't have a great match. The ref is doing that thing where they walk around with a microphone just like, do you quit? Do you quit? It's going to be annoying. Simon's mentioning Sasha was also in the 5-way along with Bayley, Tenille Dashwood, Alexa and Nia. Great match as well. It was okay. It was okay. Charlotte has kendo sticks and she's missed. We're going hardcore, guys. We're going hardcore. I'm going to get into this and I know I am. Patrick says, why did Fabian Aichner leave Imperium? Didn't he want to be called up? A bit of yes and a bit of no. There's not going to be anything for him in NXT. The WWE made the decision that they wanted Gunther and Ludwig to be a tag team. Not necessarily going for the tag team championships, but there's no plan for Ludwig to wrestle particularly soon. So Fabian Aichner would have also just been sort of stood around doing nothing. Charlotte has 2 kendo sticks and very ripped tights. She's not going to be happy with that. God damn it. Why do I do that every time? Why do we do that every time? I see the ladder ties and I'm like, I'm not going to be happy with that. Charlotte got a few hits in with 2 kendo sticks. I definitely heard a swear word there. This is already better. Like, way better than their WrestleMania match. That is a broken-ass kendo stick. Charlotte's showing for it. She's taking a beating. She's getting hurt by this. The I Quit match is already far better than their match at WrestleMania. Megan says Charlotte versus Ronda at WrestleMania was just over 18 minutes. Interesting to see if this goes as long. I'm hoping for 25 minutes. Give it time. Go to war. Do it. They certainly started, right? But I'm not sure if they can... I'm not sure if they can go toward this intensely the whole time. Simon says, Tom, your favourite Shield match or moment? Man, was there a really great debut match versus Team Hell No and Ryback? For me, Survivor Series 2018 is a good call. I'm going Evolution though. The Wyatt family's also way up there, but I think Evolution was just a bit more clinical, a bit more refined because of who they were working against. For me, it was the match against Evolution. Patrick says, surprised Fabian hasn't been released since he didn't want to be called up. Didn't say that. Didn't say that. It's not entirely down to him. The WWE had nothing for him with the characterization that they were planning for. So they held him back. They don't want to let him go. And Joey said, it makes no sense to keep Fabian in NXT. It would fit perfectly with Marcel Bartel as a tag team, having Volta go after a single title. But there's no plan for them to be a tag team. It's all about Gunter, and his Herald. There is no plan for them to compete in the tag team division. So there's no plan for Fabian Aichner to be involved at all. That's why he's not there. Megan says, Ronda with a kendo sticks like she's Grievous or something. I would like that. I would like that. Okay. So Charlotte Flair is basically doing to Ronda Rousey what Sasha Banks once did to her. Literally, it's the same spot. I like that. Charlotte Flair is literally lending moves from Sasha Banks because she doesn't believe. Yeah, Charlotte Flair is lending moves that Sasha Banks has used to beat her in the past. That's some good storytelling right there. Like, it is. There's no denying this is well put together. Sean says Ronda with 2 candlesticks like Anakin had 2 lightsabers against Count Dooku. We're going full Star Wars now. Ghost says, why does the ref keep asking if she quits when she's not in a compromising situation? Right, so the referee's job isn't to ask whether she quits when he thinks so. It's to ask whether she quits when he's told to. So if Charlotte says ask her, he has to ask her. And of course the other way around. Charlotte running from the chair there. We are going pleasantly hardcore, and I like it. Joey says, who's Volta? Sorry, Patrick says, who's Volta, Joey? I know a Gunter. I know usually I aggressively go with the new names, like the Butch thing earlier. Like aggressively overdoing it. Volta's the exception. I can't get used to it. I still can't get used to saying Bryan Danielson. I can't do it. And Jermaine says, interesting how Charlotte tries to pull a Sasha on Ronda. Indeed. Indeed. We're getting... The crowd chant, we want tables. Charlotte as a heel, it's her job not to oblige now, so she just walked away. Just walks away, goes for a powerbomb. onto the barricade. Off the top, which is the hardest part of the barricade, don't you know? Did Charlotte just say, this is my house? Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I'd like to just be sure. Did she say, this is my house? If so, that's a page reference. Go says, fun fact, last I Quit match was a backlash was between Matt and Jeff Hardy, and the last I Quit match in WWE was between Kaylee Ray and Toni Storm for the NXT UK Women's Championship on February 27, 2020. Thank you for the reminder, Ghost, because I guarantee you nobody's watched that match. NXT UK, nobody watches that shit. Joey says, I hate these name changes. They're stupid. Why did they need to change Pete Dunne? Fair point. He's well established in the WWE. He's wrestled on the main roster before. It's just unnecessary. So he says, they're brawling inches away from the fans and every single one of them was watching through their phones. Depressing. I agree. People aren't at events anymore. They're watching through a screen even when they're actually live and there. That's how people enjoy content now. So that they can eventually look back and say, hey, I was at a thing. I forgot because I spent the entire time looking at my phone. Wolf Gamer says, I don't know if I've said this before, but I would love to see a what if series for Star Wars like they did for Marvel. Ooh, I like where you're going with that, Wolf Gamer. I wonder if Megan would be interested in that as well, because that seems right up her alley. The crowd is still chanting, we want tables. Patrick said, Gunter has embraced a name change, isn't bothered by it. He said it in interviews that he embraces change and changes need to happen. And Gunter, to be clear, is not one of those who would lie. He absolutely would not lie. And Megan says, just did a quick check. Charlotte did say, this is my house. A Paige reference then. So there's been a Sasha Banks reference, there's been a Paige reference. Interesting. Jermaine says that just proved how Sasha Banks should have been the one versus a heel Ronda Rousey all along. I don't think it did, Jermaine. I don't think it did. Yes, Megan, the answer may be chaos, but I'm referring to what Wolf Gamer said. A what if series for Star Wars, similar to the Marvel one. They are going for this, and I'm enjoying it. Why not just go nuts? What's the downside? Go crazy. Also shouting, this is my house, a la Paige. I'm just going to do a reply there rather than a tweet on its own. It happens, Si, it's fine. There's a reason I wanted to double check. They're chanting for tables again. I wonder if they're not doing tables because Roman says no. Simon says, have you seen Ishii versus Alexander from the Impact Under Siege last night? For the TNA Impact World titles, really great match. All the dirt sheets are raving about it. It's Ishii, so you know it was going to be good. You know it was going to be good. Jermaine says, probably would have been Ronda's best feud in the main roster in a long, long time. Her versus Sasha on a 4-month feud. Well, yeah, she hasn't been there in a long, long time, to be fair. Oh, Megan doesn't know enough about Star Wars to attempt. Fair enough. Doug says, you know Ronda isn't a wimp. She can take some pain to make the match awesome. Same with Charlotte. And Patrick says, Charlotte is fantastic. So underappreciated. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Natural selection on a chair. Well, she can't quit now, can she? She's unconscious. I wonder if Charlotte and Ronda aren't breaking any tables yet. Because Roman Reigns doesn't want them to. Now, to be clear, this is tongue-in-cheek, but go and get me some heat. They go and get me some heat. Simon says, fun fact, Tom. Remember the Manchester TV taping we were both at in November 2019? We got Seth Rollins versus Gunter. We did. And then I believe that ended up being an 8-man tag with, I want to say, Seth, Kevin Owens and the Street Profits against Imperium. Good times. Ronda just moved the chair closer to her. I'd imagine this is going to factor into the figure 8. Joey says WWE should go back to hiring indie talent. This nil program is already failing. They're going to end up releasing most of the people they sign anyways. I don't think that's the case anymore. There's no one left to release. Jason said, this is a fun match as well. So far, this premium event has been enjoyable. I think it's been a good show. The chair did indeed factor into breaking the hold. That is a full-on boot to the head. The match has been solid so far. I think they can still turn it up a little bit more, but I also think they will turn it up a little bit more. Another "We want tables" chant. Megan says Ronda gave birth. She can handle a couple of bumps in the ring. She can. So I said it'll never happen as there's probably more to this feud. But I'd love to see them hug after the match. I think you're asking a little too much indeed. Happy Mother's Day from Charlotte Flair as she basically walks herself into trouble. There's an armbar through a chair coming, which could be the finish. This could be the finish. Charlotte Flair's walked into this. Ronda continually says the word bitch. Charlotte Flair has said, I quit. Good match, not great match. Jason says, McAfee asking if the Fiend is sitting in the front row. There's always someone in a Fiend mask, I promise you. And Ronda Rousey is the SmackDown Women's Champion. Charlotte Flair quits loud as hell, and Ronda Rousey has the championship. Just 4 months. Actually, technically it's just 3. Just 3 months after her return. Not surprising. But the more important thing is what comes next. After they scrap in a cell, of course. Ghost says another fun fact in relation to the last one. This is only the second I Quit match in Backlash history and only third to include women in the history of WWE. Extra points if you can guess the other I Quit match to have women in it. I believe it was mentioned earlier in NXT UK. Between, what was it, Tony Storm and Kaylee Ray? Dog says, very good match. It was solid. It was solid. Simon says, who do you see your boy Switchblade, Jay White, facing a Forbidden Door in AEW pay-per-view in June in Chicago? Jericho? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm hoping Kazuchika Okada takes on Daniel Bryan. So give me Jay White versus CM Punk. Oh. Give me Jay White versus CM Punk. So Cody Rhodes is the guy around which they are building Money in the Bank. Oh, was it Money in the Bank? Allegiant Stadium. That's SummerSlam, isn't it? It is Money in the Bank. Okay. So they are building Money in the Bank around Cody Rhodes. That makes it less likely that he's going to win. Garcia is very happy to see Ronda Rousey win. And Ronda Rousey should be holding that title for quite a while. Quite a while. Joey says, I'm surprised they haven't kicked the fan out for wearing a Fiend mask. They wouldn't do that. Ultimately, they still make money from selling those masks. Megan says, that's Ronda the champion until WrestleMania next year then? Yep. Until Becky Lynch takes it off her next year's WrestleMania. Patrick says, I love Charlotte Flair. Fantastic. Unappreciated fans give her too much crap over the years. I've just realised Cody is being used because of the gambling element. AW pay-per-views have had a gambler's focus for a long time. Using Cody Rhodes to build Money in the Bank as a gambler's show is very on the nose. Also quite clever, let's be honest. Sean says, great, another reign of terror by Ronda. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Austin says, give us Shayna versus Ronda. I would like to see Shayna get involved now. Shayna would be perfect to step in at this point. Wolf Gamer says, I want Omega versus Naito. I mean, I would have no issue with that. Chris Fisher says, I wonder if the guy who threw the weightlifting belt back in AEW is currently waiting for his Cody merch to arrive from the WWE shop. I mean, that's not impossible. As awkward as it sounds, very possible. So we're 2 hours in, and as we enter our third hour, we're about to get ourselves a match between Madcap Moss and Happy Corbin before our main event 6-man tag. They are definitely playing this match out exactly as they're looking for. Girl says, Kaylee Ray, Tony Storm was the second one. Extra points if you can guess the first I Quit to involve women. It was in 2008. Oh, I'd have no idea in 2008. No idea. Joey says, I think Cody will win the Money in the Bank. I think it's a lot less likely if he's the guy promoting it. If he's the guy promoting the thing, I find it very unlikely that it's going to be him winning it. Megan immediately jumps in and said, Beth Phoenix and Melina, a One Night Stand. One Night Stand is a terrible name for a pay-per-view. Terrible name for a pay-per-view. Austin thinks this one's a bathroom break match. I don't think you're going to be the only person thinking that. Let me take this opportunity to say thanks and share some love on the growth of the YouTube channel. We're currently at 28 likes, just 2 more to reach 30. We did peak at a viewership of 53, but that was a brief spike that dropped fairly quickly afterwards. We are so far at 1,324 views. If you can and haven't done so yet, please do remember to click like. And if you can and haven't done so yet, please remember to hit subscribe as well. We've gained 4 subscribers tonight, which is a very good amount considering where we are as a channel. Takes us to 1,101. Sean says, Malcolm Bivens denied talks about him managing Omos. Said there were pitches for the main roster, but he told him he was leaving back a stand and deliver. Sounds about right. I can't imagine he was too unhappy with leaving. And yeah, there will have been pitches, but there's a lot of occasions recently where we keep hearing that, oh, this was pitched. And then the wrestler comes out and says, yeah, that was never pitched to me. First I've heard about it. Megan says 16 minutes 35 for Charlotte versus Ronda. I think it needed a little bit more. Just a little bit more. It was a good start. I think they did good work, but that's going hell in a cell, surely. John said, Malcolm said it was time to move on, that he would come back to wrestling for the right price. And I'd imagine the right people, to be completely honest. He'll be picking his moment. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with picking your moment and taking your time. Especially after, the way that these things are happening. It's a little bit awkward, a little bit difficult at times. Are we excited about this match? Do we have high expectations? I don't. I don't. The crowd don't seem that invested in Corbin. I have, what do I got? I've got Madcap Moss for this one. And if I tell you what, let's have another poll. Let's have another poll on the YouTube side. Who will win this match? Happy Corbin, Madcap Moss. I am going once again alphabetical. Happy Corbin, Madcap Moss. There is a poll live on YouTube now, if you'd like to jump in and share. Because says, of course it was Stat Queen got it. It was in fact at One Night Stand 2008, underrated match for sure. Sean says, Malcolm said it was time to move. I've already read that one. Austin says, honestly, his pay-per-view has been pretty good. Yep. The general rule is under-promise and over-deliver. They've done that. Simon says, hashtag the crew will hate on Ronda for winning on Twitter. I also don't like Ronda, but at this point I just don't care enough about the WWE product to care. You've basically just guaranteed that Sasha is going to be taking on Charlotte and Ronda. If Charlotte held the championship, Sasha would never have either of them. Bailey says, now we've got all sorts of awkward Ronda mic work on Friday evenings. We already did, mate. We already did. Chris Fisher says the crowd was behind Madcap on the pre-show interview, and you are absolutely spot on. The crowd started chanting pretty heavily for him. Now, admittedly, there was some clear anti-Corbin chants in there, but the crowd are connecting with him. He's doing a good job. He's absolutely doing a good job. Jason says, I don't think I could possibly care less about a match than this one, but I will watch it because the rest of the show has been solid in my opinion. Baron Corbin tends to surprise people in matches like this. I remember the first time I really saw how good he was, and it was at TLC 2016. He had a chairs match against Kalisto. Look back at the idea of Baron Corbin versus Kalisto in a chairs match. It don't sound good, does it? Doesn't sound exciting. Was a fantastic match. Absolutely fantastic. I loved it. It was enough to convince me to invest in Baron Corbin. So, you know, I like the guy. Ghost says Charlotte's 6th Women's Championship reign clocks in at 198 days when the title exchange happened, but technically Charlotte's been champion since 260 days ago at SummerSlam. I can't remember who she beat. Genuinely can't remember. Was it Nikki? Was that when she got it back from Nikki? Can't remember. Dog says Corbin was good in NXT. Yep, absolutely. Corbin is good. He genuinely is a good wrestler. He's a bit of an Attitude Era throwback. He's a very classic heel. He's one of those where if he was a villain in a Marvel movie, people would love this guy just for his consistency. Nikki and Rhea. Thank you, Austin. I forgot that match happened. Completely forgot that match happened. Baron Corbin did not get the height he was looking for in that hip toss. Madcap Moss eventually had to actually do it for him. Moss's selling isn't fantastic. He's overdoing it. Every now and then there's a twitch or a flop, and it's not a good thing. Joey says, I liked Corbin as a lone wolf. Me too. I also liked when he shaved his head and he was the sheriff. The thing to always remember with Baron Corbin, he always has a storyline. Always. He always has something going on, because WWE love him. Dog says, do you think we will get the lone wolf again? Liked his entrance music. He's still got the rights to the entrance music, so we could do, but I don't think that's possible. Hang on. That's a Hook t-shirt. That was a Hook t-shirt. And Baron Corbin made a point of going there. Hook sighting the WrestleMania Backlash. Send Hook. Wicked awful is an interesting choice of phrase. Wicked awful. Megan says, I still hold out hope for the return of Hobo Corbin. Last time he was in the promo battle, as it were. The promo battle, he just walked away and looked so upset. And I had hope. Patrick says, I heard you call Baron Corbin Barry Corbin. I may have misspoken. I say a lot of stuff, mate. A lot of stuff. Sometimes, you know, I flub my line a little bit. I try my best to be a good talker, but I'm not amazing. I try my best. Honestly, I think when it comes to public speaking, I'm pretty good. But we'll see. You kind of have to be like here. Megan says the Hook merch sighting has been the highlight of this match so far. Yeah, it's a very Baron Corbin match. Just a very Baron. Also, I don't think they've got much chemistry, to be honest. Simon says, did you see Jay White's NJPW return last week, attacking Okada, setting up their future IWGP World Heavyweight title match, and Juice Robinson becoming the newest member of the Bullet Club? You don't need to say Mr. Tony Storm. Juice Robinson is also himself. He's not defined by his wife. Oh, sorry, partner. Not defined by his partner. I saw that. I liked it. I would like to see more of it. Just of interest to me. We have a rest hold. I'm not particularly happy about that. Yeah, we have a rest hold. Madcap Moss is trying to get some separation. Baron Corbin is one who does like to work from the top. He likes to be in the ascendancy, building up to your comeback. Like that's his entire focus, building up to your comeback. Good management. Austin says this feels slow. It is slow. Corbin is a slow-paced wrestler. Baron Corbin is basically Randy Orton. He's got a really cool finisher. He works very slowly, and he's a brilliant heel. He's basically Randy Orton, just less high. But to be fair, if you've ever seen the man cook meat, man, that guy. If I ever became involved in the WWE as a business, first thing I would do is be saying to him, can you make me some dinner? Can you just grill me some meat? I want it. The Senton's new. The Slam was also pretty good. Wolfgamer says, I immediately thought the Juice was like a knockoff member of Aces and Eights from TNA long ago. Aces and Eights is that one storyline that Impact did that lives forever. The one storyline. Dog said, this slow style has helped him with not many injuries. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Also, to be fair, not injuring people. When Edge first returned, the first person to give him a bump was Baron Corbin. He gave him a deep six because he was told, you get to hit the first move on him. He was specifically told, Baron Corbin, you get to hit Edge first. It's also why he was trusted with Kurt Angle. Kurt Angle, at the point at which he was retired, probably couldn't have taken an AA. He probably couldn't have taken it. He was not doing well. You could tell in some of his late matches, he just wasn't doing well. But Baron Corbin's the guy they trust. Baron Corbin's the guy that they love. Baron Corbin is the guy. Simon says, your prediction for Okada versus Jay White? Going for Jay White personally to win and become the world's heavyweight champion. Jay White's been given a lot of focus and attention recently, including everything that went on with the G1 year before last. Just a lot happening at once. I wouldn't be surprised to see Jay White win it. The focus really is on ensuring that they get a good push in America. Jay White's the guy to do that. Doug says, I bet Corbin was pumped and was honoured. He was. He was. And there's a humility about him that Vince McMahon and Triple H really like. God says, I love that the fact that Michael Cole is hyping up Corbin doing a senton. Yeah, he can do. There's a lot of moves that he can do and just doesn't. He's actually very athletic. Again, a new move. It's just that he doesn't do a lot because he's not a face, so he isn't allowed to. Imagine if Corbin's the guy to dethrone Roman. Imagine. Megan says, little insight into the appeals of this match. Over on Get the Tables, we're talking about mayo, and when it's acceptable on certain food items, which are quickly descending into the gutter. Oh. Now, I know the match isn't the most exciting, but... and now I'm hungry. And that's not right. Patrick says, Charlotte's so underappreciated. She carried Ronda Rousey in that match. Disagree on that. She was selling very well, yet fans say Charlotte can't sell and no sells. Hope fans come around on Charlotte one day. When she's less successful, they'll start to come around, but she didn't carry Ronda Rousey. Rousey held her own. Wolf Gamer says, I know it was supposed to be a shocking moment and whatnot. Couldn't stop laughing at the whole get-up he had on that night. Juice attacking Tanahashi. Juice will still be Juice. Go says, I mean, Corbin was the last to pin Roman, so that idea isn't far off. It's not, is it? Lovely deep six. Not the strongest cover. Usually Corbin has a good cover. Megan says, what is surprising is the lack of knowledge about garlic mayo and sweet chili mayo. I'm not there for sweet chili mayo. I'm not a sweet chili guy. I like my chili to burn. Dog says, this match isn't bad. It's not. It's not. Bailey asks, Tom, when it's this late and all this is going on, how do you wind down to get sleep for work? Well, I'm going to be blunt with you, Bailey. More often than not, I don't. More often than not, I get something to eat, sit down in my bed, catch up on like Twitter and the like, check how well certain videos are doing, and then I try to sleep, and I lay awake for an hour or so before finally drifting off to sleep with about an hour left before work, and then I just sort of zombie my way through the next day. No way around it. This is a choice I make. Thankfully, it's something I can do, and because I'm still relatively young, but I'm not that young. Also, I try and be clever with naps, but I'm not very good at napping. I'm not an expert at naps. Dog says, Madcap with the win. Yep, as expected. In the end, again, inconclusive. Sean says, Charlotte moves to Raw in the draft now? Possibly. Would make sense. Possible. In exchange for Becky, maybe. But we'll see, because Fox specifically asked for Charlotte Flair. They might not want to let it go. Austin says, my time zone is 10:12. What's yours? 3:12 in the morning. It is nearly 3:15 in the morning, so I'm 5 hours ahead of you. You're ET, right? Not as in phone home, but like Eastern time. Megan says, that's how it ended? A meh match with a meh ending. Yep. It's going to be a meh feud. There's no way around it. It's not going to be a great feud. We have a Drew McIntyre hype package. Been a long time since that happened. Does Drew McIntyre being Drew McIntyre? Makes sense at this point. I mean, he's in the next match. We've got the 40 minutes or so that I expect for this match. Should work out nicely. I should probably be taking some notes for the post-show, but I'm not going to. Drew McIntyre, of course, was the original Chosen One. Like, the original Chosen One. And he did not succeed as needed. But what the WWE do like to do is point to Drew McIntyre and say, well, if we fired you, you've just got to do this. You've got to do what Drew McIntyre did and become a big star. It's not that easy. It's not that easy, but they will try and make it a thing. Go says, that was the second match in one night to end in a roll-up. Most destructive move in all sports entertainment. Well, Madcap Moss did say Baron Corbin has a great finisher. Maybe he was just dodging it. Here we go. Moneymaker says, they kept Bianca, Becky, Asuka, Sasha and Naomi off this show for that snooze fest of a match. Yes, they decided to push a future star rather than a current star. They made that choice. Simon says, hashtag the crew. We'll never ever come around to Rousey because we don't watch any of her stuff outside of if any of it features Sasha at all. Well, that's a choice you make, but here's the thing, Simon. It's not about Rousey. You don't watch anything unless it features Sasha. You've said that yourself. Many times. So you'll never come around to anyone but Sasha, but that's what you want. Megan says, yay, Scotland. Okay, Air's a bit meh, but as a place, meh as a place, but you get some great views on a nice day. Okay. I mean, you get some nice mountains. The difference is indeed way off, Austin. It's 5 whole hours. I'm awake and will be awake until about 5 a.m. Simon says, your favourite looking belt? Man of the WWF Attitude Era World title? NXT UK tag teams, current IWGP US heavyweight titles and championships. I like the original IWGP heavyweight championship, but no, the Winged Eagle is the one for me. I don't love the big gold belt like so many do. I don't like it. Patrick says, well, Simon, I never liked Ronda. What's wrong with me not liking someone has nothing to do with me being a Sasha Banks fan. I just don't like her at all. And that's fair. If you don't like someone, don't like someone. You don't have to like anyone. And that's true of life as well. If you have a gut feeling and don't like someone, that's okay. It's okay to not like someone. It's fine. We're getting a recap of Ronda Rousey and Charlotte Flair like 20 minutes later. Why is this happening? You don't need that. We're getting a full recap of a match that happened 15 minutes ago. Are we expecting something here? Wolfgamer says, if I ever have trouble sleeping, I'll listen to soothing music. Usually listen to the ending theme song of the anime Outlaw Star. Don't know that one. Austin says, Hell in a Cell ain't that far away. It's not. It's about a month. Same as usual, really. 4 weeks. Megan says, Scotland is a beautiful country. Yes, I'm incredibly biased, but I'm also incredibly right. I can't disagree. I've only ever been there briefly, but it's a nice place. Chris says, £10 of gold is my favourite looking belt. History is an added bonus. And that's fair. That's absolutely fair. The United States did not get the Drew package. We got commercials. Oh, I see. That'll probably be why we got the Bianca one earlier, so that we have room for commercials on Peacock. Moneymaker wants talented wrestlers to retire and leave. To be fair, it won't be long until Sasha leaves either, that's true. Hang on. Charlotte Flair has had a fracture to her radius. Suggests Charlotte Flair may be taking some time off soon. I will start chasing that. Try and find out what happened. I'm liking that Corey Graves is on the SmackDown announce team now. Like, this is a good trio. I've always kind of wanted it. Thanks for the update, by the way, Chris, on what the US got. That's very helpful, and I do appreciate it. Megan says, how nice for Michael Cole to have his commentary sons with him for the main event. Yeah. Patrick says, I personally get offended when people get mad at me for not liking someone. It's so irritating. I don't like Alexa, Ronda, and many others, yet people criticise me for not liking them. Yeah, I don't care. Like who you like, don't like who you don't like. I like Alexa. I don't mind Ronda. There are things I really do quite like about Ronda Rousey. There are also things I really quite don't like about Ronda Rousey. But I can separate the character from the person as well. And I think that's important. But you're entitled to like and dislike whoever you want. There are people, even one in particular in this chat right now, who gets offended that I don't love Sasha above all others. Like, they get personally offended that I don't kneel whenever a mention of Sasha Banks happens. There are people like that. Those people suck. So, as far as I'm concerned, different opinions are always welcome here. Always welcome here. And I'm glad to have so many of you who are sharing them today. Chad, welcome, says, I loved broke-ass Corbin. That's a Corbin that made me feel better about myself. That also may have been something that happened with me. Something that happens with me. I felt good about it. Felt good about being broke, because I was broke at the time. I was broke as hell at the time. I'm not now. I make a decent living now. But I was broke as hell at the time. And broke-ass Corbin was my dude. Bailey says, in 5 years, there may be as few as one horsewoman on the active roster. Yep, Bailey. Girl says, just so everyone knows, the fracture of the radius bone takes at least 3 months to heal, so I guess we'll see Charlotte around SummerSlam time. Yep, I expect the same. She can take some time off, wait for Sasha, and then we can have a Sasha Banks match. Simon says, I only watched Seth Owens Gable Zayn, Nakamura, RK Bro, Becky, Liv, Asuka outside of Sasha. Okay, so you don't watch Roman. Interesting. Austin said, that's the same thing with me. My favourite is Shayna. Everyone always has a fit and be like, ooh, I don't understand. I also very much like Shayna Baszler. I think she adds a lot. She adds a lot. Moneymaker says, is there some rule that says everyone has to be a Charlotte and Ronda fan? I've never been and never will be. That is such a weird question, because when you go onto social media, all you see is hate for Charlotte and Ronda. So whatever rule you're imagining there, that ain't it. Omega says, Tom Colohue. Welcome, mate. How you doing? It's good to see you. Patrick says, I love Charlotte Flair so much. Hate her because of her push. I like her because she's amazing. Talent has nothing to do with her push. Yeah, you can like a person and dislike a character. You can like a character and dislike the push that they're getting. You can dislike a storyline. Or in fact, you can hate a character but love a specific one storyline. I like Drew McIntyre. Don't like the sword. Not at all. I like the Scottish psychopath. Scottish warrior. Not interested. As a fan, you're entitled to like whoever the hell you want. Jason says, Tom, do you really think this will be a 40-minute match? Or will Roman's entrance be 30 of the 40 minutes? Roman's entrance will be 30 of the 40 minutes. Basically, I think start to finish, as in from when Drew started coming down, would be about 40 minutes. Everyone needs to get their stuff in, and Roman needs to do that thing he does where he slows everything down. Megan says, I would have said the Cardiff show rather than SummerSlam for Charlotte coming back. SummerSlam is at the end of July. That is roughly 3 months. But to be fair, I'm pretty sure this is a kayfabe injury. So I'm going to say SummerSlam. I don't expect Charlotte Flair to be missing from SummerSlam. I don't necessarily think she'll go to Cardiff, though. We'll see how it goes. Corey Graves pretending he doesn't see Drew McIntyre all the time. Lying bitch. Nobody has asked you to, Moneymaker. Literally nobody. We just did the whole thing about like who you want, don't like who you don't want. And you think I'm telling you to kiss someone's ass? I don't know what you hear or what you read, but it's not what people are actually saying. Patrick says, loved Alexa Bliss as a goddess. As soon as she became Lily Lexi, I stopped liking her, and yet people criticise me for it. You're not going to face any criticism for it here, Patrick. None whatsoever. I wasn't a big fan of Lily Lexi, and I'm a huge Alexa Bliss fan. Simon says, could Sasha be drafted to Raw in the draft? I know how much Fox loves her, but it would be a very refreshing change of pace to see her back on Raw for the first time in 3 years. Yeah, I think Sasha probably will go to Raw in the draft, to be honest. Just as part of the rotation. I think Becky versus Ronda will be a SmackDown feud going into next year's WrestleMania. I can see Sasha versus Bianca Belair again, to be honest. And I think Sasha will probably win that one. Get a win back. Maybe win the top title at WrestleMania again. Jason says, I really like the RK Bro is still a thing. Yeah, there were no plans for it to last anywhere near this long. It was going to be like a 2-3 month thing. Because Randy Orton said, I'm not doing anything right now. He's not doing anything right now. Let's just be a tag team. Simon says, I only like and watch Mox. Rollins out of the Shield guys. Only liked Roman in the Shield. That is a curious position, babe. Fair enough. Jason says, is there another draft? I feel like there was just one recently. No, there will be a draft. They're going to do it yearly. And it's going to happen after SummerSlam, before Survivor Series. I would imagine mid to late September. It's funny because I've seen Ringside News get a lot of credit for reporting that there's going to be another draft. Of course, the first person to report it, hi. But you'll never see anyone else report that. Never in your life. Ghost says, I assume SummerSlam time for her return because it's Charlotte Flair and she's not missing that. Also, it's right before the assumed dates of the draft. so it would work out time-wise. Only worry is what is to become of the SmackDown Women's division while she's gone. Be mostly focused around Ronda. I worry about what Lacey Evans is going to do. Looks like Lacey might start against Ronda. Megan says 9 minutes 50 for Moss versus Corbin. Roman's entrance might be longer than that. I say Roman's entrance. It's the Bloodline's entrance. They're all coming down together. But Roman's entrance might be longer. Bailey says Randy Orton has elevated Matt Riddle more than WWE could have ever done on their own. WWE are scripting this. Just want to be clear on that. Randy Orton's certainly done him big favours though. They're pairing people up a lot at the minute. Look at what happened with Boogs. Did him a world of favours. Look what happened with Madcap Moss, and here we are. Moneymaker saying what we all expect. Says, I only care about 5 women. Sasha, Bianca, Bayley, Asuka and Liv. Yep, and we all can tell that. We can all tell. Because literally all you do is complain about people who aren't there. That's all you do. That's literally the entire thing you've done every time you come here. That's all you do. Literally it. Like, there's a Roman match right now. But you've come in specifically to complain about Charlotte and Ronda. You've come in specifically to bitch and whine that you aren't getting what you specifically want, which is such a narrow concept that you're impossible to please anyway. Make a choice here, mate, and make the right one. Jason says, do we know why the title unification was cancelled? Essentially, from what I can tell, they are making it up as they go along. They were planning to have the title unification, but they changed their minds pretty quickly afterwards. They are very much, since the initial unification, which was not planned from the off, they are trying to put together interesting programs that allow wrestlers such as RK Bro to come across to SmackDown. That allows them this platform. We still may end up getting that unification, but they decided to scrap it on the basis of, nah. Of course, they'd already announced it, but as I say, they are making this up as they go along. They wanted the visual of undisputed bloodline. They wanted that. We still might see that, but at the moment, they've held back. It may just be a time-killing exercise. It may be because they want to wait for Money in the Bank for Drew McIntyre versus Roman, so they'll do the unification in the next month. There's too many possibilities. All I know is that they decided to do it, and then the same people decided about a week later to change their minds. Wolfgamer says, I love hopping on Twitter. First thing I see when I click to see new posts is Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. Spoilers. Absolute dickheads. Canal, mate. Completely unnecessary. Completely unnecessary. I just don't understand some people. There is no benefit to that. None whatsoever. So we have everyone in the ring. It did take about the length of the previous match for everyone to actually get in the ring. Liv Morgan is trending, which is nice. Patrick says, fans say WWE need to make new stars, yet they complain about the new stars WWE push. They do. You had Damian Priest getting more involved recently. Rhea Ripley with a good opportunity to make more of a name for herself. You've got Madcap Moss. Almost having breakout matches, as it were. Not necessarily the people that everyone wants to see pushed, but still, you had a WrestleMania match featuring Nakamura and Boogs versus the Usos. If Boogs wasn't injured, they probably still would have been involved in some capacity. Liv Morgan is getting a pretty good rub of the green right now. People are getting opportunities, and this is the time to do it. Between WrestleMania and SummerSlam, it's when everybody focuses on that. It's when everybody spreads the love. It's when everybody lower down the card gets an opportunity. It's not a bad thing. Meanwhile, Sasha Banks gets a night off and everyone's fucking furious about it. Maybe she doesn't want to wrestle tonight. Maybe she had a prior engagement. Maybe she's doing something more ambassadorial. Maybe they realise they have no tag teams So they're taking their time. There's 1,000,001 different reasons it could be. 1,000,001. You can't be so focused on hating everyone. You can't. Because there is a difference between really liking one wrestler and hating all of the other wrestlers. I don't like the hating here. You don't like someone, you don't like someone. But when you're just hating on people who aren't your favourite, the problem is you. Moneymaker says, I liked that Cody and Seth match. Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? Megan says, I had so many phrases and words muted, so I didn't get spoiled. Even then I came close a few times. I've seen it now, so I was able to take the mutes off. Still haven't seen it personally. I was going to take my partner, but she hadn't seen Loki. Sean says, I know people weren't fans of Alexa changing her character, but think about this. Was she supposed to say no to it? The goddess got stale to fans. It did. People hated the goddess. People hated that character, much like they hate Charlotte Flair now. And in fact, Charlotte Flair then. They hated that character. So she reinvented it. With Bray Wyatt, she reinvented the character in a really interesting and different way. People were interested. And then people started to hate that. So now she's reinvented herself again. They did all of those vignettes, and she was expected to return after WrestleMania. She ended up coming a little earlier than they expected, but she was expected to return after WrestleMania. We don't know what the character is yet. We don't. We do not know what that character is yet. But how many people have already decided that it's the worst thing they've ever seen? Why? Because they've decided they hate it. They don't know. They haven't seen anything. They've just decided. And I don't like it. Thank you, Sean, for saying that. You're right. Girl says, hearing girls squeal over Roman Reigns warms my heart. I may also squeal every now and then, just to be clear. What superstar would you say the biggest reaction from my fellow ladies throughout WWE history? I think it's probably been Randy, Roman, Rock, and Jeff Hardy. Randy definitely is very popular, Roman, as we know. But I think Jeff Hardy, you've mentioned Jeff Hardy. That's a plus. Jeff Hardy, I feel, is the one who's got the most reactions, as it were. Definitely Jeff Hardy for me. Patrick says, love Tom Colohue rants. It's kind of what I do at this point. I let go and I just get a little bit angry at times. Simon says, who do you think Ronda faces at Hell in a Cell? Shotzi, perhaps? I don't know. The division is not really built up enough to say anyone. Maybe Lacey, but a bit early for a Lacey loss. I don't know. What other heels are there? Maybe we have to borrow from Raw. Either way, not great. Girl says, Backlash is now trending third in the US under Kendrick and Harden, in reference to James Harden, the basketball player. Moneymaker says, having only one women's match on the show is ridiculous. I want more women's matches. I think that's fair. As I said earlier, you could very easily have had Liv Morgan and Rhea Ripley, even if it was just on the pre-show. The thing is, I get why they didn't do that now, because Rhea Ripley was involved with Edge. And I think they wanted to have that separately. But at the same time, you could have done both. You definitely could have done both. Wolfgamer says, I still like Lily Lexi. Also believe I was probably the only person who liked the character. I just love creepy characters, as we all know by now. I liked the creepy character. I didn't like the doll. I didn't like it when he became very Ultimate Warrior versus Hulk Hogan. That wasn't good. I didn't like it when Shayna Baszler had to sell a doll. That's my issue. With Bray Wyatt, he worked with the right people. And for example, with The Miz, he went more realistic. He did. He swapped back to Bray Wyatt rather than The Fiend to add more realism. He adapted his character to fit the person he was working against. Alexa Bliss needed to do the same for Shayna Baszler. And by Alexa Bliss needed to do the same, I mean WWE. Patrick says, Bayley and Sami Zayn evolved their characters. They needed it. They did. You make a good point there as well, Patrick. I didn't think those two would be as effective as heels, and they've been tremendous. The change that Bayley made, literally a complete sea change, created something absolutely fantastic. Sami Zayn, the obnoxious heel dancing down to his music, which they've now changed, of course, but he's still magnificently obnoxious, and it works. Megan says, it's still trending number 2 in the UK after the Grand Prix. I do at some point need to look at what happened there, but not right now because I'm busy. Just so everyone knows, I'm planning to stay on for about another hour. That will cover the end of the match and about I was going to say 5 hour, that's wrong. And about a half hour post-show. That will take us up to a 5 hour stream. But I'm going to do about a half hour post-show. The post-show is essentially with an eye to the growth of the channel. Doing something different, making myself raidable as it were, and making it so that I'm easy enough to find. I don't know how effective it's going to be. I don't know how long I'll be here. I'm aiming for about half an hour, but we'll see how it goes. Please do stick around at the end of the show for that last half hour. At the same time, of course, if you're watching on Twitch, please remember to hit follow. Oh, I've still got a poll going as regards Madcap Moss. Let's make that change. Let's change that. We're also currently on 28 likes. 29 likes, which means we are all of one away from 30 likes. All of one away. Be the one. Be the one. Also, of course, right now, 1,644 views, which is tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. And gets us all the closer to that moment at the very top. Who will win this match? RK Bro / McIntyre or Bloodline? Asking my community. Right, let's see. Jason says, I miss Bayley being around. Won't be long now, mate, won't be long. Patrick says, if you're someone who doesn't like characters evolving, yes, say Alexa needed to evolve, then accept evolving your character needs to happen. You can't be the same character from day one in wrestling to day dot. You can't be the same character for 10 years. It just doesn't work. Randy Orton's not the same person he was. He has a lot of similarities, but he's not the same person. Bayley says, Lily Alexa wasn't great, but she wasn't even close to the worst of all time. The Attitude Era had some awful, awful characters. Yeah, it really did. It really did. Wolf Gamer says, that's true. The doll was very strange and Shayna trying to sell being scared of a doll was... Yikes. Yeah, they got rid of that one pretty quick and they absolutely should have. Chris says, this feels like a SmackDown match on a go-home show before a premium live event. I don't know. I think the pay-per-view's been alright. He says, it's not WrestleMania level. I don't know why it's got WrestleMania in the name. But I think the pay-per-view's been okay. So far, though, it's been quite predictable. I am 5 out of 5 for my predictions. I've got the faces winning this one. Drew McIntyre and RK Bro beating the Bloodline. Simon says, loved the very subtle planted seeds for a future feud with Sasha, with Charlotte using her move that beat her from the past. Great long-term storytelling, Charlotte. Sasha are the very best telling stories. Sean says, I don't think Bayley or Sammy needed to change. Nothing was wrong with their characters. Yes, I didn't like the hugger, but I liked Underdog Bayley and Underdog Sammy. I think they needed to change personally. Fans did not care anymore. Omega suggests RK McBro. Ghost says, I do think Jeff Hardy is probably the biggest heartthrob in WWE history. It's honestly crazy that he's only had one romantic storyline in his career that barely lasted a month. I think that may have been intentional to keep him available for female WWE fans and, in fact, gay male WWE fans. And Patrick said, John Cena has been the same since 2005. Yes, after he changed his character. And how many years have people been saying he needs to change, he needs to change, he needs to change? People have not embraced this John Cena character until quite recently. Megan says, I got Omos versus Lashley wrong, but apart from that, I'm right, predictions-wise. How is everyone doing on their overall predictions? Out of 5 so far, how many did people get right? Moneymaker says, Charlotte said in an interview she's getting married this summer, so maybe this is how WWE write her off TV. Maybe. That's certainly a good possibility there. Certainly a possibility. And I think it does raise the possibility that we're going to get Ronda versus Bayley. It would be an ideal time for Bayley to return at this week's SmackDown and step immediately up to Ronda. Once again, I don't think she'd win, but it would be a good way to start the heel turn, as it were. Or start the heel turn for Ronda, in fact. A super kick to Randy Orton, and Drew McIntyre just stands there. Come on, Drew, you can do something about it. Come on, Drew. The Bloodline are controlling the match. We're about 10 minutes in, so already longer than Baron Corbin and Madcap Moss. And so far, we're not really into the match proper so far. We get into the match proper when it starts to break down. Sean says, would you say Sasha has been the same, or has it been an evolution of the boss character? I would say it's been an evolution of the boss character. Yeah, the promos that she cuts have changed. She has more veteran to her now. NXT, she's a bit more, I run the place, but she had plucky underdog going on. Whereas at the moment, she feels a bit more established. Also, I feel she's relaxed a lot more as a character. Like in NXT, I think maybe she was trying a little bit too hard. Certainly when she first got the call up, I think she was trying a little bit too hard. But also, as much as anything, Sasha Banks, who teamed with Bayley, was very different to the Sasha Banks who feuded with Bayley. This Sasha is a veteran. And I like this Sasha more than I liked it previously. Roman steps into the ring with Drew McIntyre. There's no escape, you actually have to fight. Ghost says, I love that Drew Gulak congratulated Ronda on her win on Twitter. Wonder if this is the end of the women bullying him since Charlotte is out for a while. I would say so. I would say so. Bayley says, unfortunately all signs point to Lacey, Hulk Hogan, Evans. I like that you've embraced that. Going after Ronda at SmackDown and getting the belt eventually. It would have to be very eventual because I don't think Ronda's letting that go for about a year. I'm a bit stiff, guys. I do apologise. It has been a little while since we've seen Drew versus Roman. We've seen a lot of Drew versus Roman over the years, but it's been a little while. And they are taking advantage of that as we speak. I like that Michael Cole keeps saying cousins. When referring to the Usos, he just says cousins. He's already going for a Claymore. Distraction. Superman punch. Superman punch. Which was always a heel move, wasn't it? I don't know why they ever pretended otherwise. It's always been a heel move. Roman is tossing McIntyre back and forth. Just a little bit of tossing going on. Sorry, as I keep referring to him as a Scottish warrior. Some Scottish tossing? I would love it if McIntyre had that as a move. The actual flapjack, which is just like a beal. It is, after all, Scottish pastime. Randy Orton and Matt Riddle have made the apron. We're settling back down into normal service at the moment. I'd imagine there's going to be a tag out for Roman shortly. Roman is taking his eyes off Drew here, but he's slowing it down. Roman works slower than anyone. I genuinely don't think anyone works slower than Roman anymore. Used to be Randy Orton was a slow guy, but nope. Roman is working slower than anyone nowadays. Woo. Good clothesline, but we have slowed down considerably. We need to swap some tags out before we get the pace going. Roman wants his championship to rub it in. He's completely taken his eyes off the prize there. Can't help but feel like Drew's going to make him pay. People are not acknowledging their tribal chief. Shameful. Shameful. Has not been made to pay at all. Roman Reigns gets away with it again. Cheap shot at Matt Riddle. Roman Reigns is working a program with Matt Riddle. That's where we are now. There's your Claymore. Took his eyes off for a little too long. Simon says, I'm very bored of Roman right now. Title reign has gone on far too long. I think it should have just gone as long, maybe a bit longer than CM Punk's title reign. I agree, to be honest. I think it's gone a bit too long myself. I wouldn't take it past SummerSlam. I wouldn't. This is a point to build someone new. to have someone take that belt from him, even if it is someone like Bron Breakker, even if it's Shinsuke Nakamura, just give someone else the belt for a bit. I do think Cody's going to be involved, though. Randy Orton gets a hot tag. That power slam is amazing. Like Goldust always did a good power slam. Joe always did a good power slam. Randy Orton's power slam has become an absolute thing of beauty. The smoothness of the rotation is just ridiculous. Draping DDT. He's in charge. Patrick says Asuka was champion for 504 days, and did anyone get bored of that? Slightly different situation, as is NXT. The fans were more militant. It was a captive audience. So there was more goodwill there, I feel, in NXT. People didn't get bored of that. But I feel if that was on the main roster, people would have got bored of it. First and foremost, you've seen people say, no, Asuka needs to be losing it to Sasha Banks. So that's one of the biggest problems you're going to have. Roman took a bit of a dodgy RKO there. In fact, he took it on the knees. Ooh. Jey Uso rescuing Jimmy. I thought that might have been it. They got me with that one. They got me with that one. Drew's back in. The match is starting to break down, which means we're starting to get closer to the end game. I can see it going over 10 minutes, though. This will definitely be the longest match of the night, but they've all been quite short, to be fair. We are back to the tossing phase. Drew's going to kick an Uso in the face. Oh, absolutely not. Shayna was champion for 430-something days in NXT, so I was bored of it. That slightly different phase of NXT. But I get that. The Asuka matches, I feel, were more entertaining than the Shayna matches. I do think that. But Asuka did run out of competitors. Do you alright, mate? Says Roman didn't take the RKO that well. He didn't. He was on his knees for it, which is just... It's a little bit awkward. It's a little bit awkward. You need a little bit more there. And thank you, Ed, if that was you, hitting like number 30. Because we have just hit like number 30 and view number 1681. Thank you kindly. If that was you, Ed. I hope you've enjoyed the pay-per-view so far. Matt Riddle now in the ring, getting his stuff in. The match is full on broken down. There is no attempt with tags. Matt Riddle eventually finds his way to hit his move. Is the senton as impressive anymore when we know Baron Corbin does it? Oh, lovely little suplex there. Very Kevin Owens. Matt Riddle misses the floating bro. And that's a kick out. Patrick said it's annoying how people say Asuka is underutilized. It's won the Royal Rumble, won Raw and SmackDown Women's Championships, Women's Tag Team Championships, NXT Women's Championship. Yeah, people are really selective. My favourite's not currently a champion. That means she's underutilized. Doesn't. Now, admittedly, her most recent Raw Women's Championship run wasn't great for Asuka. I don't think she won a match clean. I don't think she won a single match clean. But she was still the champion. She still had some pretty big feuds, mostly with Becky, but she's had great matches with Charlotte as well. I still fondly remember her matches with Alexa Bliss and Sasha Banks, both of them, when she first came up. Everyone's hitting their moves now. Randy Orton with a very interesting breakup of a pin. Roman's still on the outside. Ghost says this match is going longer than expected, but I'm not too upset about it. They've essentially got until the end of the show, so they've got another 10 minutes. I just don't think they'll use it all. I can see it going another 7 or 8 now. Are we going to see a table spot? Megan says 20 minutes and 45 is the time to be. I think they're nearly there. I think they're very nearly there. There's your Roman. Superman punch on Randy Orton. He's standing near a table. What are you going to do? Oh, Drew McIntyre's going to throw him into some steps. Disappointing. The table is getting involved, and this is probably why it wasn't used earlier on with Charlotte versus Ronda. You haven't taken a note since you worked here. Brutal from Michael Cole. I don't see Roman Reigns going through this table. I see a Shield powerbomb here with the Usos acting as Ambrose and Rollins. Oh, no. Roman does it all himself. Uranagi. McIntyre straight through the table. He picks up his cousin. He tells him Matt Riddle's coming. That was a... They almost caught Matt Riddle too well there. Oh, we're getting vicious now. We've got dives. No dive from Randy Orton, which is disappointing. Bailey says, have all the various announce tables gone away? Yeah, pretty much. All the foreign announce teams sit further up now. They don't sit at ringside. It says, yep, no tables because of Roman. Called it. Called it. We have an Uso and a Riddle in the ring. We're getting close to the finish, but I don't think we're quite there just yet. It would be a big moment for Matt Riddle to pick up the win here. He's the guy who benefits the most from this match. A top rope RKO. Roman apparently got the tag. Gets a spear. That'll be it. Bloodline wins. You don't stop Roman. That is a win for the Bloodline. Not a comfortable one. They pushed him hard, but a clean one. Which is my favourite thing about this Roman and the Bloodline in general. They win clean. They just get it done. It's the only one I got wrong, so that is a 5 out of 6 for the night. Pretty happy with that. He did not take that RKO well. Patrick says, I like Jimmy Smith, but he needs to stop calling Randy's power slam a body slam. It's a power slam. I know he ain't on commentary. It is very much a power slam. Sean says, was Roman even legal? I didn't see him tag in. Apparently he did. I don't think he actually managed it, but the ref said he did because the ref knew what the finish was going to be. But yeah, the McIntyre going through a table, that was a full-on elimination. He wasn't coming back from that. The attack from Riddle was great. I don't think Roman actually got the tag. I don't think he actually did. Patrick says Roman didn't beat Demon Finn Balor clean at Extreme Rules. Didn't he? There's no sign that Roman was the one who broke the ropes. Seems clean to me. The Bloodline celebrate. Oaks' main event was very good, and it was. It's exactly what you'd expect from all of these men. No question whatsoever that it was always going to be good. It was always going to be good. WrestleMania Backlash wraps up. And you know what? That wasn't bad. Megan says 22 minutes and 5 seconds. I thought it was longer. Me too. Me too. Patrick says Roman always wins. He does, and I keep waiting for the day when that changes. But after that, I don't think McIntyre can stake a claim to a championship match. I really don't. I don't think McIntyre has a right to a championship match. I think Roman can basically just say, nah mate, you don't deserve it. Without really worrying too much. Final result was a 60% vote for the Bloodline, which is our closest poll. Our closest poll, a 60% vote for the Bloodline. Chris says the match did get good. I keep forgetting how slow Roman works. Then he bumps up the speed to 100 quickly. Yeah, Roman works very, very slow, and he waits for his opponent to start the comeback. When his opponent starts the comeback, it ramps up, and it ramps up fast. It ramps up fast, and it ramps up hard. Roman goes fast and he goes hard, and then he smashes you. Roman smashes fast and hard is what I'm trying to say here, as I'm sure you all understand. Fast and hard is how Roman likes to do it. So when it comes to the bloodline, that may also be why they decided to drop the championship unification. The plan was for Undisputed Bloodline, but they have basically said, we don't want that at this point in time. We don't want that no more. And the WWE has, I feel, delivered there. I feel like we got a quality pay-per-view in a wrestling sense. Maybe only one actual interesting finish, though. Maybe just the one. And that was Rhea Ripley's involvement with Edge and Damian Priest. Outside of that, I can't necessarily say that anything too interesting happened. We are live now with a WrestleMania Backlash post-show. Why does it... Nope, that's not the thing. A WrestleMania Backlash post-show. Join now and tell me what rocked and what sucked. I ain't too fancy. I can say rocked and sucked. Overall, I think with this pay-per-view, the only really big thing that happened was Ronda winning the championship. Everything else could have happened on TV. So I can't rate this one particularly highly. I just can't. There is no real reason to be watching this again. There's no real reason to expect it's going to be going on in the annals. There's no real reason to think there's much longevity here. It was a good show for wrestling fans. Storyline fans, nothing really happened. Breaking it down from the off then. If we start with the first match, which was Cody Rhodes versus Seth Rollins. Now, the match was very similar to their WrestleMania match. They built it in phases. Cody in particular trying to do the drop and the uppercut, which is classic Rhodes family. He did a lot of focus on that, and it had its own little story, but that phase was quickly over. That was a 2-3 minute phase before we got there. The match continued, and it was extremely similar to everything that came before. Everything that came before. And it was a good match, well wrestled, nothing that exciting. I would give it a 3.5 if I'm in a star rating, personally. Just nothing new, no new ground covered. And the finish was inconclusive. The finish was with the tights, turnaround is fair play, etc. But the finish did not lend itself to the idea that, oh, Cody Rhodes has vanquished Seth Rollins for good. Because he didn't. He didn't vanquish Seth Rollins at all. Seth Rollins will be back. Hell in a Cell seems like destiny for Seth Rollins and Cody Rhodes. And I kind of get why they're doing it. The WWE are on a mission right now to ensure that certain wrestlers are well established, and Cody Rhodes needs further establishing. His offense needs to be established, his character needs to be established. All of this needs to happen in order for viewers to really get behind him again, because we haven't seen him for a while. He's a very different person to who he was when he left. They need to establish that, and people are going to watch Seth Rollins matches, so that's why he's getting a lot of love. Going forwards, these two need to separate. We need Seth Rollins to go over here and do something else, and Cody Rhodes to go over here and do something else. After Hell in a Cell, that seems likely, because I think Cody Rhodes at least is going to be in Money in the Bank. Money in the Bank win for Cody Rhodes. That would certainly set the cat amongst the pigeons, and I'd be very excited for that as a prospect. Sai says, worryingly, I don't know that any of those matches drew a feud to a close. No, I get the same feel from it, the same vibe that, nothing particularly has changed. With most of it, you just see the same thing going. The only real closer was Charlotte and Ronda, and that's because they announced a kayfabe injury. Spider Boss says, hi Tom, I liked Backlash. I got 6 out of 6 of my predictions. Fair enough, mate, well done. Well done, I got 5 out of 6 in the end. Simon says, who do you think dethrones RK Bro? The Usos on their respective brands. If, as believed by Dave Meltzer, the titles are staying separate. Well, they did cancel the unification. I do think they will keep them separate now. Looking at the divisions as they have them, for the Usos, I think the New Day will be taking them to transition to someone else. Don't know who that someone else is going to be, but I think the New Day will be the transitional team. Maybe Fight Night. I think Fight Night could do good things with the championships as they are right now. Outside of that, on the Raw side for RK Bro, I would be thinking Street Profits would be good next champions. But it depends, because also good next champions, consider this. Edge and Damian Priest. Edge and Damian Priest would be very good tag team champions considering where they are right now and where they're going. So it says, watchable but missable if you know what I mean. I do completely know what you mean. It was a good show. It was worth a watch. It was not worth a second watch. Nothing there really changed anything apart from the Rousey-Charlotte Flair match. And we got a good moment for Rhea Ripley. It was a good night for the women, considering the fact that only one women's match actually featured. But ultimately, the actual wrestling match between Edge and AJ, nothing really changed. Madcap Moss beating Baron Corbin, nothing really changed. Lashley losing to Omos, nothing really changed there. You can tell that these feuds are going to keep going. Spider-Boss says, hi Tom, is it real that Charlotte got injured after her match? No, it is a kayfabe injury. Chris says, maybe they will end those feuds at WrestleMania Backlash. See, there you go. See, you get it. You get it, Chris. You completely understand. It's not enough to have a WrestleMania. It's not enough to have a WrestleMania Backlash. You need a Backlash to WrestleMania Backlash. You need to keep going ad nauseum until you eventually get to WrestleMania Backlash, Backlash, which is WrestleMania. I had to count them on my fingers. Spider-Boss says, what is next for Ronda? I'm not sure. I think there's a possibility that Bayley is next for Ronda. There's certainly a possibility that Lacey Evans is next for Ronda. She did announce she was coming for the championship in probably the most America, fuck yeah, of all possible feuds. Don't want it, still think we'll get it. The next match I want to talk about in this good old-fashioned poster is Bobby Lashley versus Omos. Now, Lashley's getting the rub at the moment because of the connection of MVP. He lost the match before that connection. So the story being told is that MVP is elevating Omos. And to be fair, he is. The inclusion of MVP next to Omos already makes him a bigger deal. Much as the inclusion of AJ Styles next to Omos made Omos a bigger deal. The win over Lashley does mean something, even though there was quite a considerable amount of cheating involved. The win does mean something. It does mean that Omos is being built further. I don't know what he's being built towards. I'm worried it's going to end up being someone like Roman, but I find it more likely that it'll just be more of the same. So quite a while of more Omos versus Lashley, which is disappointing, but is also very much what you'd expect at this level. Omos gets the win. He looks good for it. Bobby Lashley's benefit here, and he does have one, is that it further solidifies his face turn if he's wrestling as an underdog. Someone cheating against him to keep him down, that helps Bobby Lashley. And this face turn has taken some time to get going. My hope is that overall, once Bobby Lashley has done a few favours, Lashley lines up against Roman, because Lashley is definitely someone who could dethrone Roman Reigns. We could end up in a situation here where Lashley has one championship from Roman, and of course Drew McIntyre has the other, which would be fun. Sai says about Lacey Evans, Sergeant Slaughter with tits. I mean, you could have just said Sergeant Slaughter. That also works. Spider-Boss says, is it me, Tom, or Lacey Evans, who are all-American gimmick could be a female Hulk Hogan? I did say that on Friday. I tweeted it. You will have seen it. So it's not just you. In fact, me before you. Ghost says, I would rank the night at 3 stars. Nothing too crazy happened. Pretty standard and overall expected. Only exciting thing to come out of the night is Rhea officially joining Judgment Day. I could agree with that. It seems like a 3-star night. As I said, nothing substantial happened. It's a completely missable show, especially if you already expected that Ronda Rousey would come out of it as the champion. And I think most of us, if not all of us, kind of did. So with that in mind, it is a missable show. It's a forgettable show. But the wrestling content was still worth it. Spider-Boss says, any chance to see Omos as a future United States champion? Not yet. It's very tied up with Austin Theory and potentially Ali. We're not there yet. But Omos does potentially have that in his future. I'd give it a bit of time. and I wouldn't expect too much at the moment. Simon says, are you going to do a watch along for AEW Double or Nothing coming up very soon? Possibly. If it's on a Saturday, maybe. I don't watch a lot of AEW shows just because of time constraints, but I like what they do, and I do want to check more out. Double or Nothing could very much work in that regard. Spider-Boss says, can Rhea be the next opponent for Bianca? Oh, absolutely. I very much expect that we're going to get Rhea Ripley versus Bianca Belair. I expected it to be before she joined Edge's faction. For those who don't know, I did report that Rhea would be joining Edge's faction right after WrestleMania. As in, I reported it after WrestleMania, not that it would happen after WrestleMania. So I did report that a while back. So I'm trying to get more news as we come closer to it. For those who are joining us, who aren't maybe aware, hi, my name's Tom Colohue. I'm a wrestling journalist. I report exclusive news backstage, as well as some analysis and some watch-alongs. Some of the news I've reported most recently, I was the first to report that Cody Rhodes versus Seth Rollins would happen at WrestleMania. I was the first to report Becky Lynch's return, Shane McMahon's return to the Royal Rumble, as brief as that was, Sasha Banks winning the Tag Team Championships at WrestleMania before that was even announced. So if you are watching for the first time, be sure to leave a like on the video, I would appreciate that, and subscribe if you haven't already as we continue to grow. The next match to discuss is AJ Styles versus Edge. Now, the most important thing here was the storyline angle, was the arrival of Rhea Ripley, and that's important. This will stand them in good stead going forwards, and I'm excited by it. I think they're putting together something very good. The stable, particularly, is just a really exciting stable, and I can get behind this particular collaboration. Edge, I feel, is a great mouthpiece, and while Rhea Ripley and Damian Priest can cut their own promos, it's better with Edge there, because he can speak for them. They can be brutes, and there is a physical aspect here. Priest and Ripley look good next to Edge. They look good in gear that sort of works with Edge as well. They just look good. So I'm happy with that. We also saw, and this should be considered part of the angle, we saw Finn Balor defending AJ Styles. Now, we've seen that before, sure, but it is a further strengthening of their bond and sort of confirms that we're less likely to see Finn Balor turning on AJ Styles to join the club. Sorry, to join Judgment Day. Also suggests, of course, that Liv Morgan may be joining AJ Styles and Finn Balor. And how great would that be for Liv Morgan? Even just that association would do great things for her and great things for her overall character. I'd be very excited by that prospect, and I think she has a lot to offer. All of them. Just everyone involved. She has a lot to offer. So this was all about the story. This was all about the expansion of the faction. The match itself was okay. It was one of the better matches of the night, but again, much like the WrestleMania match, I do feel they held back. And when it's Edge and AJ Styles, I don't want them to hold back. I want them to go to war with each other, and that's just not something we saw. It was disappointing. Disappointing. Not a bad match, but disappointing considering what we know these two can do. Spider-Boss says, I see Ciampa joining Edge's stable. That's been heavily rumoured. Yes, Fightful reported that one a while back, as I recall. I don't see him joining now because he's a bit busy with Ali, but certainly it's a possibility. It would help Ciampa at the moment, because Ciampa at the moment is very focused on Austin Theory. He's working more with Austin Theory than with anyone else, and that's kind of disappointing for me. Spider-Boss says, any chance of seeing Shayna betraying Natalya this Friday? I found that very unlikely because that would mean a face turn, and that means she can't work with Ronda Rousey. And Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler will be working together in the near future. Megan says, Double or Nothing is a Sunday, May 29th. That is unlikely then. Can't guarantee a no, but it's unlikely. Simon says, live in the club, even if very briefly, be hashtag too sweet. And I do agree. I think it'd be very good things for Morgan. Ghost says, Liv Morgan did post a picture on Twitter of her during the NWO photo shoot doing the too sweet, so I expect some interaction between Balor, Styles and Morgan as soon as tomorrow. And that's the right call. Get on it quick. Get on it quick and stay on it. Liv Morgan has a lot to offer. And I feel even just a brief association with people the caliber of Finn Balor and AJ Styles will help elevate her. Also, this is one of the top storylines on WWE Raw. It's getting a lot of airtime. That association and the wrestling matches that come with it will do great things for Liv Morgan. And it does sort of begin to show that people like AJ Styles, like Edge, can give back. Now's the time to do it, and these are the people to do it with. Spider-Boss says, since Rhea joined Edge's stable, can we see Liv Morgan joining forces with AJ and Finn Balor? Yes, we can. And Simon says, Edge never ever loses. Put the next generation over for once. It depends on the plan here. If the plan is to eventually build up Damian Priest to take over the faction in a Nation of Domination style, I'll take that. That would be brilliant. Leading to a feud between Damian Priest and Edge. Long term, but we'd get there. Spider-Boss says, do you see Sasha and Naomi retaining the tag team titles on Friday? Yeah, I think they're under no threat whatsoever on Friday. No threat whatsoever. The next match from WrestleMania Backlash is the one where something actually significant happened compared to everything else going on. That was Charlotte Flair versus Ronda Rousey, and we saw what we expected to see at WrestleMania, the championship moving from Charlotte Flair into the hands of Ronda Rousey. Ronda Rousey will have a death grip over this championship. She will not let go of this championship, basically no matter what now. She's going to be the big deal. She's going to be the big stylish one. She's going to be the one they just don't forgive, because everyone is going to be picking the fights. Everyone is going to be jumping in and going on the offensive. Everyone is going to want their piece of Ronda Rousey. Everyone is going to want their piece of Ronda Rousey. And Ronda Rousey is going to give them that piece. That said, who is there? Who actually is there at the moment for Ronda Rousey to take on? Because there aren't many people. We've got to work out the individual numbers of who they can actually put against Ronda Rousey. Because at the moment, pending a Bayley return, pending Lacey Evans going more heel than we expect, there's no logical choice here. There's no obvious opponent for Ronda Rousey. So what do they do? Hema says hi. Hello, Hema. How are you? Spider-Boss says, what do you think about Nikki Ash and Doudrop as a tag team? I think it's long overdue. I think it gels very nicely. I did speak earlier about the idea of maybe having Alexa Bliss join them as the mouthpiece. Literally just as a mouthpiece. I think that could be good for them. It'd be a good little faction and would help ground Alexa's character. But I think they could also work independently. I think they've got a lot to offer. And I think both of them deserve more opportunities. They deserve to have more of the rub of the green. And I think Sasha Banks and Naomi are ready and waiting for them. Simon says, I may not have watched the pay-per-view, but now feel very excited and refreshed for the next month of Hell in a Cell build for the WWE product. They did a good job making the rematches feel unique and different. Now, they could have done more. Absolutely they could. There was a lot more that individual wrestlers could offer. There was a lot more that individual storylines could have offered. But this wasn't a bad show by any stretch. This absolutely was not a bad show. So I think they can continue to build on this. They can go forwards and give us something equally as exciting. Now, as regards Hell in a Cell, we need something new as well, which is why I think Asuka versus Becky Lynch was saved. Asuka versus Becky Lynch at the Hell in a Cell pay-per-view will be great. I do think we're going to see Edge versus AJ Styles in some incarnation. I don't think it's going to be in the cell anymore. I would like to see a mixed six-person tag team match. Literally, Edge, Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley versus AJ, Finn and Liv Morgan. I just think that would be a fantastic match for everyone involved. There are only good things that can come of it. So give me that. Absolutely give me that. Just make it happen. That would just be fun. Spider-Boss says, I would love to see Bayley soon. Me too. She is cleared and she will be returning shortly. Megan says, they can't use Bayley for Ronda. People will be expecting / wanting Bayley to win when she comes back. True, and I think that's fair. However, coming in and immediately bouncing off Ronda will only solidify a face turn. Because I think she'd have the goodwill of the crowds for that. Spider-Boss says, do you see Becky losing against Asuka? Yes. Yes, I do. I see Becky losing against quite a few people over the next few months. I see her losing against Asuka. I see her losing a match to Liv Morgan. Becky Lynch is one of those who wants to give back. She wants to say to the wrestlers around her, if you need someone to put you over, I'm here. But as a champion, she couldn't do that. The WWE was never going to allow it. If you're the champion, they have to protect their investment, essentially. It's cynical, and it is cynical, but it is what it is. They have to protect that investment. That said, now that she's not the champion, people have done favours for her. Liv Morgan particularly has done favours for her, losing matches to her. Becky Lynch is someone who likes to give back. There's a reason it's referred to as doing the favours, because you remember and you give back. That's the thing that everyone's going to want, and that Becky Lynch is going to want more than anyone else. Now, as regards the Ronda Rousey Charlotte Flair match, once again, much like Edge and AJ, I feel they underwhelmed. I feel they can do more. We're going to tease us some good stuff, some genuine hardcore stuff. But the fact that they couldn't go through the table because Roman was using it later, the fact that they were limited in weaponry choices, we barely got to see the chair used all that much, and the fact that the I Quit was basically it was a submissions match. It wasn't an I Quit match. It didn't go hardcore enough for me. It was a submissions match. It didn't get even close to big, well-known submission matches like WrestleMania 13. Wasn't even close. They could have done better for me, and they didn't. So I left a bit disappointed, because women as talented as this, we know what they can do. We know how they can wrestle. We know that they can just scrap. But not so much. Didn't happen. Simon says Sasha, Naomi, Raquel, Lacey, Xia Li, Shotzi, Aaliyah, Natalya, Shayna, Charlotte, maybe returning Bayley too as well. The entire SmackDown women's roster right there. All options and challenges for Ronda. The obvious choice from what you've said there is Natalya. The obvious choice is Natalya. Someone that Ronda trains with, and a heel at the moment to help solidify that. Also could lead us quite nicely into a SummerSlam of Ronda Rousey versus Shayna Baszler. So that's also, of course, a possibility. Spider-Boss says, I wonder if we will see Charlotte versus Ronda at Hell in a Cell. I find that unlikely. The kayfabe injury that Charlotte has sustained is a 2 to 3 month injury. I expect we'll see her back around SummerSlam time, as many people in the chat have also speculated, ready to take on someone like Sasha Banks. I don't think you will see Charlotte going for the championship for a while now. Not too long. I expect her to be in and around the championship picture before the year is out, but I don't think we'll see her going for the championship again for a little while. As regards what is going to happen in the cell, that's an interesting question. Cody versus Seth, I think, will go to the cell. We will see a Hell in a Cell featuring Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins. I'm confident of that. Now, outside of that, I'm not sure. The logical next choice was Charlotte versus Ronda. But surely in an I Quit match, that's a feud ender. Surely. Simon says, do you see Sasha and Naomi versus a Celtic Connection, Piper Niven and Nikki Cross at the Hell in a Cell pay-per-view? Possibly. They would need to build Nikki and Doudrop a lot more than they currently are in order to make that work in my estimations. I'd want to see more. I'd want to see quite a lot more before I feel that they're ready for that spot. Before I feel it's going to be anything more than a throwaway Raw match. They need to build their tag teams up to be pay-per-view ready, because right now they have not done so. Sid, welcome to the show, says, considering Vince McMahon's advanced age and the need for subtitles whenever he speaks, do you think he will ever be involved in an angle again, or do you think WrestleMania was his final on-screen appearance? I don't think WrestleMania was his final on-screen appearance. I think he'll appear on-screen in support of Austin Theory and others that he's really behind. If he thinks it can add to a storyline, which he has with Austin Theory, to be fair, he will be involved. However, I'm confident that his wrestling days are over. I think he just wanted to retire and have his last wrestling match after Steve Austin did. That's the entire reason I think he made his appearance at WrestleMania. Simon said, has Andrade taken time off AEW TV? If he has, it would tie into them getting married in real life very soon this summer. Well, Charlotte hasn't, so it wouldn't tie in that regard. AEW rotate their wrestlers a lot more. and, to be blunt, a lot better. So Andrade might not have a storyline. He might just not be in the limelight at the moment. The spotlight, I should say. He might just not be in the spotlight. They may be reserving him for something else. They might be working out his next storylines. He might be in catering. Certainly a possibility. Spider-Boss says, I wonder if we'll see Charlotte putting over Sasha. Probably, yeah. I would expect if we do get Charlotte versus Sasha at SummerSlam, it will be a win for Sasha Banks. Megan says, put the 6-person mixed tag in the cell. Megan, I know I've said this before, but I like how you think. I like how you think. In fact, let's go one better. I'm going to go to the Twitter on that one and just see what people think. Hell in a Cell. I put Hell in a Call. That's not what it's right. Edge, Damian Priest, and Rhea Ripley versus AJ Styles, Finn Balor, and Liv Morgan. And we'll end with a good old classic, Book It WWE. Because why not? Let's see what people think of that. Spider-Boss says, do you know why Rey Mysterio hasn't been on Raw? The main reason is that he had a scheduled push based around the WWE 2K22 game. His push, particularly with Logan Paul, was entirely based on selling copies of the game. Now that the game is no longer all that focused in public eye, he's faded into the background again, and the WWE are okay with that. Megan says, if they build it right, Ali versus Theory for the US title in the cell could be good. I think it's too early. As Megan said, especially if Theory keeps dodging Ali. Would certainly lend itself to the idea that we're going to get the match in the cell, but I do think it's just a bit too early in the feud for them to go straight to that. Simon says, Sasha versus Piper would be straight fire. A really great match given Piper's really excellent NXT UK, independent UK indie work in the past. I've seen a lot of Piper Niven on the independent scene. I've seen her play musical chairs more often than I'd expect. Like, that's happened more often than you'd expect. But I've also seen her have great wrestling matches. And I know she can give more than she's been permitted to on the main roster so far. Also, I've met and interviewed her, and she's absolutely lovely. Spider-Boss says, I think that Andrade's lack of English is the reason why he hasn't got a good push. AEW should be able to work past that. They really should. I'd be disappointed if they weren't able to work past that. I'd be quite disappointed if we couldn't get past the language barrier for Andrade. He's one of those incredibly talented wrestlers. Speaks a lot of languages. Surely you can do a little bit more, just a little bit more with that, rather than just sort of hanging around waiting for what happens next. The next match to discuss is, of course, everybody's favourite, Madcap Moss against Happy Corbin. Madcap Moss against Happy Corbin. This seems like a match that just sort of had to happen, even just to get it out the way. There's been so much focus on Madcap Moss. And really, it's important to have matches like this. It's important to have matches where someone new gets an opportunity to get put over. And someone new did get an opportunity to get put over, and they got put over in a big way. Madcap Moss beat Baron Corbin, and Baron Corbin is a big deal. Now, admittedly, it was a roll-up. It wasn't the most conclusive. It didn't knock him down and keep him down forever. He didn't end up going on a stretcher. But he did go down, and he did what he could to build Madcap Moss. Now, the responses from the crowd that Madcap Moss is getting, it's good. It's solid. Fans are getting behind this guy. Fans are enjoying his work. And that is all very good news and very good information. We need more of this. We need more of people getting over and new stars being built. We need more of this. So Madcap Moss, let him have his opportunity. Let him have his moment. And to be fair, while a lot of people maybe didn't enjoy the match, it didn't overstay its welcome. It didn't overstay its welcome at all. So the fact that it was so short was beneficial. It wasn't a squash. It was inconclusive. I do feel they'll have more to say going forwards. but I feel like their continuation of the feud will not be pay-per-view. This is a match that they can drop and keep on SmackDown in the future, while you leave room for Becky versus Asuka. While you leave room for Sasha Banks and Naomi versus Nikki Ash, I should say, and Doudrop. This is a match you can drop. Spider-Boss says it would be cool, Ali beating Theory for the US title with Vince there. I definitely think that's where we're going. I think Ali with the US title is a very interesting story, and a story that sort of writes itself. I'm excited by the concept. Very excited by the concept. And I think the concept is exciting. The promos he will cut with that belt should be very, very fun. Spider-Boss says Corbin is like a modern JBL. Yep, absolutely. Just a classic heel that is there to be hated and will be hated. Nobody puts people over like a JBL. Nobody puts people over like a Baron Corbin. Nobody puts people over like that. Get to tables. Yeah, all right, mate. I hope I heard things about you and Mayo that I don't want to repeat. So don't mind Madcap, just hate the gimmick. I get that. You can like the guy and dislike the storyline. You can like the person and dislike the character. I like Madcap Moss as an individual. I think he has a lot to offer. But for me, I feel they need to reevaluate the character a little bit. That said, fans are getting behind him. People are cheering. People are chanting. And it's very hard for me to keep coming into post-shows and watch parties and saying, you know, this guy's not top level in my eyes, because I've said that before and people keep cheering for him. Every now and then you just have to have that moment where you think to yourself, yeah, this guy's it. He absolutely is. I didn't have the highest faith in Matt Riddle, and yet here we are. It's nice every now and then to be proven wrong. It's nice every now and then. Simon says, just found out Sami Callihan returned to Impact Wrestling last night. Very interestingly, had a very similar injury to Bayley. Always predicted they would return at a very similar time frame and period. Well, there we go then. I mean, if they had a similar injury at a similar time, the returns would happen at a similar time. And to my knowledge, Bayley will be returning shortly, so I'm very excited by that. Very excited. Megan says they got a lot worse than Mayo. I heard some horrible ideas. Spider-Boss says, what's next for the Usos? They need new challenges. And my concern is the only real challengers left are more of the New Day. We've already seen a lot of the New Day, and the New Day are working with Fight Night right now. But we could see more of New Day versus Usos. Or anything that really makes sense. Spider-Boss says, any chance to see the return of a legend to face Roman soon? No, not really. Not really. Though, I do think we may see a legend return to face someone like Omos. If you watched the spoiler warning on Friday, you may know who I mean. Just a really big name to return after a not too significant absence to take on Omos. If I just chant the word Omos a few times, it's like Omos, Omos, Omos. You may know who I'm referring to. The final match that I want to talk about in this here WrestleMania Backlash post-show is, of course, the main event. The main event was the Bloodline, Roman Reigns and the Usos, versus RK Bro, Randy Orton and Matt Riddle, and Drew McIntyre. This is the one prediction that I did get wrong. I expected the good guys to pick up the win here, but that is not what happened. I always forget Roman Reigns is Roman Reigns. Never for a second believe that Roman Reigns is going to lose a match. Because you end up with egg on your face. You really do. Roman Reigns, in the end, pinned Matt Riddle after a lovely bit of carnage. Despite the fact that we had AJ versus Edge, despite the fact that we had Cody versus Seth, this match was definitely the best one on the card and the most exciting one for me. Pardon me 1 second. Got a very itchy nose. And definitely the most exciting one. Largely because it was absolute carnage. Wherever you turned, there were bodies strewn all over the place. And I think Roman, being Roman, added a lot of extra excitement to it, because if it's Roman Reigns, you know it's gonna go down. So that's very much what happened. The Usos carried it beautifully. They were definitely the focal point for a large part of the match, preventing Roman from getting too involved too quickly, which is essential with the Roman Reigns character that we have. But also, to be fair, the build was focused entirely on Roman and Drew. RK Bro was supposed to be in a championship unification match against the Usos, and it didn't feel like they were even heavily featured. Randy Orton and Riddle both had their moments, particularly when the pace was quickening, as did the Usos, but they were extras. They were side acts. They were backseat players. They weren't the focal point. The focal point was Roman Reigns and Drew McIntyre, which really shows where we are headed. We are definitely headed to some incarnation of Roman Reigns and Drew McIntyre. That said, the fact that Drew McIntyre's team lost, particularly after Drew McIntyre was eliminated by going through a table, that was an awkward moment if Drew McIntyre expects to become a Universal Champion in the near future. The actual championship opportunity might not come his way so quickly, because even though he had a good showing in the match, by the end of it, he was laid out and his team were losing. That makes it very difficult if you are Drew McIntyre to get a championship shot. Even though Adam Pearce seems to give them away for fun, it makes it very difficult to get that championship shot. For me, Roman Reigns was the star performer. Drew McIntyre is the only person who seemed on his level. Despite the fact that we had Randy Orton in there, Drew McIntyre did seem like a bigger deal, which is good for Drew, good for Roman naturally because he needs new opponents, and Drew is the only person left who he hasn't demolished on a regular basis for several months now. Drew's lined up, he's there ready to jump in, ready to step up, ready to take that top spot, but I don't think he's going to manage it. I really don't. It just doesn't make that much sense for Drew McIntyre to be taking the championship from Roman Reigns, particularly right now. It just does not quite work. It doesn't make sense to give them that opportunity when Drew McIntyre, unfortunately, really didn't get the rub of the green in this match. Spider-Boss says, did Goldberg re-sign with WWE? Not to my knowledge, no. However, there may be concepts being passed around in the locker room. Also says, I would love to see Roman versus Drew Hell in a Cell match at Hell in a Cell. Me too. I don't think we're going to get it. But certainly, as I say, Adam Pearce is throwing opportunities around left, right and centre. There is nothing saying the opportunity will not arrive at the doorstep of Drew McIntyre in no time. Also says, any chance to see Solo Sikoa as the enforcer of the bloodline? I hope not. Because, as I've said before, I don't want Solo Sikoa to turn up and be like, I'm a member of the bloodline. I'm fifth most important, and that's the best I'll ever be. I want more for Solo Sikoa. I want him to step up and at least have a moment solo, at least be involved in something new and different, before then being swallowed up by the monster that is Roman Reigns. You look at the Usos right now, they're side acts. That's just how it is. It's unfortunate, but it is how it is. WrestleMania Backlash was a good show for wrestling fans and a bad show for storyline advancement. If this pay-per-view did not happen, and we just had these matches on Raws and SmackDowns leading up to Hell in a Cell, we wouldn't miss it. We wouldn't miss it. That said, it was nice to spend an evening together, watching quality wrestling and chewing the fat. So I want to say a massive thank you to everyone who has joined me in this 5-hour long stream. Our views at the moment are 2,318. We've had 35 likes, so if you haven't hit like yet, please remember that thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't. We do have more content coming your way. Starting tomorrow, we have another live spoiler warning show, which is our exclusive news show where you get to ask your questions and you get to find out as much as I'm able to share. And of course, we have watch-alongs in the future for SmackDown. We do a live SmackDown every single Friday, and post-shows will be starting for that as well. Plus, we will be going live for Hell in a Cell too. Again, the table says, so expect more rematches at Hell in a Cell. Unfortunately, yes. I'm expecting more Cody versus Seth. I'm expecting more about AJ Styles and Edge. I'm just at this point, to be honest, expecting a lot more of the same, because nothing felt conclusive about this show. Nothing felt conclusive at all. Nothing felt definitive. Nothing felt finished. Nothing felt like we were wrapping it all up. Sid said 5 hours. I hope you get paid overtime for this. Well, actually, because I'm still registering my limited company, I have not been paid by YouTube for this. I would have been. And I've got quite a lot of ad revenue, I'll tell you that. For this one, it would have been a good earning day, considering the amount of views that I've had. Would have been lovely. But at the moment, I'm still sort of working with some of the issues that I'm having with YouTube. Twitch, I may have got some ad revenue from Twitch. Ad revenue does not make a lot of money on Twitch. And of course, we do have subscribers on Twitch and the like. So if anyone would like to subscribe on Twitch, I'll be very grateful of that. And follow if you haven't already. Bailey says, thanks for all your work, Tom. Thank you, Bailey. I try my hardest just to give an alternative out there, even if it's just alternative commentary. There are several people in chat now, Bossman says, get the tables, who also work hard to do the same. We are just trying to entertain, we're trying to have fun, and we're trying to spread the love. And I'm always very grateful for the amount of people that join. As I say, we peaked today at 53 viewers, which is absolutely incredible. And the amount of likes, the amount of views we have had is absolutely magnificent. Bossman says, we need the third match, Hell in a Cell. Well, Hell in a Cell certainly has a lot of reason to put people in the cell now. Until tomorrow's spoiler warning, all I have left to say is that I have been Tom Colohue. You have been fantastic, and I'll see you all very, very soon.